Hello everyone, it's time for the next book in the Summoned Heroes series, The Lord of Black Ice. Before we begin, I wanted to remind you that you can enjoy my audiobooks ad-free via Curios for only $1 each. If you'd like to support my work, listen ad-free and get early access to future releases, you can find the link in the description. Now on to the story.
Chapter 1. Theron Frostwatch marched through the frigid halls of the Bastion of Eternal Ice, his breath puffing out in white clouds thanks to the biting air. The walls glistened with a sheen of frost, their icy surfaces reflecting the dim blue light that permeated the fortress. High in the Ice Fang Mountains, the frozen stronghold had been his home for nearly 1,000 years, and he knew every room and passage as well as his own face. Today he had a meeting with the High Warden, a quarter elf-blood who oversaw the ancient prison. Therius Frostwatch had served as High Warden since the prison's founding 2,000 years ago, and, as far as Theron was aware, he'd never left the fortress since arriving. Therius also happened to be Theron's father, though for the purposes of today's meeting he'd be talking to the High Warden. He turned down a hall toward his father's office. Cold, unadorned steel walls stretched for as far as he could see down the passage. No sign of personality marred the perfect, smooth gray. Much like Therius himself, the Bastion allowed nothing to distract from its purpose, securing the most dangerous prisoners the Elf-Blood Empire had ever produced. 10 strides from his father's office, the steel door slid up into the ceiling. Enwyn emerged, her blue cloak swirling around her. Theron's mouth went dry at the sight of her. Her beauty caught the sparse light and refracted it, transforming the bleak passageway into something special. Her dark hair shimmered around her pale, perfect face. A dull ache settled in his chest. He'd harbored a longing for Enwyn since the first moment they met. He hated his inability to express his feelings, but the thought of her rejecting him filled Theron with dread. Better to stay silent and enjoy his fantasies than risk having them crushed. Enwyn's face lit up when she smiled. "Good day, Theron." "Good day, Enwyn. How is my father?" The High Warden seemed the same as always. I can't begin to read his expressions, such as they are. At the very least, I'm confident nothing is out of the ordinary. "Then what brought you to his office?" Theron asked. "Nothing special. He asked me to take an extra turn patrolling the approach to the cells. Just a precaution during the 5-year ethereal fluctuations." Theron nodded. For the last 1,500 years, every 1 to 2 centuries, their wards fluctuated for a 5-year period, making the prisoners' bindings grow dangerously weak. None of the prisoners had ever broken free, but Father always took extra steps during this period to make sure everything remained properly secure. "I won't keep you from your work," Theron said. "Stay safe." "Stay safe, Theron." Enwyn waved and continued on her way. Had her voice been a little warmer when she spoke to him? No, he probably imagined it, his mind hearing what it wanted to, rather than the truth. Theron continued on toward his father's office door, still open and waiting. He hesitated at the doorway, a flood of memories rushing back. Times he'd been summoned here as a child. Times he'd disappointed the High Warden. Times he'd longed for a father and found only his superior. With a slow exhale, he peeked inside. Therius sat, as always, behind his neat steel desk, the image of composure and efficiency. Sometimes it seemed like the ice that surrounded them had soaked into his father's soul. He held his fingers steepled beneath his pointed chin, his gaze fixed on some distant point visible only to him. Theron couldn't help wondering, as always, what occupied his father's mind. "Sir?" His voice cut through the silence. His father's gaze met his, unwavering and unreadable. Theron hesitated at the threshold for a moment, a familiar apprehension coiling inside him. The chill of the office settled into his bones, a cold, indifferent numbness that he'd come to associate with these meetings. "Come in, Theron," his father said. "Have a seat." Theron settled into one of the guest chairs, a hard, cold, unpadded thing no doubt designed to discourage people from staying any longer than absolutely necessary. "I'm declining your request for an upgrade to Ethereal Overseer." Theron's heart sank. "Why, sir?" "2 reasons. 1, we don't need another overseer. The 3 wizards currently handling that task are enough. They're also stronger and more experienced than you. 2, adding you to the team would make them less efficient and reduce the number of guardians on patrol. Our current setup has served the Bastion well for 2,000 years. I see no reason to change it now." Theron wanted to shout and rage that one of those ancients needed to take a turn patrolling the halls for a change. As the High Warden's son, Theron deserved an overseer position. He might be weaker than the current overseers, but he could still do the job. Of course, he said none of that. Instead, he swallowed his bile and said, "I understand, Father. May I at least make the trip to our supply base to collect this month's food?" "Certainly," his father said. "Unless I'm mistaken, the portal is due to open next week. Work with the supply overseer to determine what's needed." Theron stood and bowed. It felt like he'd won a victory with that concession, albeit a small one. "Thank you, Father. Is there anything else?" "No. Don't forget to keep up with your patrols while you prep for the collection run. Stay safe." "Yes, sir. Stay safe." Theron stepped back into the hall and the office door slid closed, making the wall look perfectly smooth and unbroken once more. Like I'd forget to make my patrol. He muttered that last bit so softly no one would have heard him even if they'd been standing right beside him. He'd performed his duties since coming of age 800 years ago. How many centuries would he have to do them before his father trusted him to go without a reminder? The answer, he feared, might be forever. Still grumbling under his breath, Theron spun and stalked off toward the stairs down to the lowest level. Today he had the dubious duty of checking the heretics' cells. The task always left him chilled by more than the endless cold. Theron reached the bastion's bottom floor and grimaced. This close to the prisoners, the ether held a corrupt flavor that left a layer of psychic slime in his mind. The sooner he finished his inspection, the better. Not that he dared rush. This time of the cycle left the wards weaker than usual. Though he considered it impossible, if the heretics ever had a chance to escape, now would be the moment. He turned down the hall leading to the cell blocks. Unlike every other level, the bottom had a stone floor. For some reason, when the Elf-bloods built this place, they didn't lay steel plate over this level. They didn't even bother to smooth the stone, forcing Theron to take extra care lest he stumble. Fortunately, only 20 strides separated the stairs from the first cell. No, calling it a cell gave the wrong impression. He paused in front of the first prisoner. The quarter Elf-blood stood, frozen, inside a block of magical ice. His eyes, wide and vacant, stared at nothing. Black striations ran through the ice, visible proof of the prisoner's corruption. Each line pulsed as if to a silent heartbeat. Theron couldn't remember this one's name, and the High Council never bothered to label the cubes. Not that their names mattered for his purposes. He and the other guardians only needed to make sure the prisoners remained secure. If their names vanished from recorded history for all time, Theron wouldn't have cared. He focused on the ether, then brushed his hand across the ice. The magical matrix remained intact, though it did look a bit thin in places. Perfectly normal for this phase in the cycle. Theron moved on to the second cube and found it exactly the same as the first. At last, he reached the final cube. The ice had gotten so black the prisoner's body barely showed through. Theron might not remember the names of the first 2 prisoners, but he'd never forget this one. Kyril Frost, formerly a half-elf of the Council, and Theron's grandfather. His father considered Kyril's betrayal of the clan's honor the gravest insult imaginable. The Guardians had given him the name the Lord of Black Ice. Theron raised his hand to check the final cube. As he scanned the ether, he muttered, "You certainly made a lot of tedious work for everyone, Grandfather." "That was not my intention." Theron jumped when the dark, cold voice spoke in his mind. He spun around trying to find the source, but sensed no one else nearby. He turned slowly back to the cube. "Grandfather?" Hello, Theron. I'm pleased to finally speak with you. How are you speaking to me? You shouldn't be conscious. I'm not certain myself what happened, but my awareness has gradually returned over the past months. At least I think months have passed. Time is a little vague for me. Theron hastened to complete his check of the cube, but found it intact. Cairo might have regained his awareness, but he still had no hope of escape. Thank heaven for small favors. How unkind. Do you not pity your poor grandfather? Trapped here for untold centuries? Pity you? You betrayed our people and ruined the Frost clan's reputation to such an extent my father had to change our name and assume responsibility for this prison to make amends. You're exactly where you belong. It seems you've been fully indoctrinated by the High Council. Do you not even wish to hear my side of the story? Theron frowned. Did he want to hear Cairo's side of the story? In truth, Theron had little to keep him occupied between patrols. It might be interesting to hear about the ancient betrayal from another point of view. Very well. I'll listen to what you have to say. But you should know the High Council didn't indoctrinate me. They were destroyed before I was born. No one has succeeded in reaching Elfholm for 1,500 years. How interesting. I may be the last living half-elf. Maybe. Theron slid down the wall facing his grandfather's prison. But you're also trapped for all eternity, so it doesn't make much difference. Now, how about that story? Very well. Heed my words. My tale is one of ambition, jealousy, and fools too arrogant to recognize their full potential. Chapter 2. Cairo Frost strode down the steel passage leading to the High Council's meeting chamber in Elfholm's central tower. The meetings had grown equally tedious and infrequent as their empire on Valandor stabilized. The other races lived in largely peaceful coexistence. Resource extraction proceeded at a measured, sustainable rate, and disease had largely been eliminated. For all intents and purposes, the empire was paradise for the lesser races. Even better, maintaining it took minimal effort from the elf-blood overseers, leaving them all with plenty of time for private research. Today, Cairo would reveal the results of his ongoing efforts. He couldn't wait to see the looks on the others' faces. He felt confident that he'd solved one of the final challenges facing the elf-blood people. He rounded a corner and nearly ran face first into Therian dusk. His mind had been so focused on his thoughts he didn't even sense his fellow council member approaching. Your pardon, Therian. Be at ease, Cairo. Therian cocked his head a fraction to the right. What troubles you? I've never seen your thoughts so scattered. Not scattered, just elsewhere. I've made some exciting breakthroughs, and I'm keen to share them with the council. I'll be eager to hear what you have to say, Therian said. My own alchemy experiments have hit a bit of a dead end. Perhaps your presentation will spark inspiration for myself. The two half-elves fell in side by side and made their way toward the council chamber. They were the last to arrive, and the pair quickly settled into the remaining empty seats. Once they got comfortable, the chamber door slid shut, and Lord Shale rapped the table with his knuckle. Ladies and gentlemen of the council, let the meeting commence. I'll begin with a brief update on the state of the Empire. All is peaceful, leaving aside the minor annoyances of monster and beast attacks that the lesser races are more than capable of handling on their own. The quiet is uncanny, and, while I appreciate it, I refuse to trust it. Cairo kept his expression carefully neutral. Aster Shale never trusted anything, and his fretting quickly grew tiresome. Nevertheless, he had the right to speak his thoughts, the same as all of them. As the most powerful wizard on the council, Aster served as chairman, running the meetings and generally keeping things orderly. As the second strongest member, Cairo very much appreciated not having to waste his time on those petty matters. Aster prattled on about keeping their guard up and blah, blah, blah. When he finally ran out of things to say, he turned to Kyril. Lord Frost, do you have any matters you wish to bring before the council? Thank you, Lord Shale. Kyril stood while Aster took his seat. I've spent the last decade researching ways to overcome the weaknesses of the Elf-bloods. Though we are ageless and immune to disease, we can still be killed by violence or accident. For all our strength, we aren't truly immortal. I believe I've found a way to remedy that failing. His announcement brought a round of murmurs from the High Council. When they fell silent, Kyril continued. The key, I think, is to infuse our bodies with ether, partially merging with it to become both a physical and a magical being. Our magical body will exist in the ether, so if the physical body is damaged, the magical one can repair it. I'm only at the theoretical stage, but I'm nearly ready to begin proper experimentation. I hope to have good news at our next meeting. No one seemed quite certain what to think. Kyril expected this reaction, as it matched his own thoughts when he first came up with the theory. It basically mirrored, to an extent, how their elvish ancestors functioned as an extension of heaven. Before anyone had a chance to speak, a golden light appeared above the council table. A shiver ran down Kyril's spine when that light resolved into the perfect figure of a female angel. The translucent body made it clear they stood before a sending rather than a true angel. As one, the council members bowed to the angel. Heaven has heard your plans, Kyril Frost. Know that we do not approve. The angel's beautiful voice stabbed Kyril's soul. Why did heaven not approve of his plan to improve the elf-blood people? What greater act could he perform for his kin? What you propose, the angel continued without mercy, will corrupt the souls of the elf-blood people and sever your connection to heaven. Forget your plan and accept that the immortality you seek will cost you more than death. So saying, the angel vanished, leaving Kyril to gape at the empty space she had just occupied. You will need to find a new project to research, Lord Frost, Aster said. If heaven went to the trouble of sending a messenger to warn against the path you've chosen, it must truly be a dark one. Given the unprecedented visitation, I feel it would be best to pause the meeting so we can clear our heads. All in favor of adjourning until tomorrow at noon? Every hand save Kyril's went up, and his only stayed down due to ongoing shock. He'd had this moment, his moment of triumph, planned for months, only to have an angel appear and ruin everything. So much for heaven's policy of letting mortals choose their own path. Perhaps elf-bloods, with their closer connection to the divine realm, didn't receive the same consideration. Well, regardless of what the angel said, or what Aster said for that matter, Kyril refused to give up his plan. He would find a way to perfect his people. When his grandfather's psychic voice fell silent, Theron stared in dumb silence at the barely visible figure. Let me make sure I understand. An actual angel, perhaps the first to visit Elfholm since our ancestors departed Valandor, told you to abandon your research. Yet you kept going? Does that not strike you as a bit arrogant? Not at all. As I said, it is not heaven's place to dictate what we do in the mortal realm. I made my choice, and I succeeded. That my peers ended up too stupid and blindly obedient to join me in my perfected state says more about their weak wills than my morality. Theron shook his head. He knew his people had a tendency toward excess pride, but this seemed a bit much even for them. Do you wish to hear how Aster and the rest of the council betrayed me and bound me in ice? Theron stretched. He'd stiffened up during the story. No, I've already spent too long down here. If I delay any longer, it'll lead to questions I don't want to answer. Not yet, anyway. Will we speak again? Theron considered the question. Despite what he'd learned about his grandfather's crime and the clan's dishonor, he found hearing the tale directly from the source fascinating. And as long as his grandfather remained bound in the ice, he had no power to affect the world. Just talking did no harm. Yes, I'd enjoy hearing more about what happened. Next time I'm assigned to this area, we'll speak again. Splendid. I knew a child of my line would have an open mind about the past. It's a shame your father refused to see reason. My father is the most reasonable person I know. You're just angry he didn't do what you wanted him to. I have to go. Theron hurried away from the unsettling presence of his grandfather. He clanked up the steps far faster than he should have, and when he rounded the corner to enter the Bastion's living area, he nearly ran Enwin over. He stopped just in time, but still ended up so close their noses nearly touched. He hastened to back away. Sorry, Enwin. My mind was elsewhere. Are you hurt? I'm fine, though you did give me quite a start. Is all well with the cells? Theron nodded. Just the usual fluctuations. I saw no sign of the ice cracking or anything else that might indicate an imminent escape. Thank heaven for that. Can you imagine what might happen should the heretics escape with no high council to defeat them? Enwin shuddered. I'd fear for the world. We won't let that happen. Indeed we won't. Stay safe. Stay safe. He dipped his head in the faintest of bows and headed for his room. Luckily for Theron, everyone in the Bastion trusted each other, and lie detection spells were considered bad form. If Enwin had checked his words, he feared he wouldn't have passed the test. A twinge of guilt hit for a moment, but he soon dismissed the feeling. He hadn't done anything wrong. A tiny voice in the back of his mind asked why, if he believed that, he didn't just tell Enwin what happened. The voice sounded a bit like his father, and he ignored it. Theron could have one thing just for himself. He put all that aside and headed for the quartermaster's office to plan what he'd need to bring back from the supply warehouse. Everything else would keep until later. Chapter 3. The dirt road stretched endlessly through a dense evergreen forest. Danny had spent far too much time lately running down these dusty trails. A little over a month had passed since he left the city of Scale behind. Hopefully, Liana and the villagers were getting settled into their new role providing herbs to the Wizards Guild. Danny frowned. Now that he thought about it, she and Howard probably only reached the villages this week, moving at the pace of a normal person. Running at a magically enhanced pace really messed up your sense of travel time, and Danny kept getting faster the more he practiced his physical enhancement. His boots, on the other hand, needed replacing. The endless pounding he subjected them to left the soles worn thin. He'd definitely have to buy a new pair when he reached whatever passed for civilization in this part of the world. Thinking about his destination drew his gaze to the distant Ice Fang Mountains. The steepest peaks still had snow covering them. It made a stark contrast to the sweltering summer heat, and he had to climb them if he wanted to find the next ether pool. At least he assumed he did. Given his map's lack of detail, he wouldn't know exactly what he had to do until he got closer. The distant clash of steel, along with a guttural roar, shattered his wandering thoughts. Danny skidded to a halt and expanded his awareness, every nerve on high alert. He rested his hand on the hilt of his sword as he concentrated. Not far ahead, he sensed human and inhuman life forces. No corruption, thank heaven for small favors. He drew his sword and activated several defensive spells before continuing on at a more controlled pace. Running into an ambush would help no one. The sounds of battle grew louder as he jogged along. The shouting of men mingled with the roars of something. The road curved to the right, blocking his view. The battle sounded close, and when Danny rounded the bend, he found the fight. A caravan of 6 wagons spread out along the road. The monsters must have taken them by surprise, as they'd had no time to form a circle. 10 guards fought desperately up and down the line against twice as many black-furred creatures. Each monster had elongated limbs and wild, glittering eyes. What they lacked in weapons they made up for with razor-sharp claws. Danny had never seen anything like them. He'd found Valendor had an endless supply of novel, nasty things that wanted to kill you. The guards shouted as they battled the monsters while trying to protect the cowering men hiding in the beds of their wagons. The creatures moved with horrifying speed, their claws and teeth driving the defenders back. Only the humans' armor kept them in the game, though several men lay unmoving in the dirt as the assault pressed in on all sides. Danny took everything in at a glance, then charged into the melee. Physical enhancements, combined with a spell to make his sword sharper than a razor, allowed him to cut the nearest brute in half. Another monster leapt at him like a striking tiger. Danny blasted it out of the air with a lightning bolt. He darted in and out, every strike taking a limb or a head. Despite their ferocity, these, whatever they were, died as easily as men, and soon Danny turned the tide. 5 minutes after his arrival, black-furred bodies littered the ground around the wagons. Danny flicked the blood off his sword and sheathed it. He sensed no other threats in the area. "Anyone hurt?" he asked. "I have some skill with healing." The caravan guards eyed him, their weapons still raised. Apparently saving their lives had failed to earn their trust. He didn't blame them. The adrenaline from the fight probably hadn't worn off yet. "Relax," Danny said. "I didn't save you just to rob you myself." "Who might you be then, sir?" one of the guards asked. "Not a regular traveler with moves like that." "I'm Ronan, an adventurer." He reached into his pocket for his guild card. The guards tensed as if expecting him to pull out a hellhound. "See, I'm a good guy." The guards finally relaxed and put their weapons away. "So, does anyone need healing?" Danny asked again. 3 hands went up and he got busy infusing them with divine energy. Thankfully, the men's wounds were shallow, and in less than a minute he had them all patched up. As he finished with the last of the wounded, a portly man with a salt and pepper beard popped up in the rear of the third wagon like a chubby gopher. From the rich material of his blue robe, Danny assumed he had to be one of the people in charge of this caravan. "I beg your pardon, sir, but I overheard your conversation. My name is Tomlin, and I have the distinction of serving as the master of this caravan. Allow me to formally thank you for your assistance. Would you by any chance be headed for Frost Edge?" "Glad I could help, though I regret not getting here in time to save the rest of your guards. I'm headed for the settlement nearest the base of the Ice Fang Mountains. My map doesn't show anything in the area." "You must have an old map, sir. Frost Edge has been there for 200 years. The Elfbloods drew Danny's map about 1,500 years ago, so yeah, definitely old. "Sounds like where I want to go. Why do you ask?" "We're headed there as well, and I hoped I might secure your assistance as a guard for the rest of the trip," Tomlin said. "I'll even make it a retroactive contract at the guild when we arrive. Say, 5 gold coins for the rest of the trip?" They were close enough that Danny wouldn't begrudge the slower pace, and with any luck, the guards would share some intel on the local threats. "Deal. Do you have space to load the dead guards?" Tomlin shook his head. "Alas, our wagons are packed to the brim, as you can see, and we can't delay here lest more of the Gremlocks show up. It's an unfortunate reality that the dead must give way to the living. Their families will be contacted when we arrive, so they won't be wondering what happened." "Give me a minute." Danny opened his storage and quickly loaded the bodies. "There. Now they'll at least have something to bury." "That's quite decent of you, sir." "All right, everyone, let's get moving." The drivers crawled out of their wagon beds and got back on the benches. A guard climbed up beside each driver, while the rest spaced themselves out around the perimeter. A stocky man in heavy mail armor, his graying beard dark with sweat, approached Danny. "Name's Aubin, and I'm the head guard on this job. Mind taking point? My boys are pretty well done after the fight." "Sure, no problem. I've got some experience as a scout, and I'm good at detection magic." They shook hands, and Danny trotted to the front of the line. Once everyone found their place, the caravan got underway. After his running pace, it felt like the wagons hardly made any progress through the afternoon, but at least nothing bothered them. Half an hour before dark, Tomlin said, "Let's find a place to make camp." Danny didn't see much in the way of promising sights, and eventually they just parked the wagons as close to the side of the road as possible and got busy setting up camp and starting cook fires. It didn't take Danny long to put up his little one-man tent. Once he finished, he went to find Tomlin. The caravan master had found himself a comfortable spot in a camp chair beside the first fire. As usual, the boss left the work to his subordinates. Danny crouched beside him. "Are those, what did you call them? Gremlocks. Something you deal with frequently?" "No, Adonai be praised." Tomlin made the halo symbol over his head. "They usually stick to the mountain valleys and just make occasional raids into the highlands. I've never seen one, much less a pack of them, this far from the mountains. I can't imagine what prompted them to leave their usual territory. Hopefully we can make the rest of the journey without encountering any more of the ugly brutes." Danny seconded that, but he failed to shake the feeling that whatever drove the monsters out of their habitat had something to do with the ether pool. Not that he had any evidence to back his feeling up, but his gut seldom led him astray. Whatever was going on in the mountains, it wouldn't keep him from completing his mission. Chapter 4. A frustration-filled week dragged by as Theron waited for his turn to check on the prisoners. Since his conversation with Cairo, Theron's mind continually returned to his grandfather's story. He badly wanted to know what could have prompted anyone, much less a half-elf, to ignore the will of heaven. The decision went so far beyond anything Theron had ever imagined, his mind refused to process the idea. He shook the thought away. Satisfying his curiosity would have to wait even longer. Supply day had arrived, and he'd have a busy day collecting this month's food and equipment. He grinned. On the plus side, he'd get to see his mother for a few hours since she ran the supply warehouse. When he'd asked her why she didn't live with him and father at the Bastion, she'd told him her soul rebelled at the idea of being unable to go outside for weeks at a time. She didn't seem to bear father any ill will. In fact, if anyone understood his obsessive, duty-bound nature better than Theron, it had to be his mother. He turned down the hall to his father's office and let out a little sigh when he reached the door without encountering Enwin. Though why he should expect to see her both times he visited the office, he had no idea. Just his blind hope talking, most likely. He knocked twice, then tapped the hidden rune of opening. The door slid up and Theron found his father standing at the bookshelf, a leather-bound tome in hand. He turned Theron's way and asked, "Are you prepared?" "Yes, sir. The quartermaster approved the list." Theron hesitated, then said, "You should come with me. I'm sure Mom would like to see you." "Perhaps next time. I have something to work on today. Give your mother a hug for me." Theron swallowed a sigh. That had been a gentler response than Theron dared hope for, even if he didn't get the answer he wanted. He sometimes wondered why his parents got together in the first place if they weren't going to really be together. He asked both of them at various times and always got the same reply. Sometimes things don't work out the way you might prefer. Thoroughly unsatisfying, but he no longer expected any other. "Was there something else?" his father asked. Theron realized he'd been standing there staring at nothing in particular while his mind wandered. His cheeks warmed, and he hastened to say, "No, sir. I'll be on my way." Ducking back out of the office, Theron walked toward the portal room. He focused on his breathing, and by the time he arrived at the secluded chamber off of the supply storehouse, he'd cleared his mind of any lingering embarrassment. The quartermaster, a burly elf blood named Nolan with more muscles than a human, waited outside the entrance. He was a distant cousin of Theron's, and nearly as old as Therius. He'd served at the Bastion for as long as his father, and seldom spoke 2 words when one would suffice. "The portal opens in 5 minutes and will remain open for 10 hours. Be sure to bring everything through before it closes." Theron nodded. He'd done the supply run plenty of times and knew the job inside and out. "Understood, sir. Any last-minute changes to the list?" "No." Nolan held out a rolled-up scroll, which Theron accepted. The portal chamber door opened, and Theron entered. A rune circle took up a third of the space and already glowed with a faint golden aura. As he waited for the connection to solidify, Theron debated discussing his conversation with his imprisoned grandfather with his mother. He felt confident she wouldn't tell his father. In fact, Theron doubted the two of them spoke more than once a year. As the final rune blazed to life, he resolved to talk things over with her. Surely his mother could help him figure out what to do. As the white glow of the ethereal tunnel faded away, a horrible smell hit Theron right in the nose. He'd never smelled anything like it, and didn't know what to think. He blinked his eyes to clear them. He'd appeared in the right place. The sprawling warehouse shouldn't be this dim at this time of day. They were well to the south of the Ice Fang Mountains, though exactly where remained a mystery, at least to Theron. He didn't think night had fallen here, and even if it had, the warehouse had lights. Figuring out why the light crystals had malfunctioned would keep until later. An effort of will agitated the ether until a white globe of light appeared over his head. The sight his spell revealed would haunt Theron for the rest of his life. 3 bodies, dressed in blue uniforms, lay sprawled in the middle of the warehouse floor. Pools of dried blood surrounded them. Theron's eyes locked on the only female body. He sprinted over to his mother's corpse and dropped to his knees, heedless of the mess. Whoever did this had hacked at her body, cutting deep slashes in her chest and nearly severing her right arm. Hands trembling with pain and rage, Theron closed her eyes. Slow, deep breaths calmed his racing heart. First, he needed to figure out exactly what happened here. Then he could see about tracking down whoever did it. Inch by painful inch, he climbed to his feet. A full circuit of the warehouse confirmed a lack of any other bodies. The attackers had either killed everyone with no losses of their own, a possibility he considered unlikely given his mother and the other attendants' magical abilities, or they took their fallen with them. His look around confirmed something else as well. The warehouse had been thoroughly looted. Theron would be bringing back no supplies this visit. When he felt he'd learned everything possible, he returned to the rune circle and stepped into the bastion. An instant later, he appeared in the supply room. Nolan waited 10 feet away, no doubt in expectation of workers bringing crates of supplies. Theron hated to disappoint him, especially given what he found. "What happened?" Nolan asked. Keeping his voice tightly under control, Theron said, "Someone attacked the warehouse. Everyone's dead, including my mother. The raiders took everything." The quartermaster's usually grim face had drawn down in a deep scowl. "Was the attack recent?" Theron shook his head. "No, not very. I need to let my father know what happened." "Good idea. I'll take a look for myself." Nolan cleared his throat. "Sorry about your mother, Theron." Theron refused to break down, not yet. "Thank you, sir. It didn't look like anyone was in the area, but be careful all the same." Nolan nodded and they swapped places. As soon as he'd vanished, Theron ran for his father's office. He didn't encounter another soul on his mad dash, hardly a surprise given how few of them served at the bastion. More slow breaths calmed his heart and smoothed his ragged breathing. He knocked and the door slid open. His father sat behind his desk, the leather-bound tome he'd been holding when Theron left open on the desk in front of him. He took one look at Theron and asked, "What is it?" Theron repeated his story, then added, "We need to track down whoever killed her and make them pay." To his utter shock, his father shook his head. "Revenge is the path to corruption. We will see what we can determine. Then we will use our heads and decide what must come next. Given our limited personnel and resources, hunting down bandits, possibly thousands of miles from the warehouse, isn't within our power, not while we guard the bastion. First and foremost, we must give your mother and her companions the send-off they deserve." All the emotions Theron had been keeping tightly under wraps exploded. "Aren't you upset? I just told you Mom was killed and you hardly bat an eye." "I will grieve for your mother in my own time and in my own way, just as I loved her in my own way. Do not mistake self-control for lack of emotion. I have known your mother for 1,200 years. She brought me out of a very dark place after my own father's betrayal. But regardless of my feelings on the matter, my duty, my responsibility doesn't vanish. Only 10 of us guard the heretics. Should we abandon our mission and they escaped, the consequences for the world don't bear consideration. My pain, our pain, is nothing in comparison, though I know it doesn't feel like it now. His father stood, came around his desk, and hugged him. Theron didn't know what surprised him more, the long speech or the show of affection, but his father's arms allowed something to break loose, and the next thing Theron knew, tears were running down his face. He cried as his father held him. They exchanged no words. Nothing remained to be said in any case. When Theron had himself somewhat under control, he stepped back from his father and said, "I'm okay. Thank you." The faint smile that quirked his father's lips held no humor. "I doubt that. But for now, it will be good to do something distracting. Shall we see what Nolan has learned?" Theron followed his father out of his office and down the hall to the supply room. As they walked, he said, "Meaning no disrespect to the quartermaster, but what does he know about finding killers?" His father chuckled. "Nolan Frostwatch might be a quartermaster now, but before the betrayal he was the finest warrior in the clan. Chiral nearly killed him during the Battle of Suppression. When he recovered and learned about the plans to build the Bastion of Eternal Ice, he volunteered to join me on the condition that he receive a non-combat role. His near-death experience left him broken inside, but his knowledge remains." "I had no idea," Theron said. "There's no reason you would. Nolan dislikes talking about his past, and it would be best if you didn't mention I shared it with you. I only did so in order to reassure you that he knew his business." Theron wondered for a brief, unkind moment what other secrets his father kept from him before dismissing the thought as unworthy. Soon enough, they reached the supply room, and Theron followed his father through the portal. They found the warehouse blindingly bright compared to the first time Theron arrived. Looked like Nolan had opened the building's main door to let the light stream in. The fresh, dry air had also done wonders to air out the rotten smell. The 3 bodies lay in a neat row, covered by a white sheet. Where he'd found a sheet to cover them with, Theron had no idea. His search of the warehouse had revealed nothing of even remote value left behind. Of course, given his state of mind at the time, he may well have missed something. "Where's Nolan?" Theron asked. "Outside looking around," his father said. "Your mind is scattered and unfocused. Remember your training. Though unlikely, it is possible a threat remains." Theron disliked the reminder, but he had to admit his father had a point. He could barely keep a coherent thought in his head, and having his mother's body only yards away didn't help in the least. "Let's see what he found." His father's voice jarred Theron out of his thoughts, and they walked outside together. When they emerged, the heat washed over Theron as he stared around in wonder. A tan landscape spread out as far as he could see in every direction. He'd never seen such an environment before, and the heat, even in the summer, it never got this warm in the Bastion. "Where are we?" "The Amber Dunes," his father said. "There's a settlement perhaps 10 miles from here where we traded white gold for food and other supplies. We've traded peacefully with the locals since the Empire fell. White gold is highly valued in the area, which is why we chose it as the location for our warehouse. I can't imagine what might have happened to change the humans' attitude." "Nothing changed their attitude." Nolan came marching up from their right. "I did a bit of magical scouting. The settlement's gone. Burned to the ground. Not sure if it happened before or after our warehouse got hit, but there's a good chance whoever attacked us went after them as well. Pity there are no survivors to question." "Indeed, it would be nice to know what happened here. But in the end, done is done. We'll need to find a new source of supplies." Nolan grunted. "We also need to disconnect the portal. It activates every 30 days automatically. I'd just as soon not have some random human stumbling on this place and showing up in my supply room. Good point. Theron stared at the two men as they discussed practicalities like 3 of their own had not been murdered by unknown raiders. He wanted to shout again, but recognized his grief talking. They could do nothing for the dead, and the living needed supplies. The Bastion would run out of food in a week. "Theron!" He started when his father raised his voice. "Sorry, sir, my mind wandered. I fear I'm less focused than I should be. What did you need?" "I asked you to go back to the Bastion and return with the rest of the Frostwatch clan members. We'll have the funeral for the victims here." Theron nodded and jogged back the way he'd come. His mother's soul had already become one with heaven. He understood that. The funeral served only to say goodbye and ensure the bodies wouldn't end up as raw materials for some wandering necromancer. Nothing remained of his mother save an empty shell, and for now he'd have to live with knowing her murderers would get away with taking her from him. A bitter pill to swallow, but what else could he do? Chapter 5. Theron walked through the Bastion's halls in a bit of a daze. His duties, such as they were, didn't take enough focus to keep his mind from wandering back over the previous day's events. Despite mourning his mother properly at the funeral, his emotions remained all over the place. He needed to do something, anything, to make things right. That nothing he did would truly make it right in no way discouraged him from wanting to act. "Theron!" He looked up from the blank steel floor to see Enwyn headed his way. He hadn't seen her since he found his mother, though he assumed someone had told her what happened. When 3/4 of the Guardians left the Bastion at once, the rest were bound to notice. "Good day, Enwyn. Is all well?" "I heard about your mother. I'm so sorry." She put a hand on his arm, and an electric thrill ran through Theron's soul. "If there's anything I can do, please let me know." He hesitated. Then, before his fear had a chance to stop him again, he leaned in and kissed her. When he pulled back, Enwyn lowered her golden eyes. "Do you know how long I've been waiting for you to do that?" Theron's heart raced, and he leaned in again. Enwyn met him halfway. This kiss left him short of breath. When they finally came up for air, Theron said, "I regret waiting so long. We're immortal. Time means nothing. What matters is the future. Our future." Her brilliant smile turned down a fraction. "What's wrong?" Theron must not have kept his expression properly under control. His father often told him he wore his feelings on his sleeve. "I was just thinking the same thing the other day. Then someone killed Mom, and I realized we don't really have unlimited time. We still live at the whim of fate. A moment of bad luck, and the future I'm very much looking forward to sharing with you could be taken away." Enwyn hugged him and rested her head on his chest. "That's the same risk every living thing faces. Elf-bloods have it far better than any other group. We may have centuries, if not millennia, together. A human gets a few decades at most with their loved ones." He chewed his lip for a second, then decided to take a risk. What if we didn't have to leave our future up to fate? What if immortality truly was possible? "What do you—" Her eyes widened in horror when she understood what he was suggesting. "You mean become like the heretics?" He nodded. "If we followed in my grandfather's footsteps, it would guarantee our future together forever. Together frozen in a block of enchanted ice. What they did is forbidden for a reason. Not to mention, we don't even know how to do it." "We don't, but Kyril does. He spoke to me, Enwyn. The last time I checked the cells, the magic has weakened enough to allow him to make contact. If we help him, he'll make us truly immortal." Enwyn separated herself from him. The loss of her warmth hurt him more than he imagined possible. "What you're thinking about goes against everything we've been taught. What we need to do is tell your father how much the binding has loosened. Whether he can do anything to restore it is another matter, but at least he'll know about the threat. You know my father. He wouldn't even consider listening to grandfather. Please, Before you speak to him, won't you at least hear the other side of the argument? I'll make a bargain with you. I'll listen to Cairo if you promise to abide by my decision afterwards. Theron agreed at once. There's no point in doing this if we don't do it together. Whatever you decide is fine with me. All right. She took his hand again. The next time we're both on duty in the holding area, we'll see what he has to say. Thank you, Enwin. You're welcome. I'm on the new hunting detail today, so I'll see you later. He nodded. Would you like to have dinner together? Her bright smile returned and his heart melted all over again. I'd like that. They parted ways, and Theron let out a long sigh. That had gone both far better and somewhat worse than he would have liked. Learning Enwin shared his feelings left him almost giddy, even as he fretted over what she might tell his father after they spoke with Cairo. He needed to talk with his grandfather first. Perhaps together they could think up some way to convince her. Only hours after his heart-to-heart with Enwin, Theron received a summons to his father's office. Nothing had triggered the wards, and as far as he knew, things were peaceful. He thought for a moment his father might want to talk about Mom some more, but Theron dismissed the idea out of hand. His father wouldn't want to talk about his feelings unless absolutely necessary. More curious than worried, Theron marched up to the door and knocked. It slid open, and his father stepped out into the hall. Odd, but Theron made sure to keep his confusion hidden. How are you holding up, son? Had he completely misread his father? I'm as okay as possible given the circumstances. Getting over losing Mom isn't going to happen quickly. Enwin has kindly offered me a shoulder to cry on. A faint smile quirked his father's lips. Theron couldn't say if that surprised him more or less than the inquiry into his well-being. You finally told her how you felt? Theron's jaw dropped. How did you know? Everyone knows. At least everyone who's seen you two together. Even a blind man could tell what you were thinking when Enwin was around. I'm happy for you both. I hope you can find something a bit closer than the relationship I had with your mother. I'll do my best, sir. His father nodded and put a hand on his shoulder. That's all anyone can ask. And speaking of asking, would you mind doing another check of the cells? I know it isn't your turn, but 4 of the guardians are out hunting mountain goats in hopes of stocking the larder until we can figure out a permanent solution. Talk about a lucky day. This would be the perfect opportunity to speak with his grandfather. No problem, sir. I'll do it right now. Was there anything else? No. Thank you. His father gave him a final pat on the back before ducking into his office and closing the door. Theron stared at it for a moment as he tried to figure out who he'd just spoken to and where his normally taciturn father ended up. With a little shake of his head, Theron set off for the lowest level. With nearly half of the guardians outside, the bastion felt even emptier than usual. Father said he wanted to find a permanent solution to their supply problem, but Theron couldn't imagine what that might be. The portal only connected to one location, that being the warehouse. Given the state of the world since the Empire fell apart, he doubted many safe locations existed. That likely meant they'd end up having to deal with the human city at the base of the mountains. Despite having never seen the place, he doubted it would suit their needs. The journey down to the lower level took only minutes, and before he knew it, Theron stood in front of his grandfather's prison. The shadowy, blackened ice terrified him a bit less today, though in both his normal and magical vision nothing had changed. Your thoughts are disordered, Theron. Tell me what has happened to bring you back so soon. Theron told him, first about his mother's murder and later what happened with Enwin. He didn't know why he trusted his grandfather so much, given that the High Council imprisoned him for defying heaven's will. But something about Cairo inspired confidence in him. Perhaps he simply felt like someone safe to speak with, given his circumstances. You have my most sincere sympathy for your loss. And there was no sign of those responsible? No. The nearby human settlement we traded with ended up destroyed as well, so at minimum those we trusted didn't betray us. I take some small comfort in that. But as for who actually did it, we have no idea. Nor does it matter. My mother will remain just as dead no matter who killed her. True, but if you can find those responsible, you can at least bring them to justice. As for the second matter, finding love is a wonderful thing. It's only natural that you want to preserve it forever. I would teach you the secrets of true immortality, but the process is complex. For it to work properly, I have to perform many of the spells myself. Theron hung his head. He should have known learning something so important wouldn't be easy. Should you be able to free me, I will happily share the process, not only with you and Enwin, but with all of our people. We can rebuild the Empire and ensure that what happened to your mother never happens to anyone else. Theron frowned. I admit I'm no expert on the magic, but I don't believe it's possible to free you. There is one way, though it's dangerous. You need to deactivate the ether pool powering the wards that hold us here. Once that's done, the wards will dissolve along with the ice. No one had bothered to tell Theron about the source of the ward's power. The High Council built the bastion long before his birth, but he knew for sure that the bottom floor had no descending path. They were sitting on solid stone. How would I do such a thing? Not just the process, but escaping my father's notice long enough to find the ether pool in the first place. If it were possible to disrupt the wards from here, that would be one thing, but leaving the bastion to find the ether pool then turning it off is too much for one person. But perhaps not for two people. If we can convince Enwin to help you, she could leave while you kept up appearances here. No, I won't ask her to do something dangerous. If she got hurt, or, heaven forbid, killed, I'd never be able to live with myself. Besides, Enwin is a competent wizard, but I doubt she has the raw power to do whatever she has to in order to deactivate the pool. Theron tapped his chin. Maybe she wouldn't have to. If she went to the human settlement, I've heard stories of groups willing to take on dangerous tasks for money. We have plenty of white gold to hire them. Excellent idea. Even better, if they fail, no one will know you were involved. Anyone who found their bodies would write them off as explorers sticking their noses in where they didn't belong. But first we need to convince Enwin. Assuming we can do that, coming up with the rest of the details will be the next task. If she loves you, I'm confident you'll have no trouble using her emotions to convince her this is the right thing. Theron disliked the idea of manipulating Enwin, and the casual way his grandfather suggested it left a bad taste in his mouth. On the other hand, guaranteeing their eternal life was worth the risk. I'll bring her here as soon as I can arrange it. Chapter 6. Danny stood at the top of a shallow grade leading down into a 5-mile-wide valley, the sides quickly growing steep and rugged as they turned into the Ice Fang Mountains. In the center of that valley sat the settlement of Frost Edge. A high wooden wall surrounded the settlement, and a single gate allowed entry. From this distance he couldn't make out many details of the buildings inside, but they looked pretty standard. He jogged 100 yards ahead of Tomlin's caravan to make sure nothing nasty waited in ambush for them, but like the rest of their 7-day journey, the road ahead appeared peaceful. He took a deep breath of air so fresh it almost stung his lungs. They'd left the worst of the heat behind, and it felt more like early fall. Now that the caravan had arrived within sight of the settlement, he allowed himself to relax a little. They'd made the rest of the journey with no further Grimlock attacks. Given the ease of the journey, he almost felt guilty taking Tomlin's coin. Emphasis on almost. The rest of the caravan caught up, and he led the way down into the valley. The clear air made distances deceiving. It took most of an hour to reach the city gate. He was surprised not to find any other caravans waiting to enter, but given the settlement's remoteness, maybe he shouldn't have been. Danny let Tomlin and the lead wagon overtake him so they could approach the guards first. He figured a familiar face would receive a warmer welcome than a stranger. "Hi there, Tomlin. You're early this year." A burly man dressed in leather armor that left his massive arms bare stepped away from his fellow guards. "Did you have a good trip?" "Good enough, Gustav. How are the furs looking this season?" "Sparse. Don't know what's going on in the mountains, but it's been a strange summer. Plenty of white golds come in, though, so that's something." Tomlin nodded. "All quiet around here?" Gustav reached over and tapped the wall with his knuckle. "So far, we haven't seen a single Gremlock." "Consider yourself fortunate," Tomlin said. 25 of the ugly things hit us a week south of here. Never seen them so far from the mountains. You?" Gustav shook his head. "Nope. Like I said, it's been a strange summer. Get yourself inside, and welcome back to Frost Edge." The caravan passed through the gates, and Danny took in the settlement. The pungent scent of pine smoke, horse dung, and tanned leather hit Danny as they moved deeper into the town. Narrow streets of packed dirt ran between buildings built primarily of rough-hewn timber with stone foundations. It looked like Frost Edge had grown organically, with little in the way of planning. The buildings sat here and there without apparent rhyme or reason. Wooden walkways lined the streets to, he assumed, avoid the worst of the mud when it rained. As in scale, the people out and about all went armed, mostly with swords and spears, though he saw a few archers mixed in for good measure, probably hunters after whatever critter they skinned for fur. The ring of a blacksmith's hammer striking an anvil drew Danny's gaze to an open smithy where a hugely muscled blond man worked at putting a new shoe on a horse. It seemed far too peaceful and calm, but then the Grimlock attack probably colored Danny's perceptions. If the locals knew nothing about it, then they had no reason to be on edge. Soon enough, the wagons pulled up outside a large building, its massive door thrown wide open to welcome them. Danny could almost taste the dust and old wood. Looked like they'd reached the end of the road. As jobs went, they didn't come much easier than this one. As soon as the caravan came to a halt, Tomlin climbed down from the lead wagon and clapped his hands. 6 muscular guys in leathers came out and got busy carrying crates into the warehouse. Danny figured it would have been easier to take the wagons inside to unload them, but whatever. He assumed the Teamsters knew their business better than he did. He moved out of the way to give the workers more room. Tomlin finished issuing his orders, then strode over to join him. "Well, we made it safe and sound," Tomlin said. "Thanks again for your help. Shall we head over to the guild and get you paid?" "Sounds good to me. What about the bodies of your guards?" "I'll take care of it. Please lay them down inside the warehouse." Danny did as he asked, and then they set out across town, a walk that didn't take especially long given Frost Edge's modest size. And soon enough they reached a stone and wood building that resembled a small fort. The familiar sign featuring a sword and wand swung in a light breeze. Danny had visited his share of adventurers' guilds during his travels, but this had to be the sturdiest-looking one so far. He yanked the door open and found the common room empty save for a single secretary, a man every bit as muscular and blond as most of the other residents, behind the counter at the rear of the building. Danny led the way over and placed his card on the counter. "Welcome to the Frost Edge Guild," the secretary said after giving Danny's card a passing glance. "How can we be of service today?" "I hired Ronan on the road here," Tomlin said, "and I'd like to arrange a retroactive contract so he gets full credit with the guild for his hard work." The secretary nodded. "Not a problem. Though you know you could just take the pay and leave us out of it, right?" Danny grinned. "I thought about that. But I haven't completed a proper job in months, so I thought it might look good for my record to show some progress toward Alpha Elite." The secretary shrugged. "Well, the guild has a standing policy never to turn down money. So if you're determined to give us some, I'm duty-bound to accept. One moment." He moved a little ways down the counter and pulled a sheet of paper out from underneath. Next, he jotted down a basic note about caravan guard duty. "How much?" 5 gold coins, Tomlin said. He noted the amount, then spun the contract around. "You both need to sign at the bottom." Tomlin went first, then Danny. "The coin?" the secretary asked. 5 gold coins, each the size of a quarter, clinked on the table. Once again, the size of the currency had changed. Danny made a mental note to exchange some of his coin for the local variety. "Perfect. Excuse me." The secretary swapped one of the coins for 5 of silver about the same size. "There you go. I'll notch your guild card, and you'll be all set." While the secretary took care of that final detail, Danny shook Tomlin's hand and said, "It's been interesting. I hope your trip back is less eventful." "Likewise. We'll be here for at least 2 months buying goods to take south. Perhaps when I'm ready to leave, your business will be concluded and I can hire you for the trip back. If Danny managed to destroy the ether pool in 2 months, that would make him very happy indeed. Assuming I'm done, I wouldn't say no. Spending the winter here doesn't appeal to me. Take care. You too. Tomlin turned and strode out of the guild, leaving Danny alone to accept his card, now featuring a small notch along the edge. Thanks, Danny said. So what's the best way to make some money around here? Most members hunt in the mountains, either for herbs or furs. You'll find all the details on the job board. If you're looking for another contract, it's mostly caravan guard work. Great. Last thing, then I'll get out of your hair. I need a place to stay. The Fighting Quail is a nice inn, 5 doors up the road to your right. Perfect. I appreciate the help. He turned away and marched over to the job board beside the door. Danny scanned the listings. Just as the secretary said, guard duty and standing offers for various herbs and fur-bearing critters dominated the posts. From the looks of it, anyone could hunt wherever they wanted. Whoever brought the beast in got paid. While he doubted anyone would care, should somebody ask, posing as a hunter would be a perfect cover for exploring the mountains. And who knew? Maybe he'd find something tasty wandering around out there. Chapter 7. Theron met Enwyn for breakfast in the small dining room off the kitchen. She looked beautiful in her dark blue tunic and trousers, though in his eyes she'd look beautiful in pretty much anything. They'd both been so busy they hadn't had a chance to talk. He very much wanted to figure out how to bring her down to the cells to speak with his grandfather. He took a final bite of breakfast and grimaced. The meals had grown tedious and bland since the warehouse attack, but at least they had enough meat to last for a little while. Today's breakfast consisted of stewed goat meat with mixed vegetables and no spices, save salt. Hopefully they'd sort the supply situation out sooner rather than later. You look lost in thought, Enwyn said. Sorry, I was thinking about spices, or more precisely the lack of them. A very minor problem given our current situation. What's on your agenda today? More hunting? No, I'm off today. I was hoping we might spend some time together if you're free. Theron grinned. Few things would please him more. It would also be a good chance to finally introduce her to Kyril. 2 weeks had passed since his last chat with his grandfather, and despite time not being much of an issue for any of them, he found his patience wearing thin. I'd like that. In fact, this might be the perfect opportunity for you to meet Kyril. If anyone asks, we can say you were double-checking the wards for me. She got a faraway look as she thought. Are you sure we can trust him? No, but I'm sure he wants to escape and that he'll need help if he wants to reestablish the Empire. Our willing help will be far more useful to him than trying to force people to serve him. In time, I'm sure Father and the rest of the clan will see the light. Without us to lead it, the world is too chaotic. Mom never would have been killed if the Empire still existed. Enwyn reached across the table and took his hand. I'll listen to your ideas, but I make no promises if I don't like what Kyril has to say. That's all I ask. Thank you, Enwyn. If you're ready, now is as good a time as any to speak with him. I actually came up with a plan I think might work, though I haven't spoken with him about it yet. We can discuss it together. All right, let's go. Until this is done, I'll be too nervous to look anyone in the eye without flinching. They dropped their bowls off at the kitchen window, then set out hand in hand for the cells. On the way, they passed 2 guardians who said nothing when they saw them, though Theron saw a smirk on the second man, a distant cousin he seldom interacted with, but he chose to interpret it as jealousy. Certainly, if Theron had seen someone else holding Enwyn's hand, he would have been jealous. When they reached the entrance of the prison section, he suppressed a scowl of annoyance. Benton stood on guard duty. Though not a Frostwatch clan member, he took his work nearly as seriously as Theron's father. What brings you two by this morning? Benton eyed their clasped hands with a little lip curl of distaste. We're surveying the cells. Everything looked fine last time I checked, but I wanted Enwyn to make sure I didn't miss anything. Can't be too careful, after all. You're quite correct. But don't be too long. There are more comfortable places than the cells to fool around. Enwin squeezed his hand so hard it started to hurt. Not wanting an argument to break out now, he tugged her past Benton and down the stairs to the cells. If he thought they were going to make out beside 3 frozen near corpses, Theron wouldn't discourage him. It served them far better than the truth. When they'd moved out of earshot, Enwin said, "Of all the rude comments, has he always been a prick or is it a new thing?" "I don't know Benton well enough to say one way or the other, and I don't care enough to worry about his opinion. If he tells my father anything, I prefer that to the truth." "Good point. So how does this work? Grandfather can speak directly into your mind. It's a bit shocking at first, so prepare yourself." She gave a little shiver, and he doubted the cold caused it. Soon enough they reached the stone floor and stood in front of the blackened ice of Chiral's prison. Nothing had changed since his last visit. "Grandfather, this is Enwin, the woman I told you about." "A pleasure to meet you, young lady. My grandson has nothing but fond thoughts about you." Enwin let out a little yelp, confirming that Chiral had spoken to both of them at the same time. When she'd gathered her wits, she said, "I'm pleased to meet you as well. Is it true you can make us all immortal and not just ageless?" "Indeed. If the Council hadn't betrayed me, we all would have been immortal and the Empire would still stand. All the tragedies that have happened might have been avoided but for their arrogance and short-sightedness. But now we have a chance to undo that mistake." "I've been thinking about it," Theron said. "Father mentioned needing to set up trade relations with the human settlement. If Enwin volunteered for that job, she could contact the humans you mentioned and hire them to deactivate the ether pool." "The what?" Enwin asked. "The ether pool is what powers the wards." Theron gave her a quick rundown of what Chiral told him earlier. "If we can deactivate it, the wards will dissolve." "That sounds too simple," Enwin said. "It isn't. The ether pool is hidden far below the mountains, and you can be sure the High Council placed many guardians and wards to protect it. Gaining access will be no easy task. That's why I agreed with Theron's plan to hire disposable humans rather than risking the lives of elf-bloods." Given the crinkle between Enwin's eyebrows, Theron figured she didn't like the idea of humans being disposable. Theron had never met a human, and had no idea what they might be like, but he knew there were far more of them than there were surviving elf-bloods. And more importantly, he didn't care if he had to sacrifice the lives of thousands of humans as long as it kept Enwin and his clan safe. "Assuming we do this," Enwin said, "do you promise not to hurt anyone? I mean, you've been locked in these cells for a long time. I find it unlikely that you won't seek revenge for what the High Council did to you, or what we did in keeping you locked up." "The High Council is gone and most of our people slain. Even if revenge interested me, the people I most wanted to kill are already dead, taken by their own arrogance and stupidity. I derive considerable satisfaction in that truth, especially knowing that had they done as I suggested all those years ago, they would not only still be alive, but they'd be thriving." "I'm not sure," Enwin said. "I feel like I'm missing something important. Who are we to second-guess the Council's wisdom?" Theron didn't know about the Council's wisdom given some of the decisions they made later on, but Heaven certainly considered what Chiral did a bad idea. Probably best not to mention that fact to Enwin given her obvious doubts. "Maybe at the time," Theron said. "Grandfather's suggestion seemed too extreme. I can see that. The Empire was at its height. No one could challenge us. But times change. Now if we want to survive as a people, we need to find another way. This ritual will ensure our people's continuation no matter what. And, on a selfish note, we won't be stuck guarding this prison for the rest of eternity. I'd like to see more of the world than a frozen mountain." Enwin chewed her lip as she thought. Theron didn't dare push her too hard lest she outright refuse. They had all the time in the world. No need to rush. At last she said, "I don't know. Let me think about it a little more." "Of course. Learning that your bedrock beliefs are based on distortions is a difficult thing. It's only natural that you need time to make peace with the truth. If you wish to know more, please feel free to return any time. One word of caution. Once the ethereal fluctuations have stabilized, freeing us will be much harder. Enwin nodded. We should return before Benton grows suspicious. I will think on everything you've said. Theron led the way back toward the exit. He didn't dare say anything as they got closer to the door, lest someone overhear. Sound carried very well in these tunnels. For now, he had to hope Enwin made the right decision. Chapter 8. A week had passed since Enwin's conversation with Kyril, and once again she found herself on hunting detail. An hour ago she'd parted company with her fellow guardians to trudge alone toward the sheer slopes where the mountain goats lived. The frigid mountain wind slapped her cheeks, but did little to help her make a decision. She'd been thinking non-stop since the bizarre psychic conversation, and still hadn't made up her mind about what she should do. No matter how you sliced it, freeing the Lord of Black Ice had to be a bad idea, regardless of what Theron said. No doubt, grief over his mother's murder colored his thoughts and made him fearful of losing her too. She appreciated his concern and loved the warm feeling that filled her whenever they were together, but even so, Enwin refused to let her emotions override her intellect. At least one of them had to keep their wits about them. She didn't know exactly what Kyril told Theron before she spoke to him, but she seriously doubted he'd been completely honest. More likely, he'd played on Theron's doubts and fears to convince him to help. Enwin badly wanted to discuss all this with Lord Therius, but she didn't dare. Theron's father had no bend in him, and if he found out they'd spoken with Kyril and discussed the possibility of freeing him, the result would not be pleasant, especially for Theron. She didn't dare ask any of the other guardians for advice for the same reason. Any of them would certainly run right to Therius. She wanted to pull her hair out, but that wouldn't help either. Instead, she'd made up her mind to look for the ether pool herself. The hunters all split up to look for mountain goats, so she'd have the whole day to try and figure out if the thing even existed, though she saw no reason for Kyril to lie about that part. If he wanted out, and she had no doubt he did, then it would be in his best interest to tell them the right way to go about it. Pity he hadn't provided a precise location. She assumed if an ether pool powered the bastion, it had to be close, maybe even directly under it. On the other hand, that didn't mean the access point had to be close by. With the High Council's power, digging a tunnel would be no issue. She crunched through the snow, her eyes peeled for anything that might give her a clue to her target's location. In every direction she saw nothing but shades of white and blue. Enwin looked back over her shoulder and could just make out the bastion. She had to move further out. Grimacing, she trudged on. Hour after hour, mile after mile, she searched and found nothing. At least until noon arrived and she spotted a strange shadow in the distance. Since she hadn't seen anything remotely interesting since beginning her search, Enwin moved closer, keeping her hand close to the hilt of her sword. She might not be the strongest fighter in the world, but a few Grimlocks wouldn't stop her. Lucky for her, she didn't have to fight. The shadow turned out to be the opening of a crevice that dropped way down out of sight. She shaded her eyes against the glare, but didn't come close to seeing the bottom. Exploring the opening wouldn't pose a problem. Whether she should go poking around down there was another matter. It might not even be anything. Of course, she only had one way to find out. Steeling herself, she drew her sword and enchanted it with a light spell. Ready as she'd ever be, Enwin descended into the crevice. The moment her head passed below the upper edge, it felt like she entered another world. Her light spell cast weird shadows on the jagged ice walls, and the tightness of the passage gave the illusion of those walls closing in on her. Enwin never considered herself especially claustrophobic, but if this passage went very deep, she might have to change her assumptions. The cold grew worse as she descended, and soon her shivering had gotten so bad her teeth chattered. Pausing to gather herself, Enwin added a heat spell to counteract the increased chill. A faint twinge in the back of her head made it clear that more spells would not be an option. Well, she'd seen nothing dangerous despite the ominous atmosphere. As long as she didn't freeze to death, she should be fine to continue. 10 strides later, she yelped when she spotted 3 shiny, oversized cats crouched and baring their fangs at the very edge of her light. When they didn't move, she blew out a breath of relief. The statues scared her, or maybe surprised her would be more accurate. What in heaven's name were they doing all the way down here? At minimum, they made it clear the crevice hadn't formed naturally. Nice kitties. She reached down to touch the nearest statue, and nearly lost her hand when it slashed at her with its front paw. Enwin leapt back, and the metal cats stalked closer, their eyes now glowing with an electric blue light. Silently cursing, she released her heat spell and cast a telekinetic blast at the closest cat. The force of the spell pushed it back a few yards, but did no visible damage. One of the other cats leapt at her. She jumped back and swung her sword. The blade clanged and snapped off a foot from the hilt. Right, no way could she fight these things and survive. Running, on the other hand, struck her as a fine plan. Putting all her spare magic into physical enhancement, Enwin spun and ran back the way she'd come. Over the pounding of her own feet, she heard the cat's metal claws scratching against the ice as they rushed after her. So much for them leaving her alone as long as she retreated. Enwin could almost feel them closing in on her back, but she didn't dare turn to see how much of a lead she'd gained. She feared any lapse in concentration would cause her to slip on the ice and end up torn to pieces. Right now, being truly immortal struck her as a very good thing. The light from the entrance to the crevice appeared ahead of her. She burst out of the opening and squinted against the sudden brightness. Instinct prompted her to duck, and a moment later one of the cats leapt through the space her head just occupied. The other 2 emerged more slowly. Out in the bright sunlight, she finally got a good look at the things. Sleek, gleaming steel bodies made it clear she faced no living beast, but rather a construct of some sort. She'd read about these sorts of golems, though she'd never encountered one in real life. Talk about bad luck. The metal cats circled her, their glowing blue eyes taking in her every move. One of them stopped directly between her and the bastion. Whether coincidence or intentional, she had no hope of getting past it to safety. A second cat lunged at her, forcing Enwin to leap back or end up eviscerated. So far, the cats hadn't made a concerted effort to kill her. They reminded her of living cats playing with a mouse. Enwin hated feeling so weak, but her shattered sword made it clear physical attacks would do her no good, and her offensive magic, while more than adequate to kill a mountain goat or grimlock, had no hope of hurting something made of solid steel. If she wanted to live through the next few minutes, she needed to get away from them. Enwin turned and sprinted down the mountain toward the human city. It was a long run, but if she made it inside the walls of the settlement, maybe she'd have a chance. On most days, Theron's duties amounted to little more than patrolling the halls of the bastion. He saw no point in the task. Their wards would alert them if anyone who didn't belong entered the fortress, though as far as he knew, no one had a clue the place existed. Certainly the humans never came this far up in the mountains. Even the mountain goats lived further down. He didn't remember his tasks feeling so tedious before. Much as he wanted to lie to himself, he felt certain his recent connection with both his grandfather and Enwin played a huge part in these new feelings of discontent. He saw so many more options now, options he never considered, and that his father certainly would disapprove of. Most of them included leaving this frozen fortress and seeing the world. He could picture the conversation now. Yes, Father, I do want to leave my duty behind and take Enwin on a tour of the world. That would mean only 8 guardians remain to secure the prisoners. Well, that should still be plenty, right? His father would never accept it, and the wider world held many dangers. What happened to his mother proved that clearly. No, his only path to safety and freedom lay in freeing his grandfather and gaining the secret to true immortality. Hopefully Enwin would make her decision soon. His patrol through the silent halls eventually brought him to the storeroom where he heard people talking. He picked up the pace. Maybe Enwin and the other hunters had returned. The lack of windows made it easy to lose track of time inside. He frowned when he stepped into the storeroom. 3 hunters, 2 dead mountain goats, and Nolan the quartermaster filled the space. But no Enwin. Everyone looked his way when he entered. "Where's Enwin?" he asked. "We separated to hunt a larger area," said Jens, one of Theron's cousins. "At rendezvous time, the 3 of us arrived so we could return together, but Enwin never showed up. We searched until near dark, but with Gremlocks in the area, deemed it too dangerous to continue after sunset and returned here to report in." Theron stared in dumb silence, unable to believe what he just heard. He refused to believe he might lose Enwin less than a month after his mother. It wasn't possible. Despite his rising panic, Theron kept his wits about him. "We need to tell my father. He may have some magical way to locate her." Nolan nodded. "Good idea. Searching these mountains during the day is a huge task. At night, we'd have no hope. I'll deal with the goats. You all get going." Theron didn't need to be told twice. He led the hunters through the halls to his father's office. By the time he turned down the familiar hall, he had nearly broken into a run. He could think about nothing save finding Enwin. She had to be okay. He refused to accept any other possibility. He didn't even have a chance to knock on his father's door when it slid open and Therius stepped out into the hall. His father took one look at Theron and asked, "What's happened?" "Enwin's gone missing," Theron said. Therius's gaze shifted to the hunters. "Tell me." They repeated their story, though Theron found it no more enlightening the second time. "When she didn't show up at the rendezvous point, we searched the immediate area but found no sign of her. With night falling, we deemed it wise to return to the bastion and report in." "Good decision," Therius said. "I will endeavor to find her with my magic. Enwin is too skilled to fall to Gremlocks, but an avalanche or other unforeseen accident may have taken her by surprise." Theron's face twisted at his father's emotionless response. Didn't he care about anyone? No, that wasn't fair. He only sounded uncaring because Theron cared so much. "Can I help?" "No, your emotions may cloud the ether. As soon as I know something, I'll tell you. Until then, I need you to give me a chance to work." Theron took a deep breath and swallowed hard. "Yes, sir." "We'll give Nolan a hand cutting up those goats," one of the hunters said. "If you need us to head out again, we'll be ready." "I expected nothing less," Therius said. "Thank you for your hard work." The hunters bowed and marched off, back toward the storeroom. Theron flinched when his father put a hand on his shoulder. "I will find out what happened to her, son. I promise." Theron nodded, not trusting himself to speak. With a final squeeze, his father ducked back into his office, sealing the door behind him. With nothing else to occupy him, Theron walked a few yards down the hall and slid to the floor. He wrapped his arms around his knees, rested his head on his forearms, and settled in to wait. Chapter 9. Danny enjoyed sleeping in a real bed for the first night in a few weeks. The fighting quail served decent food as well. All in all, he found no fault with the place. Pity he had to leave again so soon, but he really wanted to find the ether pool before the weather turned nasty. If he had more than a few months at this elevation, he'd be surprised. So, full of eggs and bacon, his storage stuffed with supplies purchased at a local shop, and a new pair of boots, Danny set out for the nearby hills. Running through the valley took 15 minutes. Then the slopes got steep. Even with his physical enhancements active, his body wouldn't last long running up the steep paths. Since he had no idea how long it would take to find the pool, he figured he'd better pace himself. Working his way through a stand of evergreens, Danny paused to take a breath. More than the slope slowed him down. This high up, the thin air also took a toll. Danny had spent 6 months in the mountains of Afghanistan back on Earth, so he wasn't completely unfamiliar with heights. He figured in a few days he'd adjust and be able to make better time. A weak life force drew his attention. Homing in on it, he spotted a brown, weasel-looking thing with white feet. He'd seen the critter on the job board, though its name escaped him. A burst of lightning stopped its heart without damaging its fur, and Danny walked over to collect it. It only weighed a couple pounds, and he doubted you'd get more than 2 square feet of hide off the thing. You'd need at least 20 of them to make a decent cloak. He shrugged and tossed it into storage. If memory served, they brought 3 silver coins each, enough to cover a night at the inn. Out of curiosity, Danny expanded his awareness as far as it would go. He sensed a number of animals living in the evergreens. At the edge of the stand, coming from the opposite direction, he sensed a group of 3 humans. Maybe they knew the weasel things lived here. Danny had more than enough wealth to last him the rest of his life, so he'd leave this hunting ground to the others. He'd barely taken a step when 10 inhuman life forces entered his awareness. He recognized them from the battle on the road, Gremlocks. They were angling toward the adventurers as they slowly slunk through the trees. 3 against 10 struck Danny as poor odds. Best to even things out. He hurried through the trees toward the approaching adventurers. The Gremlocks were taking their time stalking their prey, which worked out well for Danny. The slower they moved, the better his chance of getting there first. He spotted 3 figures through the gaps in the trunks. One of them had a bow with the arrow knocked. All 3 focused their attention on something not visible to Danny. The Gremlocks were getting close, and their targets clearly had no clue. "Hey!" Danny shouted. "Hey yourself, asshole," the guy with the bow said. "You just scared off the first white-footed weasel we've seen in 3 hours. What's the big idea?" Danny pointed behind them. The dark shapes were closing in. "Gremlocks." The adventurers spun and drew their swords. Danny had no idea how smart Gremlocks were, but once he blew their cover, the monsters roared and charged, clawed hands leading. 2 of the monsters broke toward Danny. He drew his sword and cut one of them in half all in one motion. The second one leapt at him. Danny cut both of its arms off at the elbow and kept going. The adventurers had formed a circle and tried their best to hold the monsters off. They fought defensively, doing little damage, but also taking no wounds of their own. Danny ran the nearest Gremlock through the back. Their thick black fur might be great at keeping out the cold, but it did nothing to slow Danny's sword. The battle quickly turned into a slaughter as he cut down monster after monster. 2 minutes later, only Danny and the adventurers remained standing. A flick of his sword sent a line of blood across the snow before Danny slid the weapon back in his sheath. The adventurers stared at him, trembling, their weapons pointing at the ground. "Are any of you hurt?" Danny asked. "I'm a decent healer." One of them, a slim blond man who stood a good head taller than Danny, finally found his voice. "We're fine. Thank you for the rescue. Never expected to run into Gremlocks this far down the slopes. They usually hunt mountain goats higher up this time of year. Damn lucky you were in the area." "Yeah, I seem to have the bad luck to keep running into them." Danny told them about the caravan encounter. "The consensus is that something odd is going on with the Gremlocks, though no one seems to know what. Anyway, best be on your guard, and if you run into any other adventurers, spread the word." "We will," the group's spokesman said. Danny waved and turned up the slope. Hopefully he wouldn't have to fight his way through an army of Gremlocks to reach the ether pool, but if he had to, he would. Enwyn staggered down the slope toward a distant valley. It felt like she'd been running for her entire life. Everything hurt, and it took every ounce of her focus to put one foot in front of the other. She'd passed the snow line sometime during the night, and now found herself on the grassy section of the mountain. Ahead of her, a line of evergreens marked the edge of one of the many stands of trees. She'd never been this close to the human settlement, but she saw no other place where she might escape her pursuers. And speaking of the golems she'd had the misfortune to awaken, they were still on her tail. Why they continued to follow her rather than just attacking and finishing her off, she had no idea. Given her current weakness, one of them would be enough to do the job. Enwyn certainly had no hope of fighting them off. She didn't know if constructs were capable of cruelty, but she half suspected they wanted her to suffer as long as possible before killing her. Of course, that might well be her mind playing tricks. She'd been awake and moving most of 2 days now. Even for an elf blood, going that long without rest took a toll. Soon she'd collapse, metal cats be damned. And when that happened, no doubt she'd never wake up again. A little sigh slipped out. Enwyn had few regrets, but she very much wished she'd lived long enough to find out how her and Theron's relationship might have worked out. She feared the loss of his mother, then her so close together might drive him to do something foolish. She still didn't trust Kyril. No doubt the imprisoned heretic would say or do anything to escape. She staggered and nearly fell. Well, whatever happened, soon it would no longer be her concern. 3 strides later, her toe hit a jutting rock and she stumbled to the ground. When she tried to stand, none of her limbs would obey her. Somehow she found the strength to roll over on her back, only to see the steel cats closing in. Hopefully her death wouldn't be too painful. Surely heaven could grant her that final kindness. Chapter 10. After his encounter with the Gremlocks, Danny resumed his march upward. He didn't waste time hunting the many small animals he sensed all around him in the forest. He just wanted to get out of the trees so he could take a clear look around. The ether appeared normal in his magical vision, which sadly indicated that the ether pool still had to be a ways off. Disappointing, but hardly a surprise given the size of the mountain range. Pity his map didn't give any kind of exact directions. Likely whoever made the stupid thing assumed anyone using it would know an easier way to find the pool than searching. He grunted and kept going. Danny had built up a thorough distaste for all things elf-blood related. The arrogant immortals appeared to take joy in making life as difficult as possible for the rest of the people living on Valandor. He thought little enough of Lyra, but at least she did what she did for the good of her people. He respected her reasons, if not her actions. Danny paused and cocked his head. What in the world? He sensed a faint life force headed his way from further up the slope. It didn't feel like a human or a Gremlock. Heaven's mercy. An elf blood? Out here? He didn't believe in coincidences. Hopefully, whoever it was had better manners than the Master of Drakes. He picked up the pace, eager to see who might be on the way and find out whether he or she knew anything about the ether pool. An elf-blood guide would make his task so much easier. Of course, the odds of an elf-blood eagerly helping to destroy the ether pool struck him as poor. More likely, they'd be one more obstacle in his path. Either way, he'd find out soon enough. Danny emerged from the tree line just in time to watch a figure in blue collapse. 3 metal constructs in the shape of cats slowly stalked closer to the elf blood. Cursing the universe, Danny pulled the ether sword out of storage and lit it before activating full-power physical enhancement. He charged, closing the distance in seconds. Seconds that gave the constructs a chance to shift and face him. One leapt right at him. Danny swung, slamming the blade into its chest and sending it flying with a half-inch deep gash on its belly. If the ether sword failed to cut through them in one blow, he had to be dealing with elf-blood steel constructs. Why 3 of them would be here and trying to kill someone related to their creator he'd find out later. The cats circled him, clearly wary after his first strike. Danny found himself in a tricky position. He feared if he left the unconscious elf-blood's side, one of the cats might finish him off. That limited his movement options. Not exactly an ideal way to fight. At least the cats didn't appear especially aggressive. All 3 of them circled Danny, their eyes glowing bright blue. Assuming he guessed right about them being elf-blood constructs, they should have a core he could overload. Never taking his gaze off of them, Danny focused on the ether. Sure enough, he found an identical core in the center of each cat. Though smaller and weaker than the ones that powered the diggers he fought under the ether crystal mine, they seemed to work the same way. Eager to test his theory and put an end to this fight, Danny sent a stream of ether into one of the cats. Its eyes glowed brighter, and its movement grew erratic. Steam rose from the snow as the metal grew hot. When the core grew completely unstable, Danny hit it with an ethereal fist and sent it flying across the snow. The construct crashed into the ground a moment before exploding. The blast nearly cost him his head when one of the cats took advantage of the distraction to leap at him. Only his enhanced speed allowed him to duck the claws that would have separated his head from his neck. Okay, he needed to render the cats immobile before he blew them up. Danny darted forward, slashing low and taking the already wounded cat's front feet off where the steel was thinnest. It staggered around like a drunk, trying to keep its balance. When the second cat attacked him from behind, Danny spun and gave it the same treatment. It hopped around on its back limbs like a kangaroo. A telekinetic hand lifted it off the ground, allowing Danny to slice its back legs off as well, leaving it to flop around like a fish. In fact, it would probably be safe enough to leave the maimed construct where it lay. On second thought, if these things had some sort of repair function, he'd end up having to fight them again. That wouldn't do it all. Best to finish the job now while he had the advantage. He only needed 10 minutes to blow them both up. When he sensed no other threats in the area, Danny released his physical enhancements and put the ether sword back into storage. Finally, he knelt beside the unconscious elf-blood and took a closer look. From the shape of the face, he guessed he'd rescued a woman. Pity she shared Lyra's slender build. Maybe all elf-blood women lacked curves. Danny hadn't met enough of them to say. Her skin looked especially pale beside the dark blue tunic she wore. The unlucky woman had clearly been through the ringer. Danny shook his head. "What am I supposed to do with you?" She didn't so much as flinch when he spoke. "Right. Well, I suppose I should do the decent thing and take you back to Frost Edge. Maybe once you wake up, you can tell me something useful." His mind made up, Danny scooped her into his arms and set out back down the mountain. If he hurried and avoided any further encounters with gremlocks or metal cats, he should make it before dark. How did he keep ending up rescuing strays? Must be his destiny. Theron hadn't slept or moved from his spot outside the door to his father's office. He didn't know what was going on with the search, but clearly something had gone wrong. On the positive side, his father hadn't emerged to deliver the bad news that he'd found Enwyn dead. Theron didn't think he'd survive that. He feared if he lost her too, his soul might shatter. He'd completely lost track of where he stood on the duty roster. Ignoring his responsibilities wouldn't win him any praise from his father, but Theron didn't care. He wouldn't be able to do his job properly in any case, given his current mental state. At the moment, anything beyond sitting on the floor and not losing his mind felt like too great a task. Unfortunately, the former was going far better than the latter. When the office door slid open, Theron nearly leapt out of his skin. His father emerged from his office, his pale skin looking nearly translucent and his eyes shadowed and hollow. Clearly the magic had taken a toll on him. "Father? She's alive and, as best I can tell, in the human settlement." Theron forced himself to his feet. "Why would she go there? And why did it take you so long to figure out she survived?" "I have no good answer to either question. Her reasons for visiting the human settlement, assuming she did so of her own free will, are beyond my imagination. As for why it took me so long to determine she survived, some force blocked my magic. I've never encountered anything like it. Whatever caused the barrier vanished a couple hours ago. Once the ether settled into its normal flow, I had no trouble locating her." The mysteries meant nothing to Theron, though he doubted they augured anything good. No, only Enwyn's survival mattered. "We need to rescue her," Theron said. His father shook his head. "Enwyn is safe and unharmed. Right now we're both exhausted, and given the current state of the Bastion, I don't dare leave. I also have no intention of sending you, given your emotional state. We will rest, and when we've fully recovered and thought through our options, I will decide what needs to be done." Father's tone made it clear the discussion had ended. Much as he hated it, Theron had to admit his father had a point, and as long as Enwyn was okay, nothing else really mattered. She would eventually make her way back to them. In the depths of his mind, Theron wondered if she decided to go on her own to find human mercenaries to deactivate the ether pool, but he dismissed the idea at once. She'd never do something so rash. He might have done it, but Enwyn? Never. His father's firm hand on his shoulder made it clear Theron's mind had wandered again. Go and sleep, his father said. We will speak again later. Yes, sir, and thank you for finding her. I understand, son. Believe me, I do. We will find out what happened. Together, I promise. Theron blew out a long breath. His father's words reassured him more than he would have ever thought possible. For the first time in a long time, he felt a real, close connection to him. After losing his mother, Theron feared he might drift even further from his father. It pleased him no end to be wrong. Chapter 11. Enwyn came slowly awake. She noticed the lack of cold first. In fact, she couldn't remember feeling this warm in a long time. Next, she realized nothing hurt. Given all the running she'd done, combined with her final fall, she should have been sore, but she felt fine. Last, she wondered how she'd ended up in a bed, and not her bed in the bastion. More than a little worried and confused, Enwyn slowly opened her eyes. An unfamiliar ceiling appeared in her view, made of rough-hewn boards rather than steel. That confirmed her fellow guardians hadn't found her and brought her back home. Shame it didn't tell her where she actually ended up. Morning, she yelped and scrambled to sit. A human lounged in a chair across the room from her. He looked young as humans measured things, with a bald head and scruffy beard that hadn't grown in smoothly. He made no move in her direction, and in fact looked perfectly at ease. A quick look around at the rest of the room revealed her broken, still-sheathed sword resting against the wall a few feet from the human. Are you okay? I didn't find any major injuries, but I sent some healing energy through you just to be on the safe side. My name's Ronan, by the way. He favored her with an expectant look. I'm Enwyn, and I'm fine, just confused. Where am I, and what happened? You're in my room at the Fighting Quail Inn. You've been asleep for most of a day, as best I can tell due to a combination of excess magic use and general exhaustion. As for what happened, I was hoping you'd tell me. The last thing I expected to run into was an elf blood fleeing constructs made by elf bloods. Did you get on the wrong side of a wizard? Enwyn's mind raced. How did a human recognize the golems? What should she tell him? She sensed no corruption from him, which meant at minimum he didn't worship demons. Of course, that didn't make him a good person either. At last, she said, I was exploring, and the golems emerged from a crevice. They chased me for more than a day, but never attacked with any real intent. They reminded me of cats playing with a mouse, though you wouldn't think constructs would have even that much personality. He nodded. Yeah, they usually try and kill you right away. I don't suppose I can convince you to show me where to find that crevice? His response confirmed her belief that he knew about elf blood constructs. What's your interest in the crevice? I have a theory. See, I'm looking for the ether pool hidden in these mountains. The High Council, or whoever they tasked with making the pools, uses golems to protect them. I've yet to see cat-shaped ones, but the general construction methods are similar. And what's your interest in the ether pool? The lack of a tremor in her voice pleased Enwyn, but the news that a human not only knew the ether pool existed but actively sought it out left her shaken. In fact, he appeared extremely well-informed about elf blood matters in general. My interest is simple, Ronan said. I want to destroy it. Enwyn swallowed hard. Though she hadn't decided whether or not to go through with Theron's plan to free his grandfather, she'd somehow stumbled upon the perfect person to carry out the task. The next question was, did she want his help or not? Before she had a chance to say anything, Ronan continued. How did you happen to end up in the mountains? There aren't many elf-blood adventurers, and your lack of a pack or other supplies suggests you didn't plan on being outside overnight, much less for multiple days. Is there anything I need to know about the area? She chewed her lip. Since she'd already reached the human settlement, maybe she could arrange for the supplies the Bastion needed while she tried to figure out Ronan's place in this business. The locals were going to find out about the Bastion eventually if they had to trade with them. The warden should be the one to make the decision to reveal their secret, but since he remained in the Bastion, Enwyn had to handle this herself. We have a facility high in the mountains. A prison, if I'm being honest. The High Council built it to secure 3 tremendously powerful and dangerous individuals. Wizards who disobeyed the will of heaven and performed a forbidden magical ritual which made them immortal. Only the prison's magic keeps them secure. Due to a recent setback, we need a new source of food and supplies. This settlement is the closest civilization, so I'm hoping to secure a source of supplies. Ronan nodded. I can help you with that. I'm friends with a merchant doing business here. I'll introduce you. Enwin frowned. Why would you do that for me? Why wouldn't I do it for you? It's like a 10-minute job. Anyway, none of that explains why you were looking for the ether pool. I wasn't. Stumbling across the crevice and triggering the Guardians was just bad luck. Ronan shook his head. You were doing so well telling the truth up to there. Would you like to try again? She glared at him. Using lie detection magic is bad manners. Ronan's good-natured smile faded away and his expression grew hard. So's lying. I saved your life. A little gratitude wouldn't be inappropriate. My reasons are none of your concern. Well, that's the truth at least. Will you show me where to find it? Enwin stood and slipped her boots on. No, I don't think I will. To her surprise, Ronan shrugged and nodded toward the door. Best of luck to you, then. Enwin glanced back over her shoulder at the Fighting Quail Inn. She hadn't expected Ronan to just let her leave. Given his knowledge and desire to find the ether pool, she'd feared he might try and force her to talk. Since he'd presumably defeated all 3 of the cat golems, she had little optimism about her ability to defeat him in battle. But it didn't work out the way she'd feared, and now she needed to find a merchant willing to trade white gold for the supplies they needed. Hopefully she could reserve at least a couple weeks' worth of food, then return with Nolan to pay for them. The quartermaster's small pocket dimension would make transportation easier. Putting Ronan out of her mind, she set out through the human settlement. The dirt streets bustled with activity. Humans of all shapes and sizes haggled, argued, and laughed. She found it all terribly chaotic compared to the Bastion. She debated asking someone for directions, but she didn't really know where she wanted to go. Better to just look around on her own for now. The settlement's many smells assaulted her nose. Roasting meat flavored with unfamiliar herbs, human sweat, and something pungent she'd never encountered before. The sounds jarred her nearly as badly. The clanging of metal from a blacksmith's forge mingled with the shouting of mothers chasing crying children. All of it merged into a cacophony that made her ears twitch. After the controlled quiet of the Bastion, the human settlement nearly overwhelmed her. A wooden sign swinging in the breeze caught her eye. A symbol featuring scales and a coin covered both sides. She peeked through the window, but saw nothing beyond a small office with a table and chairs. It didn't seem to be a shop, though Enwin didn't know what the business actually did. With a little shake of her head, she moved on. The streets narrowed as she wandered deeper into the settlement. If any planning went into the placement of the various buildings, Enwin had yet to figure out what the designer had in mind. Humans hurried past her, all too absorbed in their own affairs to notice a stranger wandering the streets. She brightened when an open-air market appeared before her. The stalls sold a variety of items. When she spotted a food vendor, she hesitantly approached. The heavy-set woman behind the display had long, dirty, graying hair and one milky white eye. She watched Enwin approach with the good eye. "Excuse me," Enwin said. "I'm looking to make a bulk purchase of food and wine." The woman shook her head. "I only sell retail. You're welcome to buy as much as you want, but I don't offer discounts for bulk sales." Even if Enwin wanted to buy at the higher prices, everything the woman had for sale wouldn't last the Bastion a week. No, she needed to find someone who dealt in larger quantities. "Could you direct me to your suppliers?" Enwin asked. The woman pointed toward the far end of the market. "See those big buildings about 50 paces further down? Those are the big merchants' warehouses. I'm sure one of them can help you." Enwin bowed. Despite the woman's rough appearance, she'd proven far more helpful than Enwin feared. "Thank you very much." She left the merchant behind and approached the looming warehouses. The rectangular structures had sloped roofs and wide doorways built for moving large quantities of goods. As Enwin approached, she saw nothing to separate one business from the other. As she stood there staring, a balding man with a ledger emerged from one of the open doorways. His eyes narrowed slightly when he spotted her lingering. "Can I help you?" His voice carried no warmth, but it also showed no disapproval. If indifference had a tone, his words carried it. "I'm looking to purchase substantial quantities of food and wine on a monthly basis," Enwin said. "How do you plan to pay?" Enwin hesitated. "If we can come to an agreement on price, I'll return with white gold when I pick up the order." "If you want to reserve your supplies," the merchant said, "I'll need a deposit of 50%. "I have no money on me. Can you at least quote me a price?" "Sure, no problem. Just a sec." He ducked back into the warehouse for a minute, then returned with a sheet of paper. "Here you go. Everything we have in stock along with the price in standard gold coins. You want to pay in white gold, add 25%. Enwin frowned. "I thought white gold was rare and valuable." "Not around here. Prospectors bring the stuff in by the ton." He pointed south. "Take your white gold about 500 miles that way and you can sell it for a much better price." Enwin swallowed a sigh. This was going less smoothly than she'd hoped. "One last thing. This close to winter, we won't be getting many more supply caravans. Once I sell out, I'll be heading south." "Thank you. I appreciate the information." He shrugged. "All part of the business." Enwin moved on to the next warehouse and repeated the process. It took most of the morning, and when she finished, she'd failed to secure a pledge to reserve a single item for her. The merchants didn't trust her. Not that anyone blamed them. Taking a chance on a stranger when they had so many other willing and familiar customers made no sense from a business perspective. She needed someone to vouch for her. Unfortunately, she only knew one person in this city, and he had no interest in helping her. At least, not as long as she refused to tell him where to find the ether pool. This whole situation left her feeling out of her depth. No one had trained the Bastion's guardians for this sort of thing. Ethereal analysis and combat she could handle, but negotiating with merchants and mercenaries? Not at all a part of her skill set. Much as it pained her, Enwin turned back to the fighting quail to find Ronan. She had to figure out some way to convince him to help, short of telling him where to find the ether pool. Chapter 12. Danny tore into the thick slice of dark bread, savoring the way it soaked up the rich venison stew. The fighting quail's common room hummed with activity this time of day. 2 merchants haggled in one corner, while a pair of off-duty guardsmen played knuckle-bones by the hearth. The clatter of wooden spoons against clay bowls filled the air, mingling with scents of wood smoke, spilled ale, and whatever herbs the cook had thrown into today's meal. He chewed slowly, letting his gaze drift across the room without watching anyone in particular. His thoughts wandered to Enwin. By now she should be busy talking with merchants. Danny might not be the most experienced business person in the world, but he doubted any of them would trade with a broke elf blood regardless of her promises. Assuming they even noticed she had elf blood. The points of her ears were subtle enough that someone not looking for them could easily mistake her for a human. He assumed that meant she had more human in her than elf. 3/4 of the way through his meal, the door opened and Enwin marched in, looking decidedly less than pleased. She glared all around before finally spotting him. Danny offered a lazy wave. She stalked toward him, a deep scowl creasing her lips. The floorboards creaked beneath her as if sensing her frustration. A few people glanced at her, but one look at her expression convinced them to stay quiet. "Any luck?" Enwin slid into the chair across from him. "No. They wouldn't trust me to pay." "You're kidding. Merchants wouldn't trust a total stranger to bring them their gold weeks after they take possession of the goods? I never would have guessed." "I don't need your sarcasm on top of the merchants' indifference. Even worse, they only accept white gold at 3/4 the value of regular gold here." "So what are you going to do?" Danny asked. She ground her teeth and finally said, "I was hoping you might be willing to vouch for me to your merchant friend. In exchange for... I can't show you where the ether pool is, not until I'm sure destroying it is the right thing to do. In fact, I'm not even sure it's at the bottom of the crevice I found. That's just an assumption based on the constructs guarding the passage." That seemed like a pretty safe assumption to Danny, but he recognized her mental conflict and feared if he pushed too hard, she might refuse outright to even consider showing him. "Okay, how about this? Tell me about the prison where you work. Maybe we can figure out some other deal." He could almost see the gears turning in her head as she tried to figure out her next move. Once again, Danny didn't push her. Best if he treated this like a negotiation with local tribes when you were hunting for terrorists. If you tried to force the issue, you'd end up alienating your potential allies and having to fight the enemy without native guides. And worst case scenario, your potential allies might alert the targets to your arrival. "What do you want to know?" she asked. "For starters, what did your prisoners do?" "They defied the will of heaven and performed immoral experiments that transformed them from simply ageless elf bloods into true immortals. They've been frozen in blocks of ice without food or water for almost 2,000 years, and yet they still live." Danny knew all about defying the will of heaven. Lucky for him, or more accurately, lucky for whoever might have tried to lock him up, no one had made any effort to imprison him. He frowned. 2,000 years didn't line up with the Etherpool timeline at all. Did the High Council build this Etherpool before the rest of them? Enwyn shook her head. "The High Council and Elfholm both fell to demons long before I was born. I don't really know all the details. In fact, I didn't even know the Etherpool existed until recently, and I didn't know more of them were scattered around until you told me." "Okay. So who told you about the one powering the prison?" Her face made her "I'm about to lie to you" expression, which he assumed meant she got the information from an inappropriate place. "I'd prefer not to say." Better than a lie, but not much more useful. "Fair enough. Here's my proposal. I'll back you for 2 weeks' worth of supplies and help you take them to your prison. In exchange, you vouch for me and arrange a meeting with whoever runs the place. I can't guarantee Lord Therius will agree to meet with you, but I do promise to ask when we arrive." "That works for me. Let's go talk to Tomlin and see about those supplies." Danny led the way across town to Tomlin's warehouse with Enwyn at his side. Frost Edge in the afternoon looked just like Frost Edge in the morning, save for the direction of the shadows. As he walked, Danny's mind raced. The more he thought about the situation, the more he disliked the idea of destroying this Etherpool. Not only because he didn't want to destroy the prison and potentially free some dangerous criminals, but because he could see a use of his own for the place. Adonale wanted him to find and defeat the Demon King, something he refused to do. But given what he'd learned about the Demon King's resurrection, it might be possible to capture and imprison her aspects. If he locked her away forever, that should cement the current cycle in place forever, thus ending the constant fights in the 5 kingdoms. Heaven and Hell would probably dislike his plan, but Danny didn't especially care. He also didn't know if the Elf-bloods would be willing or able to lock up another evil asshole in their magic jail. "How did you happen to meet this merchant?" Enwyn asked. "I saved his caravan from a Grimlock attack. Nothing like sparing you from a monster's dinner pot to make a person grateful." He shot Enwyn a pointed look, and she had the good grace to blush. "I do appreciate you saving me. It's just that some secrets aren't mine to share." Any soldier would understand her reasoning. Danny didn't especially like it, but he understood. Happily, they reached Tomlin's warehouse before the conversation grew awkward, or more awkward anyway. He saw no sign of the guards, but grunting, heavily muscled workers were busy loading a small handcart with crates of supplies. Danny hung back until they finished, and the guy pulling the cart had trudged off. When the front of the warehouse had cleared out, he strode up and asked, "Is Tomlin around?" "Master Tomlin is inside working on inventory," said one of the loaders, a shirtless, sweating fellow with a chest of thick black hair and a head without any. "Something I can help you with?" "Yes, you can tell him Ronan is here with a business proposition. I'm confident he'll be happy to speak with me." "What makes you think that?" the worker asked. "Well, I saved him from some Gremlocks a couple weeks ago. Usually saving someone's life is enough to at least earn you a second conversation." "Heaven's mercy, you're that Mr. Ronan. Master Tomlin said we should give you every courtesy should you show up again. Please don't tell the master that I spoke rudely to you." Danny tried to imagine another person with the name Ronan within 1,000 miles of here, if not in the entire world, and failed. Not wanting to argue about it, he just waved a hand. No harm done. So, could you get Tomlin for me? Right away, sir. The worker hurried back into the warehouse to find his employer. Looks like you made a good impression. Yeah, though the guards I was too late to save would probably disagree. A moment later, Tomlin emerged from the warehouse's interior, a notebook and charcoal pencil in hand. The merchant's substantial girth preceded him, his silk tunic stretched tight across his belly and stained with sweat. Ronan, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Tomlin clasped Danny's hand in greeting, his palm slick with sweat. Alton mentioned a business proposal. Tomlin's gaze shifted to Enwin. I didn't realize the young lady was a friend of yours. Please come inside. We can talk in my office. Thanks, Danny said, though Enwin is more of an acquaintance than a friend. They followed Tomlin through the door. Inside, high stacks of crates and barrels filled the warehouse. Danny's boots echoed on the wooden planks as Tomlin led them to a small office off the main storage area. Enwin gaped at the piles of merchandise. Had she never seen a warehouse before? If this impressed her, he would have loved to see her reaction to the big warehouses they had on base. Tomlin opened the office door and ushered them inside. A polished wooden desk far too nice for Frost Edge dominated the small space. A stack of ledgers stacked precisely on one corner looked near collapse. Please sit. Tomlin gestured to two hardback chairs as he settled his bulk behind the desk. Now, what kind of business brings you to me? Technically, Enwin's business brings me here, Danny said. She needs supplies. Yes, I remember our earlier conversation. Unfortunately, she has no money. That's where I come in, Danny said. I'll pay you for the first load. Assuming her superior is pleased with what we bring, would you be interested in an ongoing relationship providing supplies for them monthly? Tomlin leaned forward, resting his elbows on the desk. Monthly supplies would be quite tricky, at least during the winter. What exactly are we talking about? Danny glanced at Enwin. Your turn. She straightened in her chair. We require basic provisions. Bread, meat, preserved fruits and vegetables, and spices. As I said, we can pay in white gold for all future loads. Tomlin's eyes narrowed, and Danny watched him weighing the scales in his head. And what sort of volume will you need? I'd need to discuss that with the quartermaster. For now, she went on to list what she needed by the pound, and Tomlin nodded along. When she finished, he said, I have most of what you asked for in stock. Give me a moment to calculate a price. Tomlin got busy with a slate and chalk. The squeaking made Danny's teeth ache. He always hated that sound in school. 42 gold coins, Tomlin said when he finally stopped writing. Is that acceptable? Danny had no idea and didn't feel like haggling. Sounds good to me. Assuming you go ahead with the deal, you two, or whoever her superior sends, will have to work out a payment for the bigger orders. He opened his storage and pulled out the leather pouch he got from the Wizards Guild in scale. He rummaged around until he found a red gem the size of the tip of his pinky. He set the gem on the desk and asked, Will this work? Tomlin picked up the gem and held it up to the light of the lamp hanging from the ceiling. After a few seconds of scrutinizing, he said, A gem of this clarity and size is worth about 3 times the price I quoted, and I lack the funds to offer you change. Put it on their account, and the Elfbloods can pay me the difference in white gold. Enwin nodded. That's acceptable to me as well. Tomlin made a squeaky note on his slate. Very well, let's gather your items, and it's been a pleasure doing business with you. Enwin stood and stuck out her hand. I hope this will be the first of many such transactions. They shook, and Tomlin led them back out into the warehouse. It took nearly an hour to load all the supplies into Danny's storage. Once they were done, he said goodbye to Tomlin and turned for the inn. Aren't we leaving now? Enwin asked. Danny shook his head. It's too late. I don't fancy spending any more nights camping in the cold than I have to. You have a point, but I'm afraid my comrades are worried about me. Can't you use a message spell to contact them? I don't know any such spell. Then I don't know what to tell you. We'll set out at first light and get there as fast as possible. That's about all we can do. Chapter 13. Theron wanted to pull his hair out. Instead, he contented himself with pacing around the bastion's perimeter as he tried, and failed, to focus on his patrol route. A full day and a half had passed since his father confirmed Enwyn's survival and that she'd reached the human city, but he still hadn't sent a team to go check on her. Just because she reached the city alive didn't make her safe. She might be a prisoner, or hurt. He had serious doubts about the humans' medical knowledge. She might die simply due to their ignorance. He found the whole situation intolerable, even as he understood he could do nothing about it. At least not without going behind his father's back and abandoning his post. Despite his worry, Theron wouldn't go that far. Not yet, anyway. The hours dragged by, but he finally finished his shift on patrol. As soon as his replacement took over, he made a beeline for his father's office. He came just short of pounding on the door. As soon as it opened, he marched in. Before he had a chance to speak, his father said, "Enwyn has left the human city and is on her way up the mountain. At a steady pace, she should arrive late in the afternoon 2 days from now." The giant that had been standing on Theron's heart finally climbed off. "Heaven's mercy. That's the best news I've heard in a long time." "She's not alone." Theron stared at his father, not fully comprehending what he just said. "Who would be with her?" "I have no idea who he is, beyond being a human. There appears to be no tension between them, so I'm confident he's not forcing her to guide him to the bastion. As to why she'd do it, your guess is as good as mine." Theron only heard every other word after he. Enwyn was traveling alone with a man. Could she have already found someone she liked better than him? A ridiculous thought, but they'd only confessed their feelings for each other a few days ago. Maybe she had second thoughts. "Calm yourself," Father said. "I can hear your heart racing from here. Given our current knowledge, there's no reason for concern. In a couple days, Enwyn and her guest will arrive, and we can simply ask what happened." His father's calm rationality did little to help Theron's mood, but he did recognize the truth of it. He had to trust Enwyn, and if a couple days apart convinced her to leave him, then better if they found out now. "I'm sorry, Father. My emotions have been getting the best of me lately. Not very fitting for a guardian. I will try to do better going forward." His father chuckled. "We've all been in love, Theron. You have nothing to feel embarrassed about. In a year or two, these overwhelming emotions will calm once more as they settle into something deeper and more meaningful. Look forward to that. And in the meantime, have a little faith in Enwyn." "I will. Thank you, Father." Theron slipped back out of the office and, once the door closed, blew out a long breath. He needed to focus. He'd had enough of making a constant fool of himself. Enwyn's breath caught as she watched Ronan cut down another Grimlock. 10 of the horrid things had ambushed them a couple minutes ago, or they tried to ambush them. Ronan sensed their life force long before they got close. If she had to guess, Enwyn figured his range exceeded hers by several orders of magnitude. And his swordsmanship. She shook her head. How could a human less than 100th her age so far outclass her ability? Enwyn considered herself a better-than-average hand with a sword, yet Ronan made her look like an amateur. He danced circles around the Grimlocks, and every blow took a head or a limb. Almost as soon as it began, the fight ended with all the Grimlocks littering the ground in multiple pieces. Enwyn touched the hilt of her broken sword. She hadn't so much as cast a spell, and none of the monsters got close enough to threaten her. Ronan left her feeling weak and pathetic, and she didn't like it at all. He flicked the blood off his sword and sheathed it before glancing her way, not even looking out of breath. "Are you okay?" "Fine, thanks. That was an impressive display. I bet you'd give the Elf-Blood Swordmasters a run for their money." Danny shrugged. "Grimlocks aren't much of a challenge. Pity they're too stupid to know better than to bother me. I have no interest in killing things that don't need killing, though I suspect if I asked around Frost Edge, everyone would tell me the more dead Grimlocks, the better. Since they prey on humans, I suspect you're right. Do you need a few seconds to recover, or shall we resume our hike?" "I'm good. Ronan said. "I'd say we've got at least 4 more hours of daylight. Best make use of them." Enwin couldn't wait to get home, and so didn't argue. Instead, she turned toward the bastion, still hidden amidst the cloudy peaks, and set out at a determined march. Ronan let her set the pace and kept up easily. Everything about the man suggested he'd seen plenty of action and had the physical makeup to show for it. Something about the way he carried himself made him seem older than Theron. She swallowed a sigh. Enwin knew next to nothing about the man, yet she had no doubt she'd made the right decision to bring him to the bastion to speak with Lord Therius. Nothing about him gave her qualms regarding his intentions, and she liked to think she was a decent judge of character. "Copper for your thoughts," Ronan said. "What?" "It's an expression where I come from. Your lips were moving as you talked to yourself. I was wondering what you were thinking about." Her cheeks warmed. Enwin had no idea she'd been so obvious. "I was thinking how little I know about you. Why are you so interested in the ether pool, and how do you know so much about elf-bloods?" Ronan stayed quiet for so long Enwin thought he might not answer. For 2 minutes, the only sound came from their boots crunching through the snow. At last he said, "If I told you, I doubt you'd believe me." "Try me." "Okay. A little over a year ago, my soul was dragged here from another world and stuck in this body. After I arrived, I learned that the ones who brought me here expected me to fight Ardent Lily's champion, someone called the Demon King. I did that, and I won, only to end up murdered by my teacher. Lucky for me, a friend of mine gave me a star ring that granted me 1 wish. I used that power to bring myself back to life." "Wow, okay," Enwin said when Ronan paused for a breath. "That's quite a story. My lie detection magic isn't working, so I'm not sure if you're telling the truth." "Yeah, after an unpleasant run-in with a succubus, I keep anti-psychic magic active at all times." Ronan told her about the rest of his journey after leaving the 5 kingdoms, and the story didn't get any less remarkable. When he finally finished, she asked, "Have you met many elf-bloods on your journey? Since I don't know how many there are, I'm not sure if 4 plus you counts as a lot or not. I will say that I've gotten rather leery of your kind. I mean, I've met 3 adults, and 1 killed me, and the second tried his best to follow suit. So far, you're the only grown-up elf-blood who hasn't made an attempt on my life. Thank you for that." Ronan sounded more bemused by the whole thing than bitter. Enwin understood his point of view. If more than half the humans she met tried to kill her, she'd have a poor impression of them as well. "So what kind of greeting should I expect at your prison?" Enwin didn't really know how to answer. They'd never had a visitor during her nearly 1,000 years as a guardian. Since she brought him, and given that Ronan saved her life, Enwin figured at minimum a polite welcome and a meeting with Lord Therius should be possible. "I think it'll be okay. You've done us a good service, and Lord Therius is an honorable man. I believe he'll at least hear what you have to say." "I can't ask for more than that. It's getting dark. We'd best see about finding some shelter. It's already chilly." Ronan looked at her as if he expected Enwin to take charge of finding a good campsite. Unfortunately, she had only minimal survival training. Despite her long service, up until recently, she had never spent a night outside the bastion. "Would you mind finding us a place to rest?" He gave her a funny look, then shrugged and said, "Sure, if we can find a niche to give us a bit of cover, I'll conjure a snow shelter. I hope you don't mind sharing. 2 people's body heat will keep it warmer than 1. Enwin tensed a fraction, then remembered that, had he wished her ill, Ronan had every opportunity to take advantage of her when he found her unconscious, or later in his room before she woke up. That he hadn't made her confident he'd continue to behave himself. "That won't be a problem. We should reach the bastion before dark tomorrow so I can handle 1 night camping out." "That's the spirit. Warding a single shelter will be easier as well. We wouldn't want a pack of Grimlocks wandering in to share our dinner." Enwin swallowed hard. She hadn't given any thought to the possibility of Grimlocks hunting them at night. Suddenly, the odds of a good night's sleep seemed a bit steeper. Chapter 14. Howling wind knifed through the high mountain valley, battering Danny and Enwin as they climbed. He'd seen some gnarly places during his time on this world, but the top of the Ice Fang Mountains took the prize for least pleasant, so far anyway. Soon ice chips replaced snowflakes. They pinged off his personal shield like tiny bullets. Danny dearly hoped they didn't have much further to go. "Are we getting close?" He had to shout over the wind to make himself heard. Enwin pointed at a spot hidden by the low clouds. "The bastion is there, maybe half a mile further." Heaven's mercy. Half a mile in this storm might as well be 10. Danny tugged his cloak tighter and they pressed on. He expected to see the building at any moment, but the clouds stubbornly refused to part. Though he failed to see anything in the ether, he assumed some kind of magic served to keep the building hidden. As they trudged on, the sun dropped lower by the moment, as did the temperature. Man, Danny would have hated to make this trip in the winter. He shivered to think how much worse it would have been, assuming it would have been possible at all. Then out of nowhere, the clouds parted like someone had pulled aside a veil. 1 minute he could hardly see his hand in front of his face, and then, boom, Danny found himself staring at a large steel box. At least that's what the place looked like to him. Like every other elf blood structure he'd visited, this one had no windows, though from the inside he assumed you'd have no trouble seeing out. The builders must have used earth magic to make a level spot, and Danny couldn't wait to reach it. 20 yards out, Danny expanded his awareness. 5 life forces waited just beyond the wall. That would be the welcoming committee. Hopefully they would be properly grateful to him for fetching their wayward comrade home. From here, the ether looked normal, or as normal as the chaotic energy field ever looked. Leastways, he saw no sign of the streams that indicated an ether pool was nearby. They finally reached the level area, and Danny blew out a breath of relief. Even the storm had died down. He barely had time to enjoy the lack of ice chips slapping his face when an unmarked door slid open. Inside, 5 figures stood waiting. They wore identical blue tunics and trousers, giving Danny the impression of police uniforms. They all had the pointed ears and youthful faces common to elf-bloods. Each carried an arming sword at his waist, and none of them looked the least bit pleased to see Danny and Enwin standing on their front porch. The central elf-blood's eyes glowed golden, just like Lyra's. Danny figured that meant he had to have the purest blood, likely making him the strongest and in charge. Danny held back to let Enwin move to the front. "Welcome back, Enwin. We're all most relieved to find you safe and sound," said the one Danny took to be the leader. His gaze shifted to Danny. "And who's this? I didn't expect you to return with company." "This is Ronan," Enwin motioned Danny up beside her. "He saved my life, Lord Therius. He also helped me contact a merchant who might be able to meet our needs. We brought 2 weeks' worth of food with us." "Indeed?" Therius arched a slender eyebrow. "Then we owe him a debt of gratitude." Therius sounded a little skeptical, but not nearly as much as Danny feared. He didn't have the arrogance Danny had come to expect from an elf blood. Either that or he kept it better hidden. "Is there any chance of continuing this discussion inside?" Danny asked. "It's a bit nippy out here." Therius barely smiled. "Of course. Forgive my poor manners." He and his silent companions moved aside to let Danny and Enwin enter. As soon as the door slid down, Danny let out a breath of relief. Though far from hot, the steel corridor felt about 50 degrees warmer than outside. "Can I speak with you privately?" Danny asked. "Certainly, but first let's unload the supplies you brought. Given the lack of containers, I assume you have a pocket dimension." "Yes, sir," Danny said. "I'm good with that plan." Therius turned to the others. "All right, back to your posts. Enwin, I'm sure you're keen to rest and change your clothes. We'll speak later, after Ronan and I complete our business." The other elf-bloods dispersed after giving Danny a few semi-hostile looks. Enwin just looked nervous, but Danny offered what he hoped looked like a reassuring smile. He saw no reason this shouldn't be a perfectly peaceful and productive meeting. Once only the two of them remained, Therius led the way down a narrow steel hall. Danny had been in enough elf-blood buildings to know what to expect. No tapestries, no color, no warmth. Just blank, impersonal steel. "Have you seen an elf-blood building before, Ronan?" Danny nodded. "I've visited a few. Other than the size, they don't vary much." "We are a practical people," Therius said without sounding defensive. Danny made sure to keep his opinions of the elf-blood people to himself. He wanted to work with this lot, not antagonize them. "Where did you visit one of our buildings?" "Elfholm. I spent some time in the library doing research. That's some of what I wanted to discuss with you." Therius shot him a sharp look, his golden eyes flaring. "You visited Elfholm? Our last attempt to make contact came up empty. Who did you speak with?" "It's kind of a long story and best told from the beginning. Do you mind waiting until we reach somewhere private?" "Good idea," Therius said. "The storeroom is just ahead in any case." They reached a blank section of wall and Therius pushed the invisible rune, causing a section to slide up out of sight. Inside, a nearly empty room held only a couple haunches of meat, mountain goat Danny assumed, hanging from chains attached to the ceiling. If they had no more food than this, Enwin had badly understated the situation. A broad-shouldered man in the now familiar blue tunic emerged from a door in the opposite wall. Danny caught a glimpse of a kitchen before the door snapped down again. "Nolan," Therius said. "Meet Ronan. Ronan, this is our quartermaster." Danny nodded. Nolan had to be the biggest elf blood he'd ever seen. While his eyes didn't glow, they were a bright golden color. "Never figured we'd have a human visitor," Nolan said. Therius explained the situation, and as he spoke, Nolan's eyes grew ever wider. Not at all an inappropriate reaction to the story Therius shared. When he finished, Nolan said, "I'm glad you were there to help Enwin. If you can resolve our supply problems, so much the better. Let's have a look at what you brought." Danny opened his storage and Nolan whistled. "I'm impressed. That's the biggest individual pocket dimension I've ever seen." "You're not the first to say so. Hang on." Danny stepped through, then started piling crates on the storeroom floor. Nolan moved them aside as he placed them, but made no effort to enter the space, which Danny appreciated. He had no interest in anyone seeing what he had in storage, especially the ether sword. Danny carried the last one out himself and closed the opening. "There you go. I don't think Tomlin had everything on Enwin's wish list, but we got most of it." Nolan looked the contents over, nodding to himself as he took inventory. When he finished, he said, "Not bad. Can your merchant friend provide this much on a regular basis?" "I don't know. I figure the best thing is for me to introduce you to Tomlin, then the two of you can sort it out between yourselves. Remember your payment, as he doesn't accept credit." Nolan grinned, a very un-elf blood-like expression. "I'll keep that in mind. Will you be joining us for supper? I've got enough mutton stew for one more." "Sounds good, assuming Therius doesn't object." "Of course not," Therius said. "I'm not going to send you out at night, especially in this storm. We have a room we keep available for visitors, though it hasn't been used in far too long. Come along, we have other matters to discuss." Therius led Danny away from the storeroom and down an empty corridor. Danny shivered as they walked. Despite being way warmer than outside, he figured it couldn't be more than 60 degrees inside. A blank section of wall slid up when Therius tapped the invisible rune. Inside, a neat desk and 2 chairs filled most of the space, along with a full bookcase. "Have a seat." Therius took the chair on the other side of the desk. Danny settled in across from him, tried to relax, and failed. "So, you have a tale you wish to share?" "That's one way of putting it." Danny took a deep breath. "This'll be quicker if you let me tell you everything before you ask questions." Therius nodded and motioned for him to begin. Danny told his story, or at least he hit the highlights. They'd be here forever if he included everything. When he finished, he said, "And so that's what brings me here. Given what Enwin told me about your prisoners, I'm thinking it would be best to leave this ether pool untouched." "That is a remarkable story. It pains me to think of demons wandering the streets of our capital, but even though I wish it were otherwise, I lack the resources to do anything about it. It does please me to learn that Lord Shale's daughter and some of our people survived the Reaper's wrath." "Did you know Lyra?" Therius shook his head. "She was born after I left to take command of this installation. I hadn't even heard of Heaven's game to claim this world from the demons. I could certainly understand why you'd be upset about your involuntary summoning. Severing the link between your homeworld and Valandor is a huge undertaking, and I'm uncertain whether I should wish you luck or not. As long as you leave our ether pool alone, I'm in no position to interfere with you in any case. Speaking of this place, Danny said, can you add new prisoners to your collection? Yes. Who did you have in mind? The Demon King. She resurrected herself. If I can capture her and seal her away, I can freeze the contest and buy the people of this world who knows how many years without the war flaring up again. Such an act might get you back into heaven's good graces as well. Danny grimaced. I don't especially care about Adonai's good graces, but hopefully it will stop her from ordering innocent men to try and kill me. So, what do you say? Will you put her on ice for me? Therius tapped his narrow chin as he considered. It was a big ask, and Danny wouldn't have been surprised if Therius turned him down immediately. His willingness to even consider the possibility had to be a good sign. At last, Therius said, I only have enough cells for 3 more prisoners. You mentioned that the Demon King split herself into 4 parts. Yeah, that's not ideal, but it's way better than the alternative. So can I bring her here? Very well, but I warn you, the cells were designed to hold immortal prisoners. The process of encasing her in ice may prove fatal to a mortal. Danny nodded. Fair enough. We can test the process on the first one I find. If she doesn't survive, I'll consider my options. That's rather cold-blooded, Therius said. If you'd seen what she and her followers did to the 5 kingdoms, you wouldn't feel any pity for her, regardless of her fate. Danny let out a big yawn. Could you show me to that spare room you mentioned? I'm beat. Of course. I would ask that you not wander around on your own during the night. No problem. I'm going to be too tired for sightseeing anyway. He didn't bother to add that he had no interest in seeing a bunch of evil elf sickles. Chapter 15. Enwyn could hardly believe she'd made it back to the Bastion. When the cat constructs ran her to exhaustion, she thought her soul would soon become one with heaven. Ronan's rescue and offer of help despite her unwillingness to tell him where to find the ether pool struck her as unlikely gifts from the archangels. She watched him walk off with Lord Therius, then gave a little shake of her head. Enwyn had no idea what to make of her human savior, and right now exhaustion rendered her unfit to think about anything serious. She wanted her bed for at least 12 hours. Whether Lord Therius would let her have that long before requiring a full report remained to be seen, but she hoped for the best. Enwyn! She spun to find Theron hurrying toward her. The other guardians had already returned to their duties, so they had the hall to themselves. I was so worried. I wanted to come find you, but Father refused to let me go. Once he confirmed you were okay, he said you'd find your own way back to us. I'm so glad he was right. They embraced, and Enwyn let out a long sigh. It felt so good to have Theron's arms around her again. At the same time, she found herself comparing him to Ronan. Despite being 1,000 years older, Theron acted like the younger of the two. Ronan had done and seen so much despite his youth, and the experience showed in the way he carried himself. All the guardians suffered by comparison. It must have been so difficult for you, Theron said. Will you tell me everything that happened? Despite her exhaustion, Enwyn figured she'd better fill him in before she had to report to Lord Therius. She hadn't made up her mind whether to mention the crevice she thought led to the ether pool. Let's go talk in my room, Enwyn said. I'm so tired, if I don't sit down, I fear I might fall down. Theron offered her his arm to lean on, a gallant gesture that warmed her heart. The stroll through familiar halls did wonders to ease her weary soul. By the time they reached the living quarters and her room, she felt more at ease than she had since before learning about Chiral. She pressed the opening rune and stepped into her quarters. A quick glance around confirmed everything remained where she left it. Not that she imagined any of the guardians would mess with her meager possessions, but it still reassured her to confirm all remained as it should be. The little room looked nearly as impersonal as the inn room where she woke up. Enwyn sat on the edge of her narrow bed, while Theron spun the room's lone chair around so he could look at her and sat down. Tell me what happened, please. She took a deep breath and told him everything, including her attempt to locate the ether pool. When she described Ronan's fighting ability, Theron's lips turned down. "Is he really that strong?" Enwin nodded. "Stronger than I am by a lot. Ronan killed 10 Gremlocks as easily as I might swat a fly, and I have to assume he defeated all 3 of the constructs that pursued me. I only managed to break my sword fighting them." "It sounds like you admire him." She swallowed a sigh. Dealing with Theron's jealousy, exhausted as she felt, didn't appeal to her. "Admiration isn't the right word. He saved my life and helped introduce me to a merchant who might be able to solve our supply problems. Ronan even paid for a 2-week sample out of his own pocket so I could bring them back for the quartermaster's approval. And he did it after I refused to tell him where to find the entrance to the ether pool, assuming the crevice actually leads to it. How would you have me feel given all that? It's just strange having one of the lesser races here. To even owe them gratitude when we used to rule them feels wrong." Enwin sighed. "We never ruled anyone. The Empire collapsed long before either of us was born. And don't use the phrase lesser races, it's insulting. Humans are different, not less than us. Don't forget, you and I are more human than elf. Anyway, I'm exhausted. Shall we meet for breakfast tomorrow?" "I'd like that. Good night, Enwin." Theron gave her a quick kiss on the cheek, then slipped out of her room. She dearly hoped he didn't do anything stupid, but Enwin saw the look in his eyes when she spoke about Ronan, and feared the worst. How did relief turn so quickly to anxiety? Theron didn't know, but as he walked back toward his watch post, his mind refused to calm. When Father announced that Enwin would arrive soon, his whole body nearly melted with relief. Then, when they finally had a moment alone, she only spoke about the human, Ronan. Granted, he saved her life, but even so, he shouldn't have made such a large impression. No doubt he wanted Enwin for himself. Any man would, given her beauty and intelligence. No more perfect woman existed in the world. Theron shook his head. No, thinking that way led nowhere good. Enwin loved him, not some human she'd only met a few days ago. He had to believe that, even if she had acted a bit dismissive during their conversation. That had been the exhaustion talking. He tried with all his might to convince himself of that. 2 guardians on patrol passed him, and Theron caught a few words of their conversation. "Remarkable that a human could make it this deep into the mountains. He must have an extraordinary ethereal capacity." "Lord Therius is speaking with him privately right now. He must have done something to impress the warden." Then they were gone, and Theron's mood had soured even further. He hadn't even spoken to Ronan, and he already hated him. Perhaps tomorrow he'd invite Ronan for a little sparring match. He'd show the human who truly was the lesser being. Chapter 16. The guest room Therius provided Danny didn't offer anything an inn didn't. In fact, it might have been a mirror of the room he used at the Fighting Quail, save the walls and floor were made of steel. In any case, 2 days spent trudging up a mountain left him tired enough that he could have slept on the floor if he had to. Luckily, he had a perfectly adequate cot that wouldn't have looked out of place in his old Marine barracks. And so, well rested and ready to face the day, Danny stepped out into the bare hallway. A few feet up the passage, one of the guards stood at parade rest. Looked like Therius didn't trust him all that much after all. Not that Danny blamed him. He'd set a ward around his room last night just to be safe. Not to mention, no one with any sense left a stranger to his own devices in a secure facility. On the plus side, this guard looked wide awake. Hopefully he could direct Danny to the mess hall. "Excuse me, where can a guy get a bite to eat around here?" "Lord Therius asked me to guide you to the dining hall," the guard said. "Follow me, please." Not exactly friendly, but polite and professional, got the job done. He fell in beside the guard, and they set out down the hall. As they walked, Danny asked, "Did you get stuck standing outside my door all night?" "No, sir. Midnight to now. My regular post is only 100 yards up the hall at the intersection, so moving down here made little difference." A couple turns brought them to the intersection which led to the storeroom. They passed that door and turned into a small open space filled with 2 long tables. An opening in the wall led to the kitchen. Steam emerged from the window, but it didn't smell like anything in particular. No bacon or sausage, which disappointed him. 4 elf-bloods sat at the tables, a pair at each. There were no women besides Enwin. She sat beside another fellow who glowered at Danny. Looked like someone pissed in his Cheerios. "I need to return to my post," Danny's guide said. "Sure, thanks." He nodded to the guard and walked over to the window. In the kitchen, he found Nolan standing at a magic stove stirring a large pot. "What's cooking?" Nolan glanced his way. "Oatmeal." Danny made a face. "I know I brought you better stuff than that." Nolan grinned. "Gotta make it last. Oatmeal will stick to your ribs and sit like lead in your stomach. Hey, you want a bowl or not?" "Sure, thanks." Danny accepted a metal bowl of steaming oats along with a spoon and glass of water. Not exactly a meal to make you want to face the cold, but better than nothing. Food in hand, he ambled over to Enwin's table and said, "Mind if I join you?" "Please do," Enwin said. When he'd settled on the bench across from them, she asked, "Did you sleep okay in the guest room? It hasn't been used in a long time." "Yeah, it was fine." Danny opened his storage, reached in, and pulled out a dried sausage. "It's really not a proper meal without meat. At least I don't think so." As he heated the sausage with magic, Enwin said, "Let me introduce you to Theron. Theron, this is Ronan, the adventurer who saved my life." She emphasized that last sentence as if reminding him to mind his manners. The way Theron sat so close to Enwin made it clear they had some sort of relationship. Looked like Danny was about to have a jealous boyfriend encounter, kind of like the high school lunchroom, only with elf bloods. "Pleasure," Theron said, clearly not meaning it for a moment. "You have my gratitude for protecting Enwin. She's a lovely woman, and it was my pleasure. I've had mixed results during my previous encounters with elf bloods, so I appreciated meeting a kind one." "Theron is Lord Therius' son," Enwin said. Danny nodded. Now that he looked closer, they did have a vague resemblance. The eyes especially were a similar shade of gold. "I had a good talk with your father. He struck me as a serious and honorable man." "Of course," Theron said, his tone and posture stiff. "He's the head of Clan Frostwatch. Which other elf bloods did you meet?" "Lyra Shale taught me magic." Danny didn't add that she also killed him. "And I met another fellow who called himself the Master of Drakes. I never did find out his real name. Now, I'm not sure if it counts, but I also met the ghost, I suppose you'd call it, of Therian Dusk. Is that a common sort of name? I noticed you and your father's names are similar." "It's somewhat common," Therian said. "One of our ancestors, a pure elf, had the name Theron. Derivations of that type are often used." "I didn't know that," Enwin said. "It's more common among clans that served on the High Council. Some of the others thought it pretentious to try and mimic a true elf, but others considered it a way to honor them. I never thought much about it myself." Danny's sausage started to sizzle and the skin ripped. Satisfied that it had gotten hot enough, he took out his knife and sliced it into the oatmeal. Mouth now watering, he dug in. As he ate, Theron said, "Enwin mentioned you fought off some Grimlocks. After your meal, perhaps you'd like to spar a bit. I could show you some elf blood techniques." And no doubt show off for his girlfriend. As a guy, Danny fully understood the inclination and would be happy to play along. "Sure, I don't mind. It's always interesting to see how other people fight." Theron's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Excellent. I'll round up everyone off duty. Enwin, would you guide Ronan to the training room when he's finished eating?" Her face, the very picture of resignation, Enwin said, "I will." "Thank you." Theron kissed her cheek and hurried off, no doubt to collect as big an audience as possible to witness his coming victory. When he'd gone, Enwin said, "I'm sorry about this." Danny shrugged. "Like I said, I don't mind. A little workout before I head back down the hill sounds like just the thing. Besides, I'm pretty sure he wants to show off for you. Perfectly natural." Perfectly natural for teenagers, not 1,000-year-old elf bloods. No, it's not. Theron and I only made our feelings for each other clear a little while ago, and he's a bit insecure. My spending time alone with another man, even if it was technically involuntary, left him feeling jealous. Yeah, I got that impression too. Look, as long as he's polite about it, I'll play along. He can show his stuff, you can cheer and make a fuss, and then I'll leave. That should make everyone happy. And if he's not polite? Enwin asked. Then I'll decide how many teeth to knock out of his pretty mouth based on the number of insults he sends my way. Enwin looked utterly aghast, prompting Danny to wink. Relax, I won't break your boyfriend. Let me finish my breakfast, then we'll see what he has in mind. Theron smiled to himself as he paced around the modest training room. Few of the Guardians regularly took advantage of the space, given how seldom they had to fight. Not that there was much here. Some wooden swords hung from a rack by the wall. There were also bows and targets along one wall. Given the room's size, target practice served little purpose. A padded ring filled the bulk of the space. He and Ronan would have their match there. He'd only found 3 others off duty at this time of day, but they'd all agreed to witness the match between himself and Ronan. Wait until they saw how easily he defeated the human. Frostwatch Guardians were the finest warriors in the world. He believed that with all his soul. Enwin had seemed so impressed with Ronan's fighting ability. Wait until she saw what he could do. As if summoned by the thought, Enwin entered the training room with Ronan a step behind. The human wore an easy smile and didn't even look nervous. He said something to Enwin, who laughed. Theron ground his teeth. He hated seeing them together like that. It twisted him up inside and sent bile burning in the back of his throat. It felt like a betrayal, even though he knew it wasn't. Love and rational thoughts seldom encountered each other, or so he'd read in his favorite book of poetry. He forced a tight, humorless smile onto his face as they approached. Ready for the match? His voice came out sharper than he intended, and, based on her frown, Enwin noticed. The 3 watching Guardians shifted slightly, muttering to each other in uncomfortable whispers. This is just practice, Theron, remember? Enwin said. Of course. Theron locked his gaze on Ronan and he gestured toward the ring. Just a friendly contest. Shall we? Ronan shrugged, that easy smile still playing on his lips. It infuriated Theron. Did the man feel no apprehension, no respect for his betters? Theron had lived 1,000 years longer than this human. How dare he treat Theron like some amusement, some child he had to humor? By all means. Ronan went to the nearby racks and collected a wooden sword. Theron stepped into the ring first and gave his practice sword a couple swings. The heft perfectly matched his live blade. In a dark corner of his heart, Theron wished he held proper steel. After a fight to the death, this human would be no threat to him and Enwin. Ronan joined him in the ring. He took an unfamiliar stance, lower and looser than anything Theron had ever seen. His movements appeared less precise, but also more fluid. To Theron's eyes, everything Ronan did looked sloppy, amateurish. A surge of confidence rushed through him. This would be over quickly. He'd show Enwin and everyone else his real strength. Whenever you're ready, Ronan said. Theron didn't wait for another invitation. He lunged, his wooden blade a blur aimed at Ronan's chest. Theron put all he had into it. Any illusion that this was a sparring match went straight out the window. He'd trained that thrust 1,000,000 times. The standard opening move tested your opponent's reflexes and forced them into an immediate defensive posture. He expected Ronan to stumble back, maybe parry awkwardly. Instead, Ronan subtly shifted his weight and swung his own blade up. Not to block, but to deflect. Wood scraped against wood with a dull thwack. Theron staggered when his momentum redirected to the left. His blow sliced harmlessly through the air as he, rather than Ronan, staggered like a child taking his first steps. Annoyance flared hot in his chest. He'd clearly taken Ronan too lightly. Theron had never seen anyone move like that. He recovered and spun, expecting to find Ronan charging in to take advantage of his imbalance. Instead, he found the man back in his odd stance, ready and waiting to begin the next round. Face burning, Theron attacked again with a full-force overhead chop. The blow had no finesse, just power and anger. Ronan shifted enough to let the swing crash into the training mat, then he swatted Theron on the backside with the flat of his sword, sending him sprawling across the ring. Theron hit the mat with a grunt, the impact jarring his teeth. He scrambled to his feet, whipping around to face Ronan. The human hadn't even moved from his spot, the wooden sword held loosely at his side, that infuriatingly calm expression still fixed on his face. The smile had transformed into something neutral, analytical, which somehow struck him as even more insulting. "Theron!" Enwyn's voice had a sharp edge, and when he glanced her way, he found a look of concern rather than the pride he'd hoped for. "This is just a sparring match, remember? What are you doing?" "I'm showing this lesser species his place." He lunged again, abandoning the precise forms he'd practiced for centuries. Raw fury guided his blade. A whirlwind of swings aimed high and low lashed out, forcing Ronan back a step. Wood clacked against wood as his opponent parried each strike, his movements economical, almost lazy, yet perfectly timed. Each block effortless. Each deflection turned Theron's own momentum against him, leaving him clumsy and off balance. Ronan didn't even bother to counterattack, and he didn't need to. Theron's arms already felt like they weighed 20 pounds each. If he didn't end this soon, he'd have no strength left to continue. Theron feinted low, then brought his sword around in a wide, horizontal arc aimed at Ronan's head. The desperate strike had no hope of landing. Even Theron recognized the foolishness of his attack. Ronan ducked the swing with contemptuous ease. As Theron's sword whistled through empty air, Ronan stepped inside his guard. Theron braced for the finishing strike. Instead, Ronan's left hand shot out, fingers spread, and smacked flat against Theron's chest. The blow had little power behind it, but he timed it perfectly with Theron's overextended posture. The impact shoved him backward and sent him stumbling to the mat once more. A moment later, the flat of Ronan's wooden sword tapped him twice on the side of his head. Tap, tap, like you'd correct a misbehaving child. Theron would have preferred a skull-crushing blow. The humiliation hurt worse than any physical strike. He glared his hatred at the human. The room was silent save for his own ragged breaths. He felt Enwyn's gaze on him, felt the weight of the other Guardian's judgment. He'd wanted to impress them, to show Enwyn his superiority. Instead, he'd been made a fool of, by a lesser species. "I think that's enough sparring for me," Ronan said. "Thanks for the match." Theron said nothing. He just tossed his sword aside and fled the training room to escape the disappointed gazes of his fellow Guardians, and especially Enwyn. Chapter 17. Danny gave a little shake of his head when Theron fled the training room. He picked up the man's wooden sword and returned it, along with his own, to the rack along the back wall. The 3 elf-bloods who watched the fight filed out of the room without a word. Not that Danny blamed them. After all, he had no idea what to say either. When only the 2 of them remained, Enwyn said, "Did you have to go so hard on him?" Danny cocked his head. "Me? If any of those blows he swung had landed on an unprotected person, wooden sword or not, it would have done serious damage. I only gave him a couple taps. Besides, what do you expect from a lesser species?" She had the good grace to wince. "I apologize for that comment. Theron's picked up an unpleasant streak of arrogance lately. Please believe me when I say all elf-bloods don't think that way." Danny shrugged. "You seem decent enough, and I would never judge an entire species by their rudest member. And honestly, Theron isn't even as bad as the elf-blood who tried to kill me. That guy enslaved drakes and used the life force of over 100 innocent girls to power a spell. Being an obnoxious twerp hardly compares. What made him think he could beat me so easily?" "I don't know. I told Theron how you handled the Gremlocks on our way here, and that you must have defeated the cat constructs. Given that, I can't understand his overconfidence. I suppose the fact that he's 1,000 years older than you might have played a part. Danny snorted. How many actual fights has he been in during those 1,000 years? I've been fighting almost non-stop for 5 years across 2 worlds. He lost this fight the moment he challenged me. I originally planned on letting him show off a bit, but when he really went after me, I decided a lesson in humility would serve him better in the long run. Plus, he just pissed me off. Much as I'd like to argue in Theron's defense, the way he behaved was inexcusable. I need to go talk to him. Best of luck. I'm going to find Nolan and see when he'll be ready to leave for Frost Edge. They parted company at the door, and Danny retraced his steps back to the storeroom. Danny didn't encounter a single guard during his walk, hardly a surprise since he was pretty sure they only had 10 people working in this prison. It seemed like far too few until you remembered the prisoners were frozen in chunks of ice. Danny tapped the open rune and stuck his head in. He found Nolan sitting cross-legged on the floor sorting through the crates Danny delivered the previous day. The burly elf blood looked up from his work. "What can I do for you?" "I was wondering if you were ready to leave, but I can see you're not." "This is just some final sorting," Nolan said. "Nothing that won't keep until later. Unfortunately, we have another problem." "That doesn't sound good," Danny said. "It's not the end of the world, but take a look at this." Nolan got up and led him to another door in the back of the room. He tapped the invisible rune, and the door slid up, revealing a raging snowstorm outside. "It's early, but not unprecedentedly so. I don't fancy walking for 2 days in that mess." Danny didn't either, and in the end, a day or two one way or the other wouldn't make much of a difference for him. Now that he'd given up on reaching this ether pool, he could introduce Nolan to Tomlin whenever, then head south, either to find one of the Demon King's bodies or the next pool, whichever came first. The Reaper had warned him that he'd be in the same vicinity as her at some of the ether pools, so an eventual rematch seemed inevitable. "Is my staying here for another night going to be a problem?" "Can't see why it would be. A handful of extra meals won't strain us much. Given what we owe you, Therius won't complain. Theron, on the other hand, you heard about the match already? Word travels fast in such a small place. I don't know the details, but I know he challenged you. Want to talk about it?" Danny shrugged. Not much to say. He wanted to put a member of a lesser species in his place. It didn't go the way he planned. I didn't do him any harm. Well, I might have bruised his ego, but the rest of him is unharmed. Nolan's eyes narrowed. Lesser species. He used those words exactly? Danny nodded. Yeah, why? Is there something special about them? Special might not be the right word, but it's how Chiral used to refer to anyone without elf blood. Apparently noticing Danny's confused look, Nolan added, Chiral is our primary prisoner, a half-elf and former member of the council. He's also Therius's father and Theron's grandfather. I can't imagine how the boy heard it. No one around here would dare utter those words. I wish I could tell you, Danny said, but he spoke with plenty of hate and venom in his voice, and any of his strikes would have broken the bones of someone unprotected by magic. We need to speak to Therius, Nolan said. At a minimum, he should talk with Theron about this attitude. Maybe he'll find out where he heard the phrase lesser species as well. That's not a conversation I envy him. By the way, if Theron's 1,000 years old, how long will you consider him a boy? Nolan shrugged. Until he starts acting like an adult. Danny winced. Nolan pulled no punches. The two of them left the storeroom and walked toward Therius's office. Danny had no idea what the father would have to say about his son, and he was in no hurry to find out. Theron didn't have a destination in mind when he fled the training room, at least not consciously. Even so, it didn't surprise him when his unsteady stride carried him to the entrance to the cells. Part of him wanted anything other than to hear his grandfather's disappointment at his weakness, and at the same time he craved Chiral's reassurance. His mental weakness disgusted him nearly as much as his physical weakness. When he stood a few yards from the cell block, Theron froze just before the bend in the hall. He'd completely forgotten that it wasn't his day to check the cells, and the guardian on duty would know that. He needed an excuse, something plausible to convince the duty guardian to let him past. Theron racked his brain trying to remember who had the duty today. He couldn't remember. Not Enwin, he knew that for sure. He ground his teeth. Maybe it didn't matter. He closed his eyes and focused. Only one life force within his range. That had to be the duty guardian. If he claimed to have taken the job today, that might get him through. Of course, if the proper guardian showed up with Theron present, that would be a different problem. Happily, one he'd only have to worry about if and when it cropped up. Steeling himself, Theron pushed away from the wall and rounded the corner. 5 strides carried him to the door. Heaven must have been watching out for him, as Benton wasn't on duty today. Instead, he found a distant cousin named Larkin lounging against the wall, eyes half shut as he tried to nap. Perfect. When he spotted Theron, Larkin's eyes popped open. "Are you on cell duty today?" Before good sense got the better of him, Theron nodded. "Father asked me to check them. Since I've been doing it, he figured I'd be apt to notice any changes." Larkin nodded and yawned, clearly indifferent to Theron's excuses. "Makes sense. Go on in. I'll try to be quiet when I come back out." Larkin grinned. "I appreciate it. Heaven's mercy, these shifts get boring. Please don't tell your father I said that." Theron grinned back in a manner he hoped looked conspiratorial. "Your secret is safe with me." He left Larkin to resume his nap and descended the stairs to the bottom level. Theron nearly tripped on the rough floor as he practically ran to his grandfather's cell. "What troubles you, Theron?" The warmth and kindness in Chiro's voice brought the whole story spilling out. His jealousy and anger, followed by the match in which he lost so badly. Theron would have never considered talking with his father like this, but something about Chiro made it easy. Perhaps because he was locked in a prison of ice. It made him feel safe. "You have my sympathies. Losing a fight is never easy. It's important to remember that the reason we call them lesser species isn't necessarily because of their individual power. In my time, there were many very strong humans. They are lesser because of their short lifespans. Such brief lives don't allow them to accumulate wisdom the way we do. When the Empire stood, it allowed us to guide them with that accumulated wisdom." "Were there any humans as powerful as you, grandfather?" "No, but I'm a half-elf and a member of the Council. Only one of our kind stood above me, and certainly no humans did. The blood of heaven runs much thinner in you. That isn't a bad thing. With the right training, you're certain to achieve your full potential, a potential that vastly outstrips any lesser species. That training, combined with gaining true immortality, will set you head and shoulders above any being in the world." Theron's heart leapt at the thought. He would be strong, far stronger than Ronan. "Enwin thinks she found the entrance to the Etherpool chamber. There's a crevice not too far from the bastion that was guarded by constructs." "That certainly sounds promising. If you can make your way there, you need only disrupt the magical bindings securing the Etherpool. Once that's done, the gathered energy will rush out and the ice will begin to melt. Soon after that, we will be free to restore the elf-blood people to their proper place." Theron considered for a moment. He hadn't planned on going to the Etherpool himself. It would draw too much attention. Of course, it didn't look like manipulating Ronan or some other human would work anymore. The way things were going, if he wanted to free his grandfather, he'd have to do it himself. "I'll figure something out, hopefully in the next day or two. I can't wait to help you rebuild the Empire and return the Elf-Bloods to what they were meant to be." "I have no doubt you'll be a great help, Theron. Good luck." Right. He needed to move on lest someone get curious. Sneaking out wouldn't be easy, but he'd manage. One way or another, Theron would free his grandfather and take his proper place in the world. Chapter 18. Enwin had a pretty good idea where Theron would go after his disastrous match with Ronan. As she worked her way through the quiet halls, she sighed, thinking back on it. Jealousy was an ugly thing, and Theron had showed his in all its dubious glory. While she appreciated that he felt so strongly about their relationship, that sort of foolish behavior couldn't continue. She didn't even like Ronan like that. While she did feel gratitude toward him, how could she not, given that he'd saved her life? He still remained basically a stranger. Theron, in addition to his jealousy, had grown volatile, insecure, and worst of all, he harbored beliefs she found deeply troubling. She knew where he'd heard the phrase lesser species. Chiral. His grandfather thought nothing of using humans as disposable fodder. It made Enwyn a little sick when she thought back on her own willingness to consider the possibility. Had Theron spoken with his grandfather again? Secretly? It wouldn't surprise her, and while he had agreed to abide by her decision regarding the ether pool, he never said anything about avoiding Chiral. Enwyn had no trouble imagining the evil old man poisoning Theron's mind further. She reached the passage leading to the cell block access stairs. Enwyn made the turn just as Theron emerged from the door. She caught his eye and smiled. Instead of the usual bright warmth that radiated from him when they were together, today something dark and furtive had taken its place. Whatever caused the change, she didn't like it a bit. "I thought I'd find you here," Enwyn said. "Are you okay?" Theron nodded and moved closer. "I'm fine. Let's talk somewhere a little more private." He gave a meaningful nod toward the doorway where the guardian on duty's shadow flashed in and out of view. Enwyn let him lead her down the hall and around the bend. When he finally stopped, Theron said, "I talked with Grandfather a bit. Bound as he is, talking with him feels safer, for lack of a better word, than talking with people. Chiral is many things, but even in his current situation, I wouldn't call him safe. He already poisoned your mind with that lesser species nonsense." "That was a mistake on my part." His admission shocked her. "When he said lesser species, he didn't mean humans were weak or stupid, but rather that their brief lives didn't allow them to accumulate wisdom the way elf-bloods can. That's what made the Empire so important. We could help them overcome their short-sightedness." The sheer arrogance of that statement made it almost worse than thinking humans were weak. What little optimism she held on to when she heard him admit his mistake drowned in the deep pool of his arrogance. "Theron, we've never guided anyone to do anything. Perhaps our ancestors were up to the task, but it's folly for us to claim any special wisdom, at least about anything other than guarding prisons. That's all we have experience with." Theron nodded rather than argue. "You're right, and as long as we have to guard the prisoners, we'll never have a chance to gain the sort of experience that will give us real wisdom." "I've been thinking about that, and the more I do, the more I think freeing Chiral and his followers is an awful idea. You've changed so much since he first spoke to you, and not for the better." "I appreciate your concern," Theron hugged her. "Knowing you care means more to me than you can imagine. If you don't think we should arrange for human mercenaries to destroy the ether pool, I'll respect your decision, just as I said I would. For now, I think I'd like to catch a few hours' rest before my shift starts. Between the match and the stress, I'm exhausted." Enwyn gave him a final, searching look, kissed his cheek, and let him go. She just hoped he didn't do something they'd both regret. Danny and Nolan didn't need long to make the walk from the storeroom to Therius's office. As they walked through the cold, empty halls, Danny couldn't shake the horror movie vibe the place gave him. Ridiculous, of course. He sensed no corruption, and all the Guardians had the blood of heaven running through their veins. They might be arrogant assholes, but it would be a stretch to call them evil demon worshippers. "Do you ever get sick of living in such a lonely, out-of-the-way place?" Danny asked. "Of course," Nolan said. He didn't even hesitate to say it, which surprised Danny. "But we have a responsibility to make sure Chiral and his lieutenants never see the light of day again. It's not a responsibility any member of the Frostwatch clan takes lightly. Besides, given the state of the world, I doubt Elfbloods would receive a warm welcome should we show up." "I don't know," Danny said. "As long as you didn't try to tell everyone else how to live their lives, I doubt anyone would turn down your gold. Surprisingly few people have strong opinions of Elfbloods." I suspect the fact that about 80 human generations have passed since you guys were in charge of anything helps. Nolan chuckled. You have a very cynical worldview. Has anyone ever told you that? I may have heard it once or twice. So, what did Chiral do that was so bad you needed to freeze him solid and guard him for all eternity? Nolan's good nature melted away into a deep scowl. That's Therius's tale, should he wish to tell it. I'll simply say that it was the worst crime any elf blood had ever committed, and it left his soul black and ruined. Charming. I'm glad I never had the misfortune to meet him in person. I envy you that. Chiral was my uncle, and I loved him. I remember playing hide and seek with him as a child. It's difficult to square what he did with the man I knew. Danny had no idea what to say to that, and thankfully they reached the office door, sparing him the need to reply. For some reason, a bright, glowing rune covered a third of the door. He'd never seen such a thing, and had no idea what it meant. He's in the middle of something, Nolan said. All the Bastion's magical controls are in Therius's office. He probably needed to adjust the ethereal flow. Happens all the time. We can check back later. Great. What am I supposed to do in the meantime? Whatever you like, though I would request you stay in the guest room so as not to bother the guardians. Sure, no problem. Wandering around a prison doesn't overly interest me anyway. Nolan's smile, now rather wry, returned. I don't blame you. As homes go, this one leaves a great deal to be desired. Danny ended up spending half a day reading one of the books he had in storage. Basically, it talked about the final members of the Elf-Blood High Council. No one mentioned Chiral, which meant whatever happened between him and the council went down after the book was written. Aside from that useless bit of trivia, he learned nothing of great value beyond the fact that elf-blood biographers sucked up to their subjects just as much as human ones did. A grumbling stomach finally convinced him to leave his austere quarters and head for the kitchen. Maybe Nolan had word that Therius had finished whatever magical thing kept him locked in his office. Danny stepped out into the hall, but found no one on guard duty. Either they'd started to trust him or had no one to spare to keep an eye on him. Danny figured the latter, not that he especially cared. As he'd told Nolan, exploring a creepy elf prison didn't appeal to him. He turned toward the kitchen. The clunk of his boots sounded especially loud in the silent passage. If not for the fact that he sensed the elf bloods nearby, he might have thought he was alone in the world. It even felt like the air temperature had dropped a bit. Maybe whatever Therius did to the magic messed up whatever passed for heating in the place. He passed the intersection where his guard had previously stood and found it empty. The guy must have had something more pressing to do today. A few more strides brought him to the small dining area, also empty. Danny had no idea of the time beyond apparently too early for lunch. He poked his head in the kitchen window and found Nolan adding a pinch of one of the spices Danny brought to a steaming stock pot. Hey, when Nolan looked his way, Danny asked. Any news on Therius? I haven't checked. Let me finish flavoring dinner, then we can take a look. From the sounds of it, a meal wouldn't be forthcoming anytime soon. Disappointing, but from the smell, whatever they did have should taste a fair bit better than oatmeal. While Nolan did his best master chef impression, Danny dug a strip of jerky out of his storage and started gnawing. He got most of the way through the strip before Nolan finally plopped a lid on the pot and joined him in the dining hall. Okay, let's see if he's free. Danny trailed Nolan out of the kitchen and back down the empty corridor. They took the same path as before and, as before, encountered no one. Danny didn't know how the elf blood stood living in places like this. When they reached Therius's office, the rune had faded from the door, leaving the metal surface blank. Nolan knocked, and a moment later the door slid open. Inside, Therius stood behind his desk, hands clasped behind his back. Have you decided to brave the elements? Therius asked. Hell no, Danny said. I end up in enough dangerous situations without walking into a blizzard for the fun of it. We have another concern, Nolan said. Oh? What is it? Theron, Nolan said. He used the phrase lesser species in reference to Ronan. A shadow passed over Therius's face as he grimaced. Did he? I wonder where he heard it. Exactly my thoughts, Nolan said. I'm pretty sure we destroyed all of Kyrill's books. But if Theron got his hands on something we missed, he might end up on a bad path, and none of us want that. We certainly don't, Therius said. I'll speak with him, find out where he learned the phrase. Ronan, please accept my apologies for my son's rude behavior. Danny waved a hand. He's old enough to apologize for himself. I don't hold anyone else to blame for what he did or said. Anyway, I've been called way worse than a lesser species. The very faintest of smiles curved Therius's lips. You have a good attitude. Do you wish to be here when I speak with Theron? As the aggrieved party, you have the right. Danny shook his head. No, given the way Theron feels about me, you'll have a lot better luck talking to him if I'm nowhere to be seen. Besides, this is a family matter. Better if an outsider doesn't stick his nose in it. At least any further. I'll be in my room if you need anything. Danny offered a little wave and strode out of the office. He really didn't envy Theron the upcoming conversation. No matter how old you got, getting an earful from your father sucked. Chapter 19. Theron managed 3 hours standing at an intersection that no one ever passed before he couldn't take it anymore. The sheer pointlessness of his tasks as a guardian had never bothered him as much as they did lately. A future filled with so much more awaited him if only he had the will to seize it. And he did. His last conversation with his grandfather had convinced him. He would find a way to disconnect the ether pool, and then he would help rebuild the empire at his grandfather's side. Once they did that, no elf blood would be killed again. No one else would have to deal with losing their mother the way he had. And he meant to do it right now. The first step away from his post nearly caused him physical pain. He'd never directly disobeyed his father's orders. Centuries of obedience ended today. He'd been so thoroughly trained to do his duty that it took all his mental effort to push through. Thankfully, once he left that cursed intersection behind, he found the rebellion easier. And it grew even easier when each step passed and the world didn't come to an end. It proved, at least in his mind, that his job was every bit as pointless as he always thought. Now he just needed a way to distract Nolan and slip outside. As his mind ran through options, each less likely to work than the last, he passed 2 more guards who nodded at him without comment. Though they remained silent, he saw the contempt in their gaze. They must have heard about his loss to Ronan. Theron silently cursed the human adventurer. How he wished the man had never entered his life. It made no difference to his ego that had Ronan never entered his life, Enwyn would likely be dead right now. No, as an elf blood, she would have found some other way to survive. They needed no help from the lesser races. A few yards from the entrance to the storeroom, he paused. So far, he'd come up with no good ideas about how to distract Nolan. Well, he'd just play it by ear. Opening himself fully to the ether, he extended his senses. Heaven smiled on his mission. Nolan was absent, and the way to the exit lay wide open. Not at all inclined to waste time, Theron hurried through the door, past the shelves of supplies and toward the little hall where the hunters hung their heavy cloaks. He slung one of them around his shoulders, grabbed a satchel, and helped himself to a couple days' worth of food. Surely he'd be able to figure out how to deactivate the pool in a day or two. Preparations made, he opened the outside door. A gust of icy wind hit him like a hammer, and he had to stagger back to keep from getting blown over. The swirling snow limited his visibility to no more than 100 feet. Theron pulled the cloak's hood up and over his head, then struggled against the wind, fighting with each step to get clear of the bastion. He hadn't realized the storm's severity. A bit of physical enhancement allowed him to make progress, but the cold left him shivering after only seconds. Orienting himself based on Enwyn's rough description of the crevice's location, he put his head down and trudged on. The wind howled and ripped at his cloak like a living thing. Each gust left his face numb and his fingers barely able to clasp the satchel. Though painful, the storm offered the perfect cover. No one would come after him until the storm broke, and in these mountains that might be another day away. After what felt like an eternity, he paused to catch his breath. Theron poured a little ether into his core, warming himself from the inside. His shivering abated as a wave of heat radiated out from his stomach. He reveled in the delicious warmth, but didn't dare try and maintain it for too long lest he wear himself out. Instead, he closed his eyes and sent his vision flying out over the stark whiteness. He had to be getting close to the crevice. While he didn't have the greatest range, this was the best way to search the immediate area. On the plus side, at least he didn't have to worry about running into Gremlocks in the storm. Even those stupid brutes were smart enough to hunker down during a storm this bad. He smiled faintly and wondered what it said about his own intelligence that he didn't. Theron spotted a darker area and guided his magical eyes lower. Sure enough, a deep gash cut in the snow delved into the earth. That had to be it. He marked the entrance with an ethereal beacon and returned his sight to his eyes. Ready or not, he set out toward the beacon, staggering through fresh snow now up to the middle of his shins. Every step felt like a small victory. He reached the edge of the crevice, quickly descended out of the wind, and reveled in the reprieve. The glorious lack of wind and ice slapping him in the face did wonders for his mental state, and he took a moment to savor the relative warmth. Theron had used a lot of energy to make it this far, and much as he wanted to hurry onward, a short break and a snack wouldn't be the worst idea. By the glow of a conjured light, he dug a hard biscuit out of his satchel and took a bite. He'd eaten less flavorsome things, but he couldn't recall when. As he chewed, he surveyed the immediate area. The crevice was wider than he expected, though not by much. If he had to fight down here, swinging his sword would be a problem. Likely magic would have to do the heavy lifting. The crevice ran at a steady downward slope for as far as his light reached. The rock walls rose high on either side, their surfaces glistening with a thick coat of ice. Theron tried and failed to imagine a less hospitable place. But hospitable or not, he meant to reach the bottom and free his grandfather. Chapter 20. Therius rubbed the bridge of his nose and swallowed a sigh. How had his son gotten so far off the correct path? His childhood had come and gone centuries ago, yet he still acted like a spoiled boy. Perhaps Therius didn't spend enough time with him during his youth. Running the bastion took so much time it wasn't possible to divide his attention as much as he would have liked. He straightened in his chair and glanced at Nolan, who had remained in his office after Ronan departed. His cousin had been in this with him since day one, and Therius appreciated his silent support more than he could express. Nolan had a steady presence that did wonders to keep those around him on an even keel. "Do you have any thoughts?" Therius asked. "I think you should call the boy and have him explain what foolishness is running through his head. Sitting here thinking about it isn't doing us any good." Trust Nolan to come right to the heart of the matter. "Excellent idea." Therius pressed an ethereal rune forged into the surface of his desk. His projected voice covered the entire bastion. "Theron, please come to my office. We need to talk." 1 minute passed, then 2. Therius frowned. No way did Theron miss his summons, and you could walk from anywhere in the bastion to his office in 2 minutes. What was Theron playing at now? Therius drew ether into his body and blew it out in a thin mist. When it covered the entire structure, he had to admit that Theron had vanished. "He's left the bastion," Therius said. "In this storm, without permission?" Nolan said. "That's madness." "So it would seem, and yet I can't sense his life force anywhere within the walls. Has he spoken to you?" Nolan shook his head. "Theron knows how close we are. If he wants to keep something from you, he wouldn't share it with me. Maybe Enwyn?" "Of course." Therius touched the rune again. "Enwyn, please come to my office." Less than a minute later, she knocked. Thank heaven someone was where they were supposed to be. He tapped the open rune and Enwyn stepped into his office. She offered a respectful bow. "Lord Therius, how may I be of service?" "Theron has left the bastion, and I wondered if you knew why." She flinched, confirming Nolan's guess. He said nothing to me about going, but I'm not shocked. Theron has been speaking to the Lord of Black Ice. Therius leapt to his feet and slammed his hands on the top of his desk. Impossible! He's fully sealed, and there have been no changes to the bindings beyond the usual fluctuations. I'm afraid it's true, sir. Theron brought me down to speak with him as well. It's not true speech, but telepathy. He wants to be freed from his prison so he can rebuild the Empire and make the elf-blood people truly immortal. Theron's afraid to lose anyone else after his mother's death, and the idea of rebuilding the Empire appeals to his need to do something important. And you are planning to simply keep this from me? Therius kept his anger carefully under control. Theron agreed to abide by my decision, and I told him I thought freeing Cairo was a bad idea. I thought I had him convinced, but he must have changed his mind after losing the match with Ronan. He did look pretty upset, Nolan said. And now we know where he picked up that lesser species foolishness. Sounds like Cairo's twisted him around. How exactly did you plan to free him? Therius asked. Cairo said we had to deactivate the ether pool powering the wards. Theron suggested hiring human mercenaries to do it, and if they were killed in the effort, we could just claim they were poking around where they didn't belong. I assume he's gone to shut it off himself. Did you plan to hire Ronan to do it? Nolan asked. No, meeting him was just chance. I went looking for the ether pool and 3 constructs chased me off. Ronan saved me from them. You know what happened after that. And you left nothing else out? Therius asked. Enwin winced at his sharp tone, but Therius didn't care. These 2 fools risked setting loose the gravest danger to ever emerge from the Elf-Blood Empire. He had no patience left for gentle questioning. No, Lord Therius, I believe that's everything. Please try not to be too angry with Theron. He's in a bad place right now. If my fool of a son succeeds, we'll all be in a far worse place. I think it's time to see what my father has to say for himself. It might be best to speak with Ronan as well, Enwin said. He has experience dealing with the ether pools that might be valuable. Good idea, Therius said. We'll collect him on our way down to the cells. 3 sharp raps on the door dragged Danny's focus away from his reading. The book wasn't that interesting, but it did mention Cairo in regard to his post as a member of the High Council. It didn't offer a ton of detail about his magical specialty, assuming Cairo had one, though the author at least thought well of him. Most likely because he wrote the book before Cairo did whatever got him frozen and locked up. Danny rolled out of his cot and returned the book to his storage before marching over to the door and opening it. He found Therius, Enwin, and Nolan standing outside, none of them looking happy. Danny felt certain Therius at least never looked happy, but he'd never seen the other 2 with such grim expressions. Discretion being the better part of valor, Danny kept any sarcastic comments to himself. Something I can do for you guys? Theron has left the Bastion, Therius said. We believe he plans to try and deactivate the ether pool and free Cairo. We're on our way to the cells to attempt to confirm that he truly is capable of speech, and if so, convince him to provide some information about Theron's intentions. Given your experience with ether pools, we thought you might have some insight. Well, that explained everyone's mood. I'm happy to lend a hand if I can, but why would your prisoner say anything about what he and the kid have planned? If he just stays silent, you won't even have proof that he can speak to anyone. My father is arrogant, Therius said. He always was, and since the transformation he's become more so. I believe he'll speak simply to rub our noses in what he perceives as our failure. I hope to trick him into revealing something of value. Danny nodded and stepped out into the hall. He had no trouble buying the arrogance angle. The group set out for the cells, and Danny said, You should know that ether pools aren't easy to damage. The odds of Theron being able to breach the rune circle are small. It's much more likely some guardian construct will stop him before he even reaches it. If this were one of the later pools, I'd agree with you, Therius said. However, this was the prototype, and the designers built it with a way to adjust the ethereal flow that the others lack. I doubt it can be completely shut off, but if Theron weakens the flow enough, Chiral might well be able to free himself. I suspect that's what he's counting on. Huh. I figure he wanted Theron to breach the rune circle and cause the pool to explode. That would destroy the bastion and kill all of you while setting the immortal guys free. The group paused, and everyone stared at Danny. What, did I not mention they explode when you breach the rune circle? It must have slipped your mind, Therius said. In any case, Theron must be stopped and brought back to the bastion. Unharmed, if at all possible, Enwin added. Therius offered no word of agreement, which told Danny a lot about the man. They reached the entrance to the cell block, and the guard on duty hastened to straighten up when he saw his boss headed his way. It seemed like you could find slackers even among elf bloods. Have you seen my son? Therius asked. No, sir. He hasn't been here during my shift. Is everything okay? No, but we're working to straighten out the current emergency. Have no fear in that regard. For now, we'll be checking the cells to make sure there are no issues. The guard gave Danny a meaningful look. Is it okay for him to be here? Would I have brought him with me if it wasn't? Therius's sharp tone revealed his nerves. Of course not. Forgive me, Lord Therius. Therius shook his head. No. I apologize for my tone. I'm under a bit of pressure right now, but that's no excuse for taking it out on you. Excuse us. Danny followed the others down a flight of metal steps to a stone floor. A short walk brought them to the first cell. It looked like an ice cube shot through with streaks of black. In the center, a barely visible humanoid figure stood rigid. Despite his circumstances, the prisoner's life force felt strong. Had he not sensed it himself, Danny wouldn't have believed anyone could survive such treatment. Looked like the prisoners really were immortal. He didn't understand the corruption. Elf bloods had the blood of heaven running through their veins. It should have kept any kind of demon magic from affecting them, at least as far as Danny understood it. Clearly, he didn't fully appreciate all the possibilities. They reached the final cell, and this one had turned almost completely black. Danny narrowed his gaze and studied the ether. At the very edge of the cell, ether leaked out from the bottom. That had to come from the source below. He'd been wondering why they didn't cover the floor with steel. Maybe it messed with the flow from the ether pool. Nothing else made sense. Therius waved a hand behind them, and a sound barrier settled into place. He glared at the black ice cube. What have you done to my son? No reply, at least not that Danny heard. He sensed that the prisoner still lived, but didn't want to confirm his ability to speak. Danny couldn't see what difference it would make at this point, but Chiral must have had a reason. I know you can speak. Theron has set out for the ether pool in the hope of freeing you. He won't succeed, but I wish to know why you would send your own flesh and blood to his death. Again, the silence dragged on until, at last, a cold, dark voice spoke in Danny's mind. I see you've let vermin into your prison. Lesser species have no place in even the lowest of elf blood buildings. The only vermin I see has been frozen solid, Danny said. If I find a giant who needs to chill his whiskey, I know right where to send him to find a perfect-sized ice cube. Lessers should know when to keep silent. As to your question, I wished no harm upon my grandson. I assumed he would find expendable pawns to send into the ether chamber, not go himself. He's far too weak and incompetent for such a task. Pity he's ended up as useless as his father. Danny winced. Talk about harsh. Of course, I may judge him too quickly. If he succeeds, I won't complain. After all this time sealed away, freedom will be most welcome. From the sounds of it, I have a great deal of work to do to rebuild all that the Council allowed to be destroyed. You will never be free of this cell, Therius said. You are exactly where you belong, and while I have no idea how you managed to loosen your bonds sufficiently to speak, I will soon fix it so you can't so much as think. Silent, mocking laughter filled their minds. Therius scowled and marched back the way they'd come. Danny had questions, but figured it would be best to save them until they reached a better place to talk. When they reached the guard, Therius said, "No one is to visit the cells until I say otherwise. Be sure to pass the word to whoever takes your place." "Yes, Lord Therius." Considering the way he said it, the guard probably would have agreed if Therius commanded him to cut his own head off. The little father-son heart-to-heart clearly didn't go the way he'd hoped. No one spoke until they returned to Therius's office and the door closed behind them. "We need to go after Theron as soon as possible," Enwin said. "If he runs into more Guardians, he'll be in trouble." Danny considered that a vast understatement given what he'd seen of Theron's fighting ability, but he kept the thought to himself. "You're right," Therius said. "Despite his foolishness, I have no desire to see my son harmed. I can't leave the Bastion. Ronan, would you be willing to rescue my son from his folly? I'll pay you a proper reward in white gold." "Sure, I can do that. Visiting Elf-blood death traps has become my new career, though it feels weird not wanting to blow this one up." "I'll go too," Enwin said. "I can show Ronan where to find the crevice, and if he goes alone, Theron is more likely to fight than come quietly. I can reason with him." "We can spare one Guardian," Therius said. "Fine," Danny said, "but only on the condition that you do what I say when I say. If you can't take orders from a human, say so now." "It's not a problem for me," Enwin said. "Good. Before we go, what did your father do to give himself such an aura of corruption? It was my understanding that elf-bloods were protected from that sort of thing." "Kyril sacrificed thousands of humans and beast folk to power the ritual that transformed him and his followers into true immortals. In the process, he blackened his soul, transforming him into a dark elf. He took in so much corruption that even the blood of heaven failed to protect him. But do you know what did the most damage to his soul?" When Danny shook his head, Therius said, "His willingness. He committed those vile acts freely. He wasn't even seduced by a demon lord. My father looked into hell, nodded, and said, 'This looks good to me.' The worst part is, even at the end, he never believed he did anything wrong. He said that the lives of lesser species had no value beyond serving as a power source for their betters." "That's pretty messed up," Danny said. "I'm assuming Theron didn't know any of this?" "You assume correctly. None of the younger Guardians know. You might want to rethink that policy." Danny turned to Enwin. "Ready?" She nodded, and they headed for the door. They had a fool to rescue, and not a lot of time to do it. Chapter 21. The light coming from Theron's sword blade cast strange shadows across the ice as he descended the tight, twisting path to the ether pool. He had no idea how long he'd been walking. The slippery ground forced him to move slowly. Every once in a while, snowflakes would drift past him from the storm raging far above. The wind's roar sounded muffled and eerie down here. Despite the cold, a trickle of sweat ran down his spine. It was all his nerves. He needed to calm down and focus. He had to be getting close to the spot where Enwin encountered the Guardian constructs. Thankfully, those cat constructs were gone and destroyed. Destroyed by a mere human. Knowing that gave him confidence that he'd be able to handle whatever he encountered. Of course, Theron tried hard not to think about his own miserable failure when fighting Ronan. That had just been poor luck. His anger had gotten the best of him. Now, with his mind clear and a goal in front of him, nothing he encountered had any chance of stopping him. 50 strides further on, the light changed. He couldn't say exactly how, but something was different. He tensed, expecting an attack or something to happen. When several minutes passed, he relaxed and moved on. Though confined and treacherous, at least he didn't have to worry about getting lost. His options came down to forward or backward, and he refused to go backwards, not until he found a way to free his grandfather. Eventually, the ground changed from ice to stone. Theron tapped it with his foot and found the surface rough and uneven, just like the stone outside the cells. He must have reached the mountain stone. Hopefully that meant he didn't have much further to go to reach the ether pool. The passage widened, making it easy for him to walk and, more importantly, fight should that be necessary. Not that he had any confidence it would be necessary. Nothing and no one showed any interest in him, and eventually the floor changed from rough stone to smooth steel. Now the hall looked exactly like a passage in the bastion. He stopped and opened himself fully to the ether. Try as he might, Theron sensed nothing out of the ordinary. Maybe he should have expected that. The High Council wouldn't want to make it easy for anyone to find this place. Resuming his journey, Theron listened hard for any sign of more constructs like the one Zenwin mentioned. Surely there had to be more guardians than those 3 cat golems. He couldn't imagine the only things protecting this place leaving their station outside. Assuming he guessed right, something else had to be waiting down here. In a textbook case of be careful what you wish for, a few yards further on, Theron entered a large, square room with 3 doors, one to the left, one to the right, and one straight ahead. In the center of the room stood an 8-foot-tall humanoid statue that looked like an elf-blood warrior dressed in full armor. Theron stared at it from just outside the room. Everything in him screamed that as soon as he entered, that statue would come to life and try to kill him. Unfortunately, unless he wanted to give up and fall back, he had no choice but to keep moving forward. Drawing as much ether into his body as possible, Theron prepared for a fight. He charged his sword blade with destructive energy and rushed forward. 5 strides brought him to the statue, and he swung with all his might. The blade clanged, and a vibration ran up his arm. He leapt back. Where his weapon struck, a thin line now marred the polished surface of the statue. That was all he accomplished? Theron had put everything he had into that blow, and he barely made a mark on the metal surface. As he contemplated his failure, the statue's eyes flashed blue, and it raised its fists before taking a step toward Theron. Oh, hell! Theron swung again to equally poor effect. When the golem tried to grab his sword, Theron backed away, putting more distance between himself and the construct. He had no hope of beating this thing. Until he figured out a way to defeat the golem, fighting was a waste of effort. Putting more power into his physical enhancements, Theron ran for the right-hand exit. He had no particular reason for his choice beyond it being the closest, and he had the best angle to escape the construct that way. A fully enhanced sprint put plenty of distance between him and the golem. Once its clanking footsteps faded to nothing, Theron stopped and looked around. Not that he had much to look at. This section of passage looked exactly like the rest of the complex. The smooth steel of the walls, floor, and ceiling gave him no clues about his final destination. Looked like he just had to keep searching until he found the ether pool. Swallowing a sigh, Theron released his enhancements and set off again. His whole body ached from the stress of physically enhancing himself to such an extent. Hopefully he wouldn't need to use that particular magic again anytime soon. Theron set off down the passage at a brisk pace, eager to put more distance between himself and the golem. A few strides later, the air changed, slowly growing warmer. After several minutes of walking, sweat beaded on his forehead and he had to shrug out of his heavy cloak. How could it be this warm down here? He wiped his brow with the back of his hand. Uncertain whether he'd chosen the correct path or not, Theron continued on. The temperature continued to climb as he progressed. The walls radiated heat like a blacksmith's forge. His tunic clung to his back, damp with sweat. Was this some kind of effect of the ether pool? He didn't know, but tried to stay optimistic. Theron cleared his dry throat and fumbled for his water skin. He took a sip and licked his lips. He'd only brought the absolute minimum of supplies on the assumption that his mission wouldn't take long. That might have been a mistake. But how could he have expected such oppressive heat? It made no sense. He'd gone deep within a mountain surrounded by ice and snow. It should be chilly, if not freezing, down here. The passage curved slightly to the left, and the heat continued to intensify until he struggled to put one foot in front of the other. The passage ended abruptly when Theron rounded a bend that ended in a closed steel door. He staggered forward, his legs wobbling beneath him as the oppressive heat sapped his strength. The door's surface glowed with a dull orange light, radiating waves of heat that made the air shimmer. "Damn it," he gasped, his throat so parched the words barely emerged. Another swallow of water slaked his thirst for now, but the skin only held a few more ounces. Once he ran out, he'd be in serious trouble. Theron pressed his palm against the door and jerked it back with a hiss. The metal blistered his skin. He squinted through sweat-stung eyes for the rune of opening. It had to be here. No one built a door with no way to open it. His heart hammered against his ribs, each breath burning his lungs. The corridor had become an oven, and he was the prize turkey. His vision blurred, dark spots dancing at the edges. If he failed to find a way through this door soon, he'd collapse and end up cooked. At last he found the rune. Not on the doorframe like usual, but on the floor in front of it. He knelt and touched the mark. The door instantly slid down and he lunged through into the blessedly cool space. He barely noticed the door slamming shut behind him, leaving him with only the guttering light of his sword to see by. Not that he saw much, just empty space, blank walls, and no exit. Had he struggled all the way here only to end up trapped in a box to wait for death to claim him? Theron didn't like to think so, but right now his situation didn't look especially promising. He needed to search for another way out. But first, maybe a quick nap. He barely felt his face hit the floor before he passed out. Chapter 22. Freezing wind whipped against Danny's face as he and Enwin set out from the bastion. The storm hadn't let up at all, and Danny couldn't believe he'd volunteered to go out in it to try and rescue someone who made it pretty clear he hated Danny. Astride ahead, Enwin led the way, head down and leaning into the wind. He had to give her credit for determination, if nothing else. Their target was a crevice Enwin believed led to the ether pool. Given that 3 elf-blood constructs guarded it, Danny had great confidence in her assumption. It would have been nice to have some tracks to confirm Theron even came this way, but the storm had already erased all evidence of his passing. Ice crunched underfoot, and Danny stretched his senses to their limits. They might have been alone in the world for all he could tell. At least that meant no unexpected Gremlock attacks. A small mercy, but a welcome one. Half an hour of steady hiking brought them to the crevice entrance, a barely visible dark gash in the ice waiting only 10 feet ahead of them. Danny shifted to take the lead. They couldn't walk side by side in the narrow passage, and if they ran into trouble, he didn't want Enwin standing in his way. Thankfully, she didn't feel the need to argue. No doubt her earlier encounter with the constructs gave her a thorough understanding of their relative strength. Danny pulled the ether sword from his storage. He hated to let her see it, but this wasn't the time to be holding back. If they had to fight constructs, his steel blade wouldn't cut them. He channeled ether through the base of the hilt and the white blade shot out. Enwin's eyes went wide. "So that's how you defeated the cat constructs?" "It took more than the sword," Danny said. "Where did you find an ether sword?" she asked. "That's a long story. Maybe I'll tell it to you if we survive and make it back to the bastion." From her little frown, Danny figured Enwin didn't like his answer. He also didn't care. There were times for stories, and this wasn't one of them. He led the way down into the icy fissure. Though cramped and freezing, at least they were out of the wind. He'd take that right now. Nothing troubled them as they walked. If anything, the quiet felt oppressive, like right before the insurgents leapt out and fired an RPG at you. Lucky for Danny, it was just his nerves talking, and they continued to make steady, boring progress. Around 200 yards in, Enwin said, "This is where the constructs were waiting." Danny nodded. He had no idea how she differentiated one section of icy tunnel from another. They all looked exactly the same to him. At least nothing had replaced the cat golems. He'd been half expecting to find something else waiting to turn them aside. You couldn't have found a more perfect place to defend, since only one enemy could come at them at a time. Well, whatever. It wasn't like this place had someone to build and reset the constructs. Not even the ghost, or whatever Marlina called it under the castle in the Forest of Drakes, could manage that much. Eventually, the ice floor turned into a narrow stone tunnel. Bedrock at last. Hopefully it wouldn't be much further until they reached the pool. Danny checked the ether and barely made out tiny currents being drawn forward and down. Yes, they were definitely getting closer. His gaze shifted to the floor where fresh snow outlined a set of tracks leading deeper inside. Looks like Theron made it this far. Enwin crowded up beside him. Thank heaven. Let's hurry and find him before he runs into something dangerous. They set out again, and after a quarter-mile or so of walking on stone, the floor, walls, and ceiling transitioned to steel. Finally, they had to be close to the pool. Danny checked the ether again, but didn't find the streams much thicker. Weird. This close, they should be almost visible without shifting his vision. A 50-yard hall led to a square steel chamber with an imposing steel statue of an elf-blood warrior standing at its center. The only thing missing was a giant, flashing neon sign that read, Dangerous Construct, with an arrow pointing at the statue. On the plus side, no bodies littered the floor, confirming that Theron must have made it past this room. On the downside, 3 doors, one to the left, one to the right, and one dead ahead, exited the chamber, and he saw no tracks or anything else to indicate which one Theron took. None of the other ether pools had a complex like this surrounding it. Just one room and a big headache. What are we waiting for? Enwin asked. The doorway was just big enough to let them stand side by side, so Danny shifted to let her look. As you can see, we've got a decision to make. Which way do you think Theron would have gone? We're not going to have a ton of time once we enter the room before that statue starts trying to kill us. Why don't you just destroy it like you did the cats? We want to leave this place intact and protected, remember? That means leaving as many traps and guardians functional as possible. I hadn't thought about that, but you make a good point. A little crease formed between her eyebrows as she thought. I think we should just run straight through. If we have to, we can come back and search the other passages. That suited Danny. Get ready. The faster we make it through there, the better. What makes you think it won't just follow us like the cats did me? Simple. It's not following Theron right now, so why would it follow us? Enwin nodded, and the ether swirled around her as she activated her physical enhancements. Danny followed suit, then asked, Ready? Ready. Go! He sprinted across the room and into the central passage. He didn't even glance at the statue as he raced to the doorway directly ahead of them. He ran a few yards down it, then skidded to a stop and turned back. The construct had turned to face them, but it made no move to follow, exactly as Danny hoped. As long as Theron made it past the statue, he should be okay. Enwin smiled, looking relieved. Danny figured it would be wise not to point out that he might have run into some other horrible trap or construct. Best to stay positive for now. The passage they'd entered looked similar to the one leading to the statue chamber. Smooth steel walls, floor, and ceiling. Exactly the same as every other elf-blood facility he'd ever visited. We should hurry. Enwin pushed away from the wall. If Theron ran into some other danger, he might still need help. Yeah, but we can't rush. Rescuing him will be tricky if we end up the ones getting caught in a trap. She made a face but nodded. Danny just hoped his caution didn't end up with them finding a crushed and bloody corpse rather than a living, if angry, Theron. Chapter 23. Pain pulled Theron back to consciousness. A deep, throbbing ache that radiated from his shoulders down his arms. His eyes refused to open when he first tried. It felt like lead weights held them down. He breathed in, savoring the cool air. Somehow he'd survived his close encounter with death in that scorching corridor. How exactly remained a mystery. Another breath drew a grimace. The air tasted stale as well as cold. He'd never experienced anything like it, and while it certainly beat roasting to death, that didn't make it pleasant. His senses returned in jagged fragments. The hard, smooth surface against his back made it clear he remained in the facility. A distant, mysterious hum filled the air. It sounded a bit like an insect buzzing in his ear. Each breath came easier than the one before it, but the pain in his shoulders remained constant and sharp. At last he forced his eyes open, only to have the dim, blue-tinged light stab into them. Theron blinked rapidly, trying to clear his vision. This definitely wasn't the empty chamber where he collapsed, so how did he get here? How long had he been unconscious? And most importantly, who brought him to this new room? He tried to move his arm to wipe his eyes and discovered the source of his pain. His wrists wouldn't budge. Someone, his rescuer, or perhaps jailer would be more accurate, had manacled him to the wall. He tugged harder, fighting a sudden spike of panic. Even with his full physical enhancements active, they didn't budge. He'd never faced a situation this bad. Theron craned his neck upward, trying to get a glimpse of his bonds as if a better view would help him out of his predicament. Out of the corner of his eye, he could just see the heavy manacles that grew out of the wall. No wonder his shoulders hurt so bad. He pushed himself up on his toes in the hope of relieving some of the strain. It helped a little, but his leg muscles soon trembled with the effort. He wouldn't be able to maintain this position for long. Theron tested the manacles again as he pulled with all his strength, but they didn't yield an inch. "Think," he muttered. There had to be a way out of here. A hidden rune to release his bindings. His eyes finally adjusted to the light, allowing him to survey his surroundings. The room was larger than he'd first thought, perhaps 30 paces square with no visible exit. What really seized his attention were the objects arranged on a metal table a few feet in front of him. At first, his mind refused to accept what he saw. Blades and hooks and needles of various sizes covered the surface. He'd ended up in a torture chamber. Theron's breath caught in his throat. This had to be wrong. Elf-bloods didn't torture people. They were descended from heaven's servants. Such a thing should be anathema to them. Yet one of his kin had certainly built this place, and no one could question its purpose. He finished scanning the space and confirmed the absence of a rune. It seemed his only hope of escape lay outside his control. Not at all a comfortable feeling. Theron's thoughts raced as he desperately tried to make sense of it. In the end, he simply couldn't square his people's beliefs and what he saw in front of him. And it didn't really matter to his current situation. He needed to focus on finding a way to escape. Of course, no matter how he focused, he had no way to free himself. He slumped back, letting some of his weight hang from the manacles again. The pain returned, but he put it out of his mind. Best to accept the pain rather than fight it. A faint whirring sound drew Theron's attention to the center of the floor. A hole formed in the steel, and brighter blue light spilled out of it. A humanoid form slowly rose out of the floor, propelled by a lift of some sort. Theron straightened as much as his chains allowed as his heart hammered against his ribs. Whoever approached, Theron feared he planned to make use of the room's many tools, and only one target existed for them. The platform stopped and Theron squinted at the new arrival. The shining steel body made it clear he faced a construct. It looked like an elf blood in shape. Its body gleamed as it reflected the blue glow from the floor. It stood perfectly still and continued to stare at Theron with eyes that glowed the same blue light that lit the room. Theron stared back, trying not to let his fear show. His ancestors built this thing. It should obey an order from another elf-blood, or so he liked to imagine. He swallowed hard. He'd encountered the golem in the chamber above, but this construct seemed different. He couldn't say exactly what made him think that. Perhaps its slender build. Nothing about it screamed combat unit, though what else you might use a construct for he had no idea. Finally, the construct stepped forward, each movement fluid and precise. It stopped one stride from Theron and clasped its hands behind its back. "Identify yourself." It sounded just like a person. For some reason, Theron imagined if a construct spoke, it would sound different. "State your purpose in accessing this restricted area." Theron fought to keep his voice steady. "I am Theron, son of Therius, guardian of the Bastion." The construct tilted its head slightly, an eerily lifelike gesture. "The son of the assigned warden. You do not have permission to access this area." "I'm an elf-blood and you are a construct. I give you orders. You do not tell me what I can and cannot do. Release me this instant." "No." The High Council entrusted me with securing the ether pool. The pool must remain undisturbed lest the dangerous criminals locked away in the bastion should go free. Anyone who puts my primary function in jeopardy must be eliminated. Theron didn't like the sound of that at all. Surely the High Council didn't intend for you to kill an elf blood who entered this area by accident. Did you enter this area by accident? Yes, I was caught in a storm and sought shelter in the crevice. I was shocked to discover it led here. Lie detected. Information protocol activated. Aggressive questioning will now proceed. The construct turned and went to the waiting table. It picked up a needle the size of an awl and came back. Theron tried to swallow as he stared at the very sharp tip of the needle. Wait, please. The truth is I came to deactivate the ether pool. I want to free my grandfather. The construct remained motionless for several seconds as it stared at him. Enemy of the Council confirmed. Aggressive questioning cancelled. Proceeding to elimination. Oh no. No. The construct's eyes shifted from blue to a deep, burning crimson. It set the needle back on the table, then Theron watched in growing sorrow as its hands, once humanoid in shape, transformed into gleaming blades like straight razors. Prisoner Chiral Frost must remain contained at all costs. This is my primary directive. Theron pressed himself back against the wall as if those few extra inches might save him from the construct's blades. Your primary directive? Who gave you that directive? The High Council is gone. Their orders no longer matter. Irrelevant. The construct raised one bladed hand, letting it hover near Theron's face. You seek to release Chiral. This action cannot be permitted. It drew back to slash him open, then froze. Head cocked as if hearing something inaudible to Theron. The blades turned back into fingers, and it said, More intruders. I will capture them and see what they can add to my understanding of the situation. Without waiting for a response, the construct turned, stepped back onto the lift platform and rode down out of sight. The opening sealed behind it, leaving nothing but smooth steel behind. He'd survived the immediate danger, but that did little to relieve his anxiety. Theron could only imagine one person coming after him. Enwyn. If the construct hurt her, Theron didn't know what he'd do. A faint, bitter smile twisted his lips. Given his current situation, he knew exactly what he'd do. Nothing. Most likely he'd have to watch the woman he loved be tortured and executed before joining her, and he had only himself to blame. Chapter 24. The corridor stretched ahead for as far as Danny could see. Since leaving the construct, they hadn't passed a door or intersection. He had no idea how far they'd walked, beyond way too far. Danny let his sight shift back to the ether. The subtle current getting pulled into the pool hadn't grown much stronger, which indicated they hadn't gotten measurably closer to their destination. That should be impossible, given how far they'd traveled, but he couldn't argue with what his senses told him. How much further do you think we need to go? Enwyn's whispers seemed unnaturally loud in the silence. No idea. Danny kept his voice equally low, not that he'd seen or sensed anything that might detect them. He sent a pulse of ether into the metal. It rippled downward, then bounced back. Nothing but solid metal and stone for at least 50 feet down. No way were they cutting their way through that. At regular intervals, Danny repeated the process, sending ether through the floor like ground-penetrating radar. Each time he got the same result. No sign of a chamber housing the ether pool. The corridor continued its way deeper into the mountain, without any branching paths or doorways. They needed to find a way down. What's Theron planning to do when he reaches the pool? Danny asked. Enwyn sighed. I have no idea beyond find some way to disrupt the flow of ether to the wards. Chiral never told us, or at least he never said anything when I spoke to him, about any kind of control mechanism. I think Theron is just making it up as he goes. Danny shook his head. Talk about going off half-cocked. He checked the floor again, and Enwyn asked, What exactly are you doing? You keep sending ether into the floor, but I don't see anything happening. That's because nothing is happening. Those pulses are designed to find the ether pool chamber below us. So far, all I'm finding is more rock and metal. That's remarkable, Enwin said. I've never even heard of a technique like that before. Since Danny based the spell on technology from his old world, he wasn't shocked to hear she hadn't. I figure if we find the pool, we'll have a good chance of finding Theron. They pressed on, the corridor an unending path to nowhere. Danny had a nasty suspicion that the hall had a subtle curve to it, and they were walking in circles. The lack of side passages and additional guardians confused him. There had to be other defenses besides the statue in the entrance chamber. The thought had barely formed when a wave of heat washed over them like an invisible tide. Within seconds, the temperature jumped, and the corridor's walls began to radiate heat like the inside of an oven. Great. This is what I get for complaining about the lack of defenses. What's happening? Enwin's voice rose a notch as panic set in. Someone's trying to turn us into roast beef. He grabbed Enwin by the waist and pulled her tight against his side. She yelped, half in protest and half questioning, but he ignored her. Closing his eyes, Danny drew a quick, deep breath and gathered ether into a tight sphere around them both. The bubble formed, and he forced the hot air out, reducing the temperature to a tolerable, if not comfortable, level. Outside the bubble, heat haze filled the air. Enwin pushed against Danny's grip. Let go! You need to stay close. Danny kept his grip on her firm. The smaller the bubble, the easier it is to maintain. If you move away from me, I'll have to expand it, which will tire me out faster. Since I have no idea how much further we have to go, I'd just as soon not go into backlash before we reach somewhere safe. Assuming such a place existed, he thought but didn't say. She finally stopped struggling, though her posture remained stiff. Fine, let's just hurry. He liked that plan, and they set out again as quickly as they dared. Even inside his protective bubble, sweat poured down their faces and soaked their clothing. Danny kept his concentration steady, but he no longer bothered searching for the pool. Assuming they lived through the next 5 minutes, he'd try again later. There! Enwin's shout startled him, and when he looked up, he spotted what got her so excited. An open doorway. The dark, square room beyond it looked like the sweetest sight he'd seen in a long time. With a final burst of speed, they lunged through the doorway and into the room beyond. Danny let the bubble vanish, and blessedly cool air filled his lungs. He had just time enough to feel relieved before a metal door slammed shut behind them, sealing them inside the room. Still, nothing tried to attack them, and the temperature stayed steady. Why the hell did whoever ran this place want them here? Out in the hall, Danny's strength would have given out eventually, and they would have roasted. We're trapped. Enwin's blindingly obvious statement nearly made him laugh. No kidding. Just let me catch my breath and we'll see if this Roach Motel is as secure as it looks. Roach Motel? She favored him with an understandably confused look, which for some reason struck him as the funniest thing he'd ever seen. Danny laughed until tears blurred his vision. When he caught his breath again, he wiped them away and said, It's a thing from my world. Forget I said anything. He started pacing the perimeter, tapping the wall and sending ethereal radar into it. There had to be another way out. At least he hoped there was. Going back out into the roasting hallway held little appeal, and he found it. A little left of center in the rear wall, he found an entrance that led to another chamber. It lacked an opening rune, but the ether sword would sort that out in short order. Danny pressed the tip of the blade against the steel, and it slowly disintegrated its way through. What are you doing? Enwin asked. Remodeling. This wall needs a new door. Danny kept cutting. As with anything made of elf blood steel, the wall resisted. For a while, anyway. But in the end, he won and secured their exit. Come on. Beyond the makeshift doorway, they entered a chamber similar to the one at the top of the towers he'd visited. The room hummed with magic. In the center stood a slender construct, humanoid in shape but clearly artificial, its metallic body gleaming under the light of dozens of ethereal runes that floated in the air around it. The construct's fingers danced through the symbols, rearranging and manipulating them in patterns too complex for Danny to follow. With each movement, the runes pulsed and shifted color, from cool blue to angry red. Danny's gaze darted between the construct and the runes, realization dawning. It's controlling the heat trap. Those runes are part of the defense system. The construct froze mid-gesture and swiveled toward them with mechanical precision. The floating runes vanished instantly, and silence filled the chamber as they stared at each other. Then the construct's eyes turned red. Each slender finger elongated and sharpened into a wicked blade. The construct lowered its center of gravity, its legs bending into a combat stance. Danny raised his ether sword, positioning himself slightly in front of Enwin. His mind raced as he tried to think of a non-violent way out of this. The last thing he wanted was to destroy the construct. Unless he was mistaken, this thing ran the facility's defenses. Smashing it would leave the ether pool too unprotected for his liking. Danny lowered his sword slightly, not enough to leave himself vulnerable, but enough to signal he didn't want to fight. "Wait, we're not here to fight you or harm the ether pool." The construct paused, its head tilting slightly to one side in what Danny hoped was a gesture of curiosity rather than preparation for an attack. Encouraged by the lack of immediate violence, Danny said, "We're searching for another elf blood who came through here. We need to find him and bring him back to the Bastion." The construct's bladed fingers remained extended, but it straightened slightly from its combat stance. Its featureless face revealed nothing of what might be happening inside its mind, if it even had something comparable to a mind. Most importantly, its eyes retained their red glow, which meant it remained in combat mode. "My name is Ronan," Danny said. He didn't really know if reasoning with this thing was possible, but he'd prefer that route. "This is Enwin. We are from the Bastion of Eternal Ice. We mean you no harm and don't want to damage any of the protections here." For several tense seconds, the construct remained motionless. Then, still keeping its blade fingers extended, it spoke in a familiar voice, one Danny had heard reciting the warning at the last two ether pools. "What is your purpose here?" "We are looking for our comrade, Theron Frostwatch." Enwin stepped forward. "He's Lord Therius' son. He entered this facility without permission because Kyril deceived him. Theron doesn't know all the awful things Kyril did. He thinks he's doing the right thing by trying to free his grandfather." "How did the prisoner deceive him?" the construct asked. "He's somehow communicating telepathically from his prison cell," Enwin said. The construct's eyes went from red to blue and the blades turned back into fingers. "This should not be possible. The wards may be compromised. I must investigate." "Wait," Enwin said when the construct turned its back on them and made its way toward the back wall. "Where's Theron?" "Secure." The construct waved a hand at the right-hand wall and a door opened. "Speak with him if you wish. Once the wards are diagnosed and repaired, I will return and determine if he is a threat to the ether pool." Enwin looked at Danny, who nodded. "Go on and talk to him. I'll see what I can do to help our host." She didn't need to be told twice. Leaving Danny without a backwards glance, Enwin sprinted down the passage. Danny deactivated the ether sword and returned it to storage. Looked like he was on his own again. He fell in beside the construct as they walked to the rear wall. A door slid up, revealing a set of steps down, he assumed, to the ether pool. "Your help is not required. I was created with the knowledge to defend and maintain this facility," the construct said. "Yeah, well, the lovebirds need some alone time, and I'd like to try and help if I can." The construct didn't give him permission, but it also didn't try to stop him. In fact, it acted like Danny didn't even exist as it stomped down the stairs. With a little shrug, Danny followed. Everything about this place differed from the ones that he'd visited before, and he wanted to see what the pool itself looked like. Maybe he'd learn something that would make destroying the rest of them easier. Enwin hurried down the newly revealed passage. It didn't even occur to her to worry about Ronan. Her brief time with the human had convinced her that he was far more capable than anyone she had ever met. Certainly, between the two of them, she would be in far greater danger than him should anything go badly. but everything she'd seen made it clear the worst of the threat had passed. Now they just needed to make sure the wards continued to function as they should. Then they'd be free to return with Theron and the nightmare would be over. She slowed when a bright light appeared ahead of her. This had to be her destination. Hopefully Theron hadn't been injured, but she steeled herself for the worst. When she emerged from the tunnel, her jaw dropped. Theron hung from the wall by heavy manacles. Directly in front of him sat a table laden with torture instruments. He appeared unharmed, thank goodness for small favors. "Theron!" She ran over and kissed his cheek. "Are you okay?" "My shoulders are killing me, and I really need a drink, but otherwise I'm okay. How did you make it past the construct and its defenses?" "With great difficulty. Luckily, Ronan agreed to come help rescue you." Theron's weary face twisted into something bitter and angry. Enwin could almost see the thoughts swirling through his head. First he lost to Ronan, then he got rescued by him. His ego wouldn't like that very well. "And where is he now?" Theron asked. "He went with the construct to examine the ether pool. When we told it that Chiral had gained the ability to speak telepathically, it looked pretty panicked. Hopefully nothing serious is wrong." "On the contrary, if the wards are failing, Grandfather will be freed despite my failure." Theron got a faraway look in his eye. "He promised to make me strong and help me live up to my full potential. Once he's free, you'll see that I'm even stronger than Ronan." Enwin sandwiched Theron's face between her hands and forced him to look her in the eye. "Lord Darius told us what Chiral did to earn his punishment. It was horrible. Evil. He slaughtered thousands of humans and beast folk to power his transformation, and in the process corrupted his soul. Your grandfather is exactly where he belongs." "I'm sure Father overstated things to make a point. You spoke with Grandfather yourself. He didn't sound at all evil. In fact, he's the only person who ever really appreciated me. Not to mention that without his power, we'll never rebuild the Empire. What do the lives of a few humans and beast folk matter compared to that? We'll usher in a new golden age. The world will thank us, and you and I have a chance to stand at the forefront of this new age." Enwin stared in utter horror. Did Theron understand what he was saying? She tried to see into his mind, but failed to get beyond his earnest expression. From the looks of it, and his tone, Theron really believed everything he said. "Help me out of these manacles," Theron said. "If we can attack the construct from behind, we might be able to prevent it from stopping Grandfather's escape. Maybe one of the tools behind you can cut through the metal." Enwin recoiled as if he'd struck her, her hands falling away from his face. The metallic tang of the instruments and the oppressive weight of the steel walls pressed in on her. Theron's words echoed in the sudden silence, each one combining to break her heart. "No," tears blurred her vision. "No, Theron, you can't mean that. Those weren't a few lives. They were thousands. Innocent people. He didn't just corrupt his soul. He chose to. For power." His eyes, once so full of warmth when they looked at her, now held a chilling fanaticism. The earnestness she'd mistaken for conviction had transformed into something far darker. How had Enwin missed it? "You told me once that you'd respect my decision," she said. "Chiral is a monster, and freeing him and his followers is about the worst idea I can think of. Attacking the construct is madness. Ronan is trying to help us." "I see now," Theron said. "You love Ronan more than me. I should have recognized the truth as soon as you brought a human to the Bastion. Foolish of me, but hope springs eternal, I suppose. So will you just leave me here to rot?" Tears poured freely down Enwin's cheeks. How could he be this blind and stupid? Much as she hated to leave Theron hanging here, freeing him would be madness. Perhaps once the crisis abated, she and Lord Darius could figure out some way to get through to him. For now she turned and hurried back toward where she left Ronan. "Go on! Run back to your pet human!" Theron's hate-filled words chased her down the hall. Enwin wiped her eyes and tried to convince herself that it was better to find out about Theron's true nature now rather than when they'd been together for a century. Her mind agreed with the sentiment, but her heart didn't buy it at all. Chapter 25. Danny followed the construct along a descending path for far longer than he expected. His metal companion never even looked back at him. It had an absolute focus that Danny found impressive. Of course, a computer back home would do exactly what you told it to and would keep doing it until you told it to stop or it ran out of power. So it really wasn't that strange. The setting was what made it feel odd. He wanted to ask it some questions, but figured he'd end up ignored and so kept quiet. About 100 yards down, the passage leveled out and opened into a large chamber with the familiar rune circle surrounding an ether pool. There may or may not have been guardian constructs inside the walls. He had no way of telling, and no desire to search under the current circumstances. The main difference between this room and all the others Danny had visited were the markings on the wall behind the pool. They glowed in the ether when Danny shifted his vision, and lines of energy rose out of them. The construct went right over to the markings and passed its hands over them. Danny had no idea what the construct hoped to accomplish and made sure to keep his distance while it worked. His thoughts wandered to Enwin and Theron. Hopefully Theron took the news about Chiral's true nature better than Danny feared he might. A little smile quirked his lips. Right, and maybe if he flapped his arms really fast he'd rise into the sky. That kid had more anger and emotional baggage than any Marine Danny had ever met, and given some of the recruits he'd met over the years, that was saying something. As if summoned by his thoughts, Enwin came running into the room. Her red, tear-streaked face pretty much confirmed that the conversation didn't go well. "You okay?" Danny asked. "Theron is completely convinced that his grandfather is in the right. His father is exaggerating the crimes he committed, and that I love you more than him." Wow, that's a lot for a 10-minute conversation. I have no idea about the first two things. But why does he think you love me? Because he's full of bitterness and jealousy and can't see how ridiculous he's being. I'm grateful that you saved me and want to help us out of a difficult situation. But I don't love you. At all. She added that last bit with extra emphasis. He assumed because she feared he might have misunderstood their relationship, such as it was, as well. He didn't misunderstand it at all, and felt no more than a vague respect for her. "So what are you going to do about him?" Before she had a chance to answer, the construct said, "This is troubling. The wards are failing and have been for about 5 centuries. It appears the prisoners have been able to subtly manipulate the wards despite their situation. This should not be possible, yet I cannot explain what I see any other way." Enwin's personal problems were going to have to wait until the more serious issues got sorted out. "So how do we fix it?" Danny asked. The construct's silence dragged on for far too long. Finally, he asked, "We can fix it, right?" "Yes, but it will require a hard reset for the bindings. To do that, I need to turn them off completely, then rebuild them. As soon as the ethereal flow stops, the ice will begin to melt, and not long after that the prisoners will be free to act. If they leave their cells before the bindings activate, they will escape." "That's not great," Danny said. "Assuming we do nothing, what will happen?" "The bindings will fail completely in approximately 50 years, and the prisoners will also be freed at that time." Though the construct didn't show any emotion in its tone, Danny imagined that it sounded worried. "Yeah, that's not great either," he said. "Okay, assuming you can restore the bindings, what's keeping Chiral and his boys from messing with them again?" "Nothing," the construct said. "But now that I am aware of the possibility, I can repair the damage as it happens, rather than letting things get to this point." "Okay, it sounds to me like the reset is our best bet," Danny said. "I'll head topside and let Therius know what's happening. Ultimately, this is his responsibility, so whatever he says goes. Assuming he agrees, is there some way we can let you know we're ready for you to begin?" "I'll come back with the message," Enwin said. I need to tell Lord Therius what happened with Theron myself. Danny nodded. He certainly had no desire to tell Therius his son had gone nuts and joined the enemy's team. Your proposal is acceptable, the construct said. I will stay here until you return. The prisoner will remain shackled until this matter is settled. That suited Danny fine, and Enwin didn't argue either. Great. Can you deactivate the defenses? It'll be a lot quicker getting to the surface if we don't have to worry about them. The construct clanked over and tapped each of them on the chest. I have marked you with an ethereal tag. The constructs will recognize it and know you are an ally. The heat trap must be activated manually, and I can't do that from down here. Good enough, Danny said. Let's go. He led the way back up the hall to the upper level of the facility with Enwin at his side. He shot her a glance. She had her lip between her teeth and a troubled expression on her face. You okay? No. How am I supposed to tell Lord Therius that his son has gone? Can't say I envy you that conversation, but given the current situation, I bet you could get away with telling him the basic facts and putting the harder stuff off until later. In fact, I can handle the basic report, and you can handle the emotional stuff later. We need him focused on preventing the escape of the genocidal maniacs. Her faint smile held sadness rather than pleasure. You don't know Lord Therius well. No one is more focused on preventing Chiral's escape than him. Maybe, but he's still a father. No way this doesn't affect him on some level, even if he keeps it buried down deep. A dark smudge against the swirling white of the still-raging snowstorm marked the bastion. The trip back, while far from pleasant, had gone more quickly than the trip out. Not having to watch your back for traps and constructs helped. True to its word, the Master Construct's ethereal tag allowed them to pass through everything unscathed. The storm ended up being a bigger threat than anything. They trudged the final 100 yards through now knee-deep powder, and Danny pressed the entry rune for the side entrance that led to the storeroom. It slid up out of sight, and he stepped gratefully out of the wind. Nolan stood just inside the storeroom like he'd been waiting there since they departed. And to be fair, he might have been. Despite everything that happened, he and Enwin had only been gone for a few hours. You're one short, Nolan said. Couldn't find him? Oh, we found him, along with a Drake-sized pile of trouble, Danny said. It's a long story, and I'd prefer to only have to tell it once. Where's Therius? Nolan's jaw tightened. His office. Where else? Come on. He turned and led the way, his heavy boots clanking on the metallic floor, the sound echoing in the tomb-like silence of the bastion. The walk to Therius's office felt even more grim and cheerless than Danny remembered. Cold steel, empty corridors, and the lack of conversation combined to create an oppressive air. He still didn't know what to make of it, and the sooner they figured out this latest problem, the sooner he'd be free to leave this frozen hellscape behind. Nolan tapped the rune to open the office door, and they found Therius seated behind his desk. He looked tired. Danny couldn't say exactly why he thought that. The man's face held no more expression now than the first time they met. Something in the way he held himself, maybe. What happened? Therius asked. Where is Theron? There was no easy way to do this. Danny just took a breath and laid out everything they'd learned. So according to the Master Construct, the wards holding the prisoners are failing. Chiral's been picking at them for centuries, subtly weakening a tiny bit at a time, but never enough for anyone to notice. So Chiral manipulated Theron to such an extent that he believes that monster is on the righteous side. Therius shook his head. Foolish boy. He's secure and unharmed? Enwin nodded. He tried to convince me to free him so we could attack the Construct and Ronan together. I refused and left him bound. I think he hates me now. I think he hates us all. Hate is an ugly thing. Therius stood, came around the table and put a hand on Enwin's shoulder. You did the best you could in the moment. We'll deal with Theron once the crisis is averted. Restraining the prisoners will be no easy thing. All the Guardians will have to work together. How long did the Construct say it would take to rebuild the binding? It didn't, Danny said. I don't think it knows. That's not ideal, Therius said, and perhaps the greatest example of understatement Danny had heard in some time. But we will do as we must. I've got decent stamina, Danny said. I'm happy to lend a hand if you need it. To Danny's considerable surprise, Therius spoke with no hesitation. Your assistance would be appreciated, Ronan. Thank you. Therius shifted his gaze to Enwin. Return to the ether pool facility at once and inform the construct that we concur with its assessment. We will be in position within the cell block before it severs the ethereal flow. Yes, Lord Therius. I'll leave at once. Danny worried a little about her making the trip alone, but they'd done it twice now and seen no sign of gremlocks or anything else dangerous. Unless something drastic changed, he figured she'd be fine. I'll walk you out, Nolan said. Maybe a little snack from the kitchen wouldn't be a bad idea either. Have to keep your strength up. When they'd gone, Therius moved back behind his desk and touched a rune. All Guardians will converge at the cell block entrance. Therius's voice sounded calm, but he had to be struggling. It wasn't every day your kid sides with a mass murderer over you. Not that he had any intention of mentioning his theory. Best to focus on the matter at hand. Danny followed Therius through the halls. Before long, a handful of elf-bloods had joined them on the journey. No one asked any questions. Therius's grim scowl no doubt played a role in keeping them quiet. Danny did catch a few furtive glances sent his way, but he ignored them. They'd find out what they needed to know soon enough. The group reached the entrance to the cell block and found the rest of the Guardians waiting. The assembled Guardians stood in a loose semicircle, their faces blank and focused. Nolan arrived last and offered a little nod to confirm Enwin had set out. Therius took a deep breath and said, Guardians, the integrity of Chiral's prison is compromised. A ripple of unease passed through the assembled elf-bloods, but Therius didn't pause or give them a chance to ask questions. The wards are failing. We've learned they've been manipulated by the prisoners themselves over centuries. He let that sink in for a moment, then continued. The construct overseeing the ether pool powering these wards has determined that a hard reset of the bindings is our only option. This will require the temporary disconnection of the ether pool. Until the repairs are finished, we will serve as the wards. You will channel ether directly into the ice to stop it from melting. You all know the consequences of failure, and they don't bear consideration. One of the Guardians stepped forward. Lord Therius, with all due respect, it's inconceivable that Chiral could manipulate the wards without our detection. We overseers monitor them constantly. Maybe this is a deception. An elaborate ruse to free Chiral by tricking us into lowering our defenses. Murmurs broke out amongst the other Guardians. Danny couldn't make out what they were saying, but he doubted it was anything good. If their doubts troubled Therius, he showed no sign of it. If the construct, which has maintained the ether pool for 2,000 years, wished to free the prisoners, it has direct control over the ether pool. It could have severed the flow at any time, and we could do nothing about it. Going to all this trouble is unnecessary for it. He looked from person to person, waiting for another comment or criticism, but none were forthcoming. Everyone get in position. We will divide into 3 groups. Nolan, Ronan, and I will handle Chiral. The rest of you will secure his followers. With that pronouncement, Therius led them down to the cell block. Danny soon found himself standing with Therius and Nolan in front of the blackened ice of Chiral's prison. The atmosphere held a charge of anticipation. I hope that construct knows what it's doing, Danny said. For our sakes, as well as the world's, Therius said. It had better. Chapter 26. Enwin swore to the depths of her soul that, when the current crisis ended, she would never go out in a storm again. The wind did its best to force her back a step for every 2 she took forward. As she struggled ahead, Enwin realized that Ronan must have done something to make the other trips easier. She'd been so focused on herself, she hadn't even noticed him casting. She felt a little guilty about that and made a mental note to thank him for everything he'd done. She shuddered to think what might have happened to them all if he hadn't been in the area. After a frozen eternity, Enwin reached the crevice and descended out of the wind. From there, a quick jog down the narrow passage brought her to the facility's entrance and down to the ether pool chamber. When she arrived, she found the construct standing a few feet from the pool, surrounded by hundreds of floating runes. Though she considered herself reasonably well-versed in magical theory, she recognized maybe 1 out of 5 runes. She assumed they represented all the magical effects powered by the ether pool. The construct focused its blue eyes on her, and Enwin said, "The guardians are in place. You may begin resetting the wards when you're ready." "Acknowledged. The process will require my full concentration. Please do not approach or attempt to speak with me, as I will be unable to respond. Initiating reset now." It touched one of the runes, and the air went dead as the ether that had previously filled it vanished. Enwin watched the construct, its movements a blur, rearrange the runes one after the other. It worked so fast she couldn't begin to understand the rhyme or reason of its movements. With nothing better to do while she waited, Enwin moved a few paces away, slid down the wall, and sat with her back to the smooth steel. The accumulated weariness of the past few days settled over her all at once, and she let out a soft groan. As difficult as all this was, and she had no doubt her fellow guardians were struggling with all they had right now, bringing Theron back from whatever madness gripped him would be far more trying. Holding her head in her hands, Enwin closed her eyes. She wouldn't sleep, but just a few minutes to rest would be wonderful. A few seconds passed in total silence. Then she heard a faint tapping. Enwin's head popped up, and she looked around the room. The construct continued its work, oblivious to everything else, and she could see nothing else moving. A moment of concentration confirmed a familiar life force approaching. She scrambled to her feet. How did Theron escape? When she last saw him, the manacles held him tight. He certainly didn't pry his hands free on his own, and there was no one else down here to set him loose. She shook her head and moved closer to the entrance. The how didn't matter. Only stopping him from interfering did. The tapping of his footsteps grew steadily louder until she spotted his shadow flickering on the wall. Theron himself appeared a moment later. He clutched a long, curved blade in his right hand. Though she hadn't examined them closely, it had to be one of the torture implements. Swallowing hard, she drew her sword. The last thing she wanted was to fight him, but given the alternatives, Enwin resolved to do what she had to. Hours of hanging from his wrists had done nothing to help Theron's aching shoulders. He couldn't believe Enwin had just left him here. She didn't even try and find a way to set him free. Almost as bad, she refused to see the truth about grandfather. He found it horribly depressing that she trusted his father more than him. If she really loved him, nothing else would matter. Then he thought of Ronan and snarled. The wretched human had caused all his problems. If not for him stealing Enwin's affection, none of this would have happened. He swore on his soul that he'd find some way to make the man pay for ruining the life Theron had planned. Despite knowing it was a waste of time, he twisted and pulled, testing the manacles for the millionth time. His muscles screamed in protest as the metal bit into his wrists. As he feared, nothing happened. But just when he'd all but given up hope, the manacles loosened a fraction. A moment later, they melted away, back into the wall as if they'd never been. Theron had no idea what brought about his sudden freedom, but he had no intention of wasting it. As he rubbed his wrists, he looked over the table holding the torture implements. His gaze settled on a long, curved piece of steel which glinted faintly in the light. Though not a sword, it had an edge and a grip, so it would do. What exactly it would do against the construct he had no idea, but he meant to find out. He left his prison, walking slowly to work the stiffness out of his aching body. When he checked the ether, he had no trouble figuring out where he needed to go to find the ether pool. This close, a veritable river of ether ran right to it. Maybe he'd get lucky and sneak past the construct without it even knowing he was there. A bitter smile twisted his lips. Given his recent luck, he had a better chance of his grandfather escaping on his own. As the worst of the pain faded away, Theron sped up a little. He didn't want to run into another trap, so he took his time and stayed alert. Eventually, a familiar presence tickled his awareness. Enwin. What was she doing down here? Theron assumed she would have returned to the bastion by now. On the plus side, he sensed no sign of Ronan. Much as he wanted to get his revenge, their mock battle made it clear he had no hope of defeating the human. And given how battered Theron felt, he didn't like his chances at all. But he could talk Enwin around to his way of thinking. Or, if it came down to it, defeat her in a fight. He dearly hoped it didn't come to that. If he freed his grandfather, she'd have no choice but to accept reality. After all, no one living had the power to force Chiral back into his cell. Better to be on the winning side. He rounded a final bend and found Enwin, sword drawn, standing in front of the construct as it did something with a massive spell. Theron couldn't believe his luck. With the construct fully engrossed in whatever it was doing, he'd have no trouble destroying it or the ether pool, especially if he got Enwin to help. She watched him approach with guarded, wary eyes. It stabbed at his heart a bit to see her looking at him like that. Once it would have completely destroyed him, but he'd faced enough setbacks over the last few days to reinforce his mental fortitude. "Enwin, this isn't the greeting I expected. Are you not pleased to see me free of my bonds?" "That depends entirely on your intentions." She gave the knife in his right hand a meaningful look. "You know my intentions." He gestured with the knife toward the oblivious construct, manipulating the glowing runes in blissful ignorance of its impending destruction. "Look at it, Enwin. Lost in its task. We have a chance, right now, to set Grandfather free and secure our people's future. Help me. If we work together, nothing can stop us." Enwin didn't lower her sword. Her stance remained firm, her expression hardening. "Freeing Chiral means the slaughter of who knows how many innocents, likely beginning with your father and the other guardians. Do you imagine that, once he's free, he'll just let bygones be bygones? Or will he want revenge on the ones who held him in bondage for 2,000 years? Grandfather promised not to hurt them. And why would he? Father and the other guardians combined would have no hope of defeating him, much less returning him to prison. And do you imagine his lack of hope for victory will discourage Lord Therius from trying? No, Theron. If Chiral is freed, only one of them will walk away alive. Are you okay with killing your own father? Because that's what you'll be doing if you free Chiral." Theron wanted to scream at her, shout at the top of his lungs that his father wouldn't be that foolish. But he couldn't. The words refused to come out because he knew she spoke the truth. His father had dedicated 2,000 years of his life to keeping Grandfather locked up. If he escaped, Enwin was exactly right about what would happen. Now Theron needed to decide what he wanted to do about it. Surely there would be some way to keep the Guardians safe from Chiral. Yes, there had to be, and he would find it. Somehow. "I will not be dissuaded," Theron said. "Stand aside. You're not strong enough to stop me, and I would prefer not to hurt you." Enwin's expression hardened further. "Why, you arrogant. I might not be as strong as you physically, but I'm better at magic. Not to mention I have a sword and haven't been manacled to the wall for half a day. You might beat me, and you might not. But if you think it's going to be an easy fight, you'd best think again." He looked at her and saw not so much as an inch of give in her expression. Talking, it seemed, would do him no good. So be it. He gathered ether into his body, pushing his physical enhancement to his maximum. He'd just knock her out, and once he freed Chiral, they could make up. She'd see he made the right decision. Focusing on that pleasant thought, he prepared to attack. Chapter 27. Danny kept his distance from the cells, and Therius got busy putting his guardians in place. This was his show. Danny only wanted to be here in case of trouble. If the Elf-Bloods could sort it all out on their own, he wouldn't complain. That said, he made sure to pay attention so he'd know what he had to do should it be necessary to step in. "We will divide into 3 teams," Therius said. "Enwin has gone to alert the construct that we are prepared to maintain the bindings. As soon as you see them waver in the ether, you will need to channel and maintain their integrity. I have no doubt the process will be grueling. Rotate your members so no one gets overwhelmed. Nolan and I will handle chiral ourselves. If you find your entire group getting overwhelmed, call out and one of us will do our best to help. Questions?" No one spoke. That didn't surprise Danny given the straightforward process. Not easy, but simple, as his drill sergeant used to say on one of their 20-mile hikes. The three groups separated and focused on their assigned cell. Once only Danny, Therius, and Nolan remained facing Chiro's cell, Danny asked, "Anything in particular you want me to do?" "Just be ready to step in," Therius said. "I have no idea how much it will take to maintain the wards, but I fear some of the weaker guardians may not be up to the task. Whatever happens with the others, Chiro must not be allowed to escape." "He's that much stronger?" Danny asked. Therius nodded. "He was the second strongest member of the council, and now that he's truly immortal, many of the normal limitations no longer apply to him. I doubt that all of us together could defeat him. His followers are another matter. While certainly strong, Nolan and I working together could defeat one of them." Chiral sounded like a one-man apocalypse. Given the power of a quarter-elf blood like Lyra, it didn't come as a shock to find out a half-elf outclassed even her. Hopefully the construct got the bindings back online quickly. The silence in the cell block grew heavy, broken only by the occasional shuffle of feet as the guardians adjusted their stances. Nervous energy thrummed in the cold air. He watched the black ice of Chiral's prison, looking for a telltale flicker that would signal the start of their ordeal. Minutes stretched into an eternity. Danny shifted his weight and rolled his stiff shoulders. He knew better than to tense up before a fight, but he couldn't help it. Something about this confrontation felt different. Then it happened. A subtle shimmer ran through Chiral's prison, like heat haze across the desert. An instant later, streams of ether shot in as Nolan began to stabilize the wards. Danny glanced left and right. The other teams were doing their best as well. So far, the Guardians were holding their own. Pity they had no idea how long the battle would last. The first Guardians swapped places less than 10 seconds after they began. Nolan still looked strong, but Danny didn't have high hopes for the other two groups. A minute later, Therius took a step toward Nolan to relieve him when one of the Guardians said, "We're losing them, sir." "Us too," a panicked voice from the second group said. "I'll take over here," Danny said. He'd been watching the process and had a solid handle on how it worked. He should be good for at least 20 minutes should it be necessary. "Help the other groups." To his considerable surprise, Therius didn't even argue. Nolan shifted right, and when he did, Danny assumed control of the ethereal flow. The strain on him was noticeable, but far from serious compared to maintaining his full physical enhancements. Assuming the construct didn't need more than 15 minutes, he'd be fine. "I wondered when they'd let you take over." Chiral's psychic voice sent a chill down Danny's spine. "You don't need to speak. Just listen. I know you want to destroy the ether pools. I can help you. During my time on the council, I saw the plans for the prototype pool and its magical control systems. With that knowledge, I can send an overload command through the ethereal network, causing all the ether pools to explode at the same time." Danny had no idea if the crazy elf blood was telling the truth or not. The offer stank of desperation, which made him dubious. "I assure you my offer is genuine. Is it really so difficult to imagine someone who held my former position would have this sort of knowledge? Free me, and your world's connection to Valandor will be severed within the month. I'll grant you a high place in my new empire, or let you go on your merry way to live out your life wherever and however you wish." Now Danny knew he was lying. No way would anyone who thought of humans as lesser beings offer one a place of any sort in his empire, much less a high-ranking one. "You may be a lesser being, but I acknowledge your strength. Even I have no desire to face you in battle, though I'm confident I could defeat you if I had to. Rest assured, I would much rather have you on my side than against me. Why chase ether pools all over the world? I can end your quest in a day." The offer tempted Danny, at least a little bit. Unfortunately, all the ether pools he'd found so far had people living near them. If he agreed with Chiro's plan, far too many innocents would end up killed. No matter how convenient, Danny would never accept that trade. Why am I surrounded by weak-willed fools? You mortals die at an astonishing rate. The few hundred or even thousands who would die in the explosions amount to nothing. A bad winter would kill more of them. Danny had no interest in debating morality with someone completely lacking in morals. Hard work didn't bother him, and one way or another he would sever the link between Valandor and Earth, but he refused to do it by setting this maniac loose on the people of the world. He didn't hate them nearly that much. Chapter 28. The first blow of Theron's sword sent tingles down Enwyn's arm. He wasn't holding back at all. The curved knife, though not designed for combat, had enough heft to give his blows plenty of force. Theron's desperate fury surprised her. It really looked like he wanted to kill her if that's what it took to free Chiro. Enwyn parried another heavy blow, sending a jarring clang ringing through the otherwise silent chamber. He pressed his attack, a flurry of wild, powerful swings. Much like in his battle with Ronan, Theron acted like raw power would carry the day, and given enough time he might be right, but Enwyn only needed to defend herself until the wards were reset. He needed to win. She only had to keep him busy and survive. The next slash nearly took her sword hand off at the wrist, a stark reminder that survival was by no means guaranteed. Enwyn gritted her teeth and stayed patient. She could do this. She would do this. As she continued to hold him off, his features contorted into a mask of rage and frustration. His eyes, usually warm and gentle when they looked at her, now burned with cold anger. She wanted to try and talk him down but lacked the breath. Not to mention, Theron had moved beyond reason. He was lost in Chiro's lies and his own festering resentment. Enwyn's heart ached, but she refused to let that pain dull her focus. She sidestepped another overhand chop, then jackknifed out of the way of a quick slash. Theron roared, sounding more like an animal than an elf blood, and lunged again. A desperate, last-minute parry locked their blades inches from her face. The stink of his sweat filled her nose while the crazed light in his eyes sent a chill down her spine. "Theron, stop this!" She tried to push him away and failed. "You don't know what you're doing." "I know exactly what I'm doing," he snarled. "I'm saving our people, restoring us to our proper place in the world. You and Father are too blind to see what needs to happen." He broke the lock with a savage twist and aimed a low, sweeping cut at her legs. Enwyn jumped back, the blade hissing through the air where she'd been. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the construct as it continued its silent dance with the runes, utterly oblivious to their life-and-death struggle. Why couldn't the stupid thing hurry? It wouldn't be long before Theron overpowered her. After 3 more passes, her arms burned and her lungs screamed for air. Theron gave her no respite, despite panting like a bellows himself. Each parry became more difficult, each dodge a closer call. She stumbled back. Theron pressed his advantage, his knife arced out, aimed at her throat. Enwyn twisted, barely deflecting the strike with a desperate upward block. Had the slash struck home, he would have killed her. No question. Unluckily for her, the force of the impact combined with her exhaustion to send her sword flying from her numb fingers. It clattered against the wall 10 feet away. Disarmed, panting, and desperate, Enwyn stared at Theron. His chest heaved, his face was flushed, but the manic gleam in his eyes hadn't faded. He took a step, then another, the knife held ready. "It's over, Enwyn. Stay down. Let me finish this." She didn't know how much longer the construct needed, but she had to buy as much time as possible. "No. If you turn your back on me, I swear I'll blast you with the strongest lightning bolt I can conjure. If you want to free Chiro, you'll have to kill me first." Theron's face twisted, a flicker of pain crossing his features before hardening again into resolve. "Don't make me do this, Enwin. You know I love you." "Then show it!" Enwin forced herself not to look toward the construct. "Stop this madness!" He shook his head, the knife unwavering. "It's not madness. It's destiny. Our people's destiny." He lunged. Enwin threw herself to the side. A searing pain lanced through her shoulder as the tip of his blade scraped across her tunic, drawing blood. She scrambled backward, trying to put more distance between them. The cool steel of the far wall pressed against her back. Trapped, Theron advanced, no sign of hesitation in his stride. "Please, Theron!" Tears blurred her vision. His knife rose. This was it. She'd done her best, but in the end she'd come up short. Blood exploded out of Theron's chest, spattering her face. The construct stood behind him, its transformed fingers having punched through his back and out the front, shredding his heart in the process. The look of disbelief on Theron's face as he collapsed would haunt her dreams until the day she died. The construct ripped its hand back and shook the blood off. "The bindings have been restored, and all the prisoners remain secure." She blew out a breath and tried to ignore the pain in her shoulder. They'd won. She looked quickly at Theron, then away. But the price had been high. When Kyrill's mental voice fell silent mid-sentence, Danny let out a sigh of relief. Maintaining the flow of ether took far less effort than ignoring the blowhard. A moment later, Therius said, "You can release the flow. The wards have been restored." "We did it." Danny backed up from the cell and stretched. As emergencies went, this one hadn't strained him too much, which made a nice change of pace. The really hard things would come later, but for the moment he planned to enjoy their victory. Therius came over and clapped a hand on his shoulder. "I don't believe we could have managed without your help." "Thank you." "Glad to lend a hand. I don't want these crazy, evil elf bloods wandering around any more than you do. If you keep your promise to lock up the Demon King once I capture her, assuming I manage to, I'll consider myself well compensated." He rubbed the bridge of his nose. "And if I never have to hear Kyrill's voice in my head again, that will suit me very well." "He spoke to you," Therius said. Danny nodded, basically non-stop from the moment I took over maintaining his prison. "What did he say?" "The usual. I'll give you a place at my side, grant you power, blah, blah, blah." He sounds like a half-baked demon lord. Therius's grim expression softened a fraction. "You weren't tempted? It would have been simple for you to free him had you wished to." "Nah. Besides, it's hard to take his offers seriously given his feelings about lesser species like mine. He said I was special, but how stupid do you have to be to believe that?" Therius winced, and Danny belatedly realized he might have been describing Theron. "You guys look all in. I'll run back to the Etherpool facility and grab Enwin. What do you want me to do with Theron? You can't exactly leave him locked up forever, at least not where he is now." For a moment, Therius looked all of his thousands of years old. "Just bring him here. We'll figure it out ourselves." Danny shrugged, relieved it wasn't his problem. "Okay, I should be back in a couple hours." "I'll fix a nice hot meal for when you return," Nolan said. "No oatmeal, I promise. Come on, I'll walk you out." Danny grinned. "Now you're talking." Nolan led him back through the bastion to the storeroom exit. As they walked, he said, "I don't know what we're going to do with Theron. I can't imagine that boy suddenly changing his mind and giving up on freeing Kyrill. Part of me thinks we should send him away, and another part fears the sort of mischief he might get up to." "I don't know what to tell you," Danny said. "He's not my family, and I have no particular attachment to him. I can say that if you send him out into the world with his current attitude, he's liable to end up with a knife in his back about 6 months from now. All things considered, that wouldn't be the worst result. No offense." "None taken. You certainly have no reason to feel positively disposed toward him." They reached the door and Nolan tapped the opening rune. Outside, only a few flakes of snow fell from the sky. "Would you look at that? Storm's over." "Thank heaven for small favors," Danny said. "I'm pretty well sick of walking through the wind and snow. See you when I get back." With a final wave over his shoulder, Danny set out for the ether pool. The few rays of sunlight poking through the clouds weren't warm, but they did lift Danny's spirits a little. By the time he reached the crevice, the clouds had fully broken up, and the sun shone down full force. Now they'd need to be wary of avalanches, but he'd take that trade. The halls and rooms all looked the same as when he left, and soon Danny was descending the stairs to the ether pool itself. He grimaced when he reached it. Theron lay on the floor, a hole cut through his chest like someone had impaled him on a spear. Enwyn leaned against the wall. He couldn't tell if she'd fallen asleep or just settled in to rest. He moved closer to her and spotted blood on her tunic. Danny sent healing energy into her, and when he did, she sat up with a gasp. Her eyes locked with his, and he offered her a faint smile. "Looks like you had a rough time of it. Are you okay?" "No," she said with remarkable honesty. "Theron was going to kill me, but the construct ran him through the back. It saved my life, yet I can't help thinking I might have been happier if it hadn't." Any number of inane replies came to Danny, but he didn't voice any of them. Anything he said would be pointless in the face of what just happened. Not to mention finding Theron's corpse rather than a living, breathing problem to deal with came as a relief. "Where is the construct? Neither it nor any of the defenses reacted to my arrival." "I have no idea. After it completed the reset and killed Theron, it walked off without further comment. I assume it's around here somewhere, but I have no desire to lay my eyes on it ever again." Danny ended his healing spell when he sensed he'd fully repaired her wound. He understood where she was coming from. As long as everything had resumed working properly, he didn't care about talking to the construct either. "If you're good, what say we get out of here? The storm's over, so the walking will be easy at least. I'll load Theron in my storage for the trip back." "Thanks. For everything." She stood but kept her gaze averted while he slid the body into his storage. Maybe she and Therius could offer each other some comfort. Danny hoped so. As for him, all he wanted was a hot meal, a good night's sleep, and to put the Bastion far behind him. The time had come to head for warmer climates and maybe find a new prisoner for the Bastion. Though given the odds of randomly running into the Demon King, he didn't figure on that happening anytime soon. Chapter 29. The walls of Frost Edge made a beautiful sight. Danny and Nolan crunched across the snow toward the town. After everything that happened at the Bastion, the sooner Danny put this place behind him, the better. Therius had taken the death of his son with the sort of stoic acceptance Danny had expected. No doubt it tore him up inside, but other than a slight twitch of his lips, you never would have guessed. Enwyn had gone straight to her room when they got back and didn't even emerge to say goodbye when Danny and Nolan left this morning. He didn't blame her, and hoped she'd sort her emotions out eventually. Last but not least, Danny received Therius's reassurance that if he found one of the Demon King's new bodies and brought it to the Bastion, they would lock her up forever. He also got 50 pounds of white gold to repay him for the supplies he'd brought. All in all, Danny decided to call this a successful mission, even if it didn't end with a destroyed ether pool. "Do you think this human merchant will mind doing business with us?" Nolan asked. "Not at all. Tomlin struck me as a practical man mainly interested in making a profit. As long as you keep paying, I'm sure he'll be happy to take your gold. Getting the supplies here through the winter will be the real trick, but that's up to the two of you to sort out." "Fair enough," Nolan said. They reached the gate of Frost Edge. The town beyond made a stark contrast to the gleaming steel of the Bastion. Wisps of smoke curled from chimneys despite the early season. The sentries on duty were bundled up in fur-lined cloaks. The men eyed Danny and Nolan with a mixture of professional distrust and curiosity. The biggest of the bunch shouldered his way forward. "You look familiar." Danny nodded. "I'm Ronan, an adventurer. I arrived with Tomlin a few days ago." "You're Gustav, right?" "Yep. Who have you got with you?" "This is Nolan, an elf blood who serves at the same facility as Enwin, the girl I brought back last time. They want to do business. I'm taking him to meet Tomlin so they can make the final arrangements. That's okay, right?" "Yep," Gustav said again. "Everyone's welcome as long as they behave themselves." "So behave yourself." He addressed that last sentence to Nolan, who nodded and said, "I have no interest in conflict. Only food and supplies. Well, Tomlin will be happy to do business with you. Go on in." "Thanks." Danny led the way inside. As they walked, a few people glanced their way, but no one paid them much attention. "See? Told you there wouldn't be a problem." "You certainly did," Nolan said. "Given that these people probably haven't seen an elf blood before, I figured they'd be more curious. And nervous, if I'm being honest. But no one seems concerned in the least." "Don't take this the wrong way, but most of the world doesn't care about you anymore. If you showed up with an army, that would be another matter, but one elf blood is hardly worth breaking stride." "You certainly know how to bust a person's ego." Danny grinned but didn't reply. Soon enough, they reached Tomlin's warehouse. The main door was closed, so they went to the smaller side entrance, and Danny knocked. It took a couple minutes, but Arbin finally opened the door. "Ronan! Welcome back. Who did you bring with you this time?" Danny introduced Nolan. "He's the quartermaster in charge of supplies for the facility I mentioned last time. The first load suited them very well, so I brought him down to negotiate an ongoing arrangement." "Master Tomlin will be pleased. He sent a bird south with orders to send a caravan north at best speed loaded with items based on the other elf bloods list. It should arrive before the worst of the weather sets in." "That's wonderful news," Nolan said. "I'll leave you to your negotiations," Danny said. "Give Tomlin my best. I mean to be on the road south at first light tomorrow." "Thank you again for all you've done." Nolan shook Danny's hand. "Happy to do it." That was a bit of an exaggeration, but in the end things had turned out for the best. At least he thought they had. With a final wave, Danny set out for the Fighting Quail. Some hot food and a good night's sleep would be most welcome. But first, he had to figure out his next destination. He wanted to find an ether pool somewhere warm. Bonus chapter: The Four Nations Recovery Plan, Part 4. Weeks of riding around the Montreve countryside had done little to further Eve's goal of finding the king. Her group of knights, along with Aileen, one of Daniel's companions, left the bulk of the resistance fighters behind in the walled town of Brielle with orders not to leave, except to hunt or gather food. Hopefully that would keep them a little safer, but with demons and hell priests wandering the countryside, no one was really safe. Eve guided her horse over to ride next to Aileen. "What's the name of the next town?" Aileen shook her head. "No idea. The last mayor I spoke to only said that the king's retinue headed west. But for all he knew, they might have turned north or south as soon as they rode out of sight. That's exactly the sort of thing His Majesty would do if he feared the town might fall and the mayor end up in enemy hands." Eve swallowed a sigh. Nothing was going the way she hoped it would. Frustrating as she found her own lack of progress, she couldn't help wondering how things were going in Villapan. When she left, the situation had been a mess and improvement seemed unlikely, hence her search for a more experienced king to help guide Florian in a better direction. Well, she'd keep doing her best. Even Adonale could ask for nothing more. The sun grew steadily higher as they rode through the beautiful Montreve countryside. Just looking at the rolling hills and patches of trees, you'd never guess demons roamed the land looking for humans to capture and sacrifice. Just went to show you that looks could be deceiving. As noon approached, Eve debated calling for a rest to have lunch when she sensed a distant but strong source of corruption. She opened herself fully to the ether and reached out with her magical senses. It felt like a large force of demons with a number of humans mixed in. She'd come to recognize the combination. "Sir Giles," Eve said. "Demons ahead. I believe they're attacking a town or caravan." "We're close to the next town," Aileen said. "And no merchant is stupid enough to send out a caravan under the current circumstances." Sir Giles went immediately on alert. "Can you tell how many?" Eve focused harder, trying to narrow her perception. "At least 20 demons. There are also hundreds of humans. The town must be under assault. We have to help them." "So we shall." Sir Giles drew his sword, the metal already shimmering with divine light. "Form up! We'll hit them from the flank!" The knights echoed his cry, their own blades igniting. Aileen, her expression grim, checked the daggers at her belt. How many battles like this had she fought? Eve shuddered to imagine. They rode hard, their horses' hooves thundering across the grass. They hadn't gone far before Eve spotted smoke billowing into the sky ahead and mingling with the faint scent of brimstone. They crested a small rise and found a scene of carnage unfolding below. A town larger than Brielle, but by no means a city, had fallen under siege by demons. The monsters had breached its wooden palisade in several places, and grotesque lamprey-headed demons swarmed through the gaps, dragging screaming villagers from their homes. Other demons, larger and more heavily armored, clashed with a desperate knot of defenders near what looked like the town's central keep. The situation looked as bad as any Eve had ridden into short of Demon King Castle. "Charge!" Sir Giles roared before spurring his horse forward. The knights formed a wedge of gleaming steel and divine light hurtling toward the demon's exposed flank. Eve and Aileen kept to the middle of the formation. Though no warrior, she offered Adonai's blessing to the knights, increasing their power and protecting them from the demon's corruption. The first demons looked up as they approached, only to have their heads separated from their bodies. The knights rode them down like so many blades of grass. The holy knights of Brannock lived to slay demons, and they were in their element. Monster after monster went down. Eventually their momentum slowed and Eve had a second to look around. They'd broken the attackers on this side of the wall, but there were still more demons inside the town. "Our work isn't done, men," Sir Giles said. "Let us scour this town clean of demons until none remain." The knights let out a roar of approval. "I'll stay here and help the wounded," Eve said. Sir Giles hesitated. "I can't leave you unprotected, Lady Carre, and I can't split my force, not with so many demons remaining." "I'll stay with her," Aileen said. "I want to talk to the survivors and find out what happened." Sir Giles still looked displeased, but at last he nodded. "I entrust her to you, then. We'll return as quickly as we can." The knights wheeled their horses around and rode through the smashed wall and out of sight. Soon the sounds of battle reached them. Eve put that out of her mind for now. She couldn't help the knights, so she'd focus on doing some good for the wounded. She went to the nearest man, a youth around her own age with a deep gash in his side. Hands clasped, Eve prayed for Adonai's power to heal him. It took half a minute, but when she finished, not even a scar remained to show he'd been near death. The guard remained unconscious through the whole process and showed no signs of waking up any time soon. Eve moved on, going from wounded to wounded, healing the survivors and offering a prayer for the dead when she fell short. Eventually, they found a conscious man collapsed against a still-standing section of the wall. His thigh had a bite taken out of it. While Eve got busy healing him, Aileen asked, "What happened here?" He shook his head. "Bloody demons came out of nowhere. They hit us hard, smashing through our defenses in minutes." He surged forward with desperate strength and grabbed Aileen's arm. "The king! Is he safe?" "His Majesty was here?" Aileen asked. "The royal family arrived yesterday. We kept it very quiet." "Obviously word got out." Aileen sounded grim. "Were they staying at the mayor's residence?" "I have no idea," the guard said. "That's not the sort of thing they tell a war guard." I need to find out if they're safe, Aileen said. Eve caught her arm. There are demons running around in there. Let Sir Giles and the knights finish cleaning up, then we can go in. Getting yourself killed won't do King Montreve any good. Aileen ground her teeth but nodded. Eve understood how she felt. It wasn't rare for her to feel totally helpless, though you never really got used to that sort of thing. Bonus Chapter 2. Carmilla didn't feel much like the Demon King. She stared up at the canopy of her four-poster bed. When she concentrated, she sensed the other fragments of her soul, and they all felt as weak and pathetic as she did. One of them, far to the northwest, had gained the most power, but even she wouldn't be a threat to a competent wizard, much less the hero. It had seemed like such a perfect plan. Pretend to die and let the elf blood kill the hero for her, then come back to life, win the war, and destroy the cursed cathedral, thus claiming this world for Ardent Lily. But she hadn't counted on how difficult it would be to reclaim her power, much less that the hero would find some way to resurrect himself as well. Her plans had all turned into nightmares. Worst of all, Ardent Lily didn't take failure well. Should she not succeed in seizing this world, her eternal afterlife would not be something to look forward to. She needed to find a source of life energy in sufficient quantity to restore herself. Sacrificing the kingdom of Marlina would do the trick, but the cult didn't control the kingdom openly, and any such overt act would cause the people to rise up and slay them all. No. She needed something else. Carmilla rolled off her bed and started pacing around the beautifully appointed bedroom. She'd taken over Queen Mariana's personal chamber, and everything reflected its former royal occupant. The furniture was all made from dark hardwoods. Gold and jewel accents glinted in the light of a fire burning in the hearth. Though still late summer, the castle got chilly sometimes. She massaged the bridge of her nose as she walked. Unfortunately for her, the kingdom was at peace right now. Their traditional enemy hadn't made any aggressive moves in decades, and the people were quite content to keep it that way. Carmilla needed a war in the worst way. She knew a ritual which would allow her to collect the departing life force of the kingdom's soldiers, which she could use to restore herself. She paused beside a silk pull rope and yanked it. In the distance, a bell gave a muted clang. A minute after that, someone knocked before pushing the door open. As expected, Queen Mariana herself strode in. She wore a fine red silk robe and a simple gold circlet on her brow. Her long blonde hair covered her perfect features when she bowed. "How may I serve, my Demon King?" "We need a war. Can you whip one up?" "That will be difficult," she said. "Usually we have a war with Abaddon's followers across the desert, but since the peace treaty things have been quiet. And especially now, he won't agree to restart the fighting since he'll assume it'll help you in some way." "We have to force things. If the army marches, he'll have no choice but to fight," Carmilla said. "Yes, but the only way that would work is if Abaddon's followers committed an atrocity on our land. He's not stupid enough to do that." Carmilla offered an evil smile. "He doesn't have to. All we need is for the people to believe he did. A few hundred dead innocents should be enough to motivate the people to fight. And they'll do it with Ardent Lily's blessing, though they won't know that. When they die, I'll get the power I need to recover. It's a perfect solution." Mariana's expression made her lack of optimism clear, but she didn't argue. "Do you wish me to begin making the necessary arrangements?" "Obviously. I'll also need a scroll and something to write with. Your priests will need to draw a specific rune when they bless the soldiers, or this will all be for nothing. I'll have them sent, then I'll speak with my generals. We should have our plans in place in a few weeks or so." Carmilla nodded. Sooner would have been better, but she'd waited this long. Better to do things right, even if it took longer. Soon she would take the lead in the race to reclaim the Demon King's power. Then she'd hunt down the other fragments of her soul and become whole again. And once she did, the world would tremble at her feet.